Chapter 10:22. Lord Spirit Emperor. Lord Zhu Wu Gonggong. Lord Zhu Wu Hutu. Zhuo was filled with respect when he heard that. His mouth was dry, and he could not help but drink another large cup of water to suppress his shock. His back could not help but straighten. The old man's gaze was very distant as he slowly said, "So it was these three supreme beings who worked together to calculate the calamity of this battle. It was a calamity of the world, a calamity of the earth. However, they were powerless to break the situation because even the three of them were trapped in the calamity and couldn't escape. Their own luck had already merged with the great calamity. At that time, the Demon Emperor's 10th prince was wreaking havoc in the world, causing suffering and suffering. The Wu people were already secretly plotting to eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, eliminating the 10th prince would definitely arouse the Demon Emperor's anger. Once the Demon Emperor was angry, the world would definitely be turned upside down. This battle would eventually turn into a catastrophe, causing the world to be reshuffled. In order to stop the source of this catastrophe, Lord Water Shaman had already quarreled with the Fire Shaman many times. But in the end, he could not stop it. The entire Wu people were united in fighting. War with the demon race was already imperative. The only difference was whether it was sooner or later. Water Shaman and Lord Zhu Wu Hutu pried into the secrets of the heavens. After paying a huge price, they obtained a premonition that once the war began, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering, all races would be wiped out, and the earth would suffer calamity. However, the other Zhu Wu Hutu thought that his strength was invincible in the world. He thought that using this battle to overthrow the demon court and rule the world was inevitable. He did not listen to the two Zhu Wu Hutu and insisted on fighting. It was also at this time that Lord Water and Lord Water secretly came to find His Majesty Spirit Emperor and told him a method. They hoped that the grass spirit of the Spirit clan, which was aloof from worldly affairs, would be involved in the great calamity. They would use the spiritual being with the weakest cultivation and the least backlash from the heavenly Tao to stir up this world-destroying calamity, hoping that the heavenly Tao would be merciful and leave a chance of survival. His Majesty Spirit Emperor was silent for a long time before he finally agreed. However, he smiled and said, "Even so, the Spirit Clan and the Wu people will definitely be punished by the heavens for interfering with the heavenly Tao and messing with the heavenly Tao. In the future, I'm afraid the two races will not be able to survive." However, the Water Wizard and the ancestor of Sorcery Hutu were very insistent. They said that as long as the human world survives and the world is not destroyed, living beings can reproduce and all things can survive. What's wrong with you and me dying? The old man's eyebrows fluttered in the wind. His expression was one of frustration and apprehension, but most of it was one of excitement. These were the emotions that overflowed when he was reminiscing. Back then, as the weakest spiritual being in the world, it was actually able to meet the supreme emperor of its own race, as well as the almighty beings of other races. How could it not be nervous and excited? And then? Zhuo was so engrossed in the story that he couldn't help but ask. After that, we worked together to formulate a plan. And then, the battle began. The old man sighed softly and said, "At the beginning of the battle, the god of war of the Wu people, Zhu Wu, the Great Yi, came out of the race. He used his body to manifest the will of the heavens, and his soul to incinerate the mysteries of the heavens. He stood above the clouds and stepped on the peak of Buzhou. He drew the bow of chaos and shot the heavenly arrows. He turned all his cultivation into 10 arrows, chasing the sun and setting the sun. Wherever the 10 arrows passed, they hit the target. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all shot down to the dust. The 10 arrows were mighty. They broke the demon's body, shattered the demon's soul, and destroyed the foundation. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all about to be killed on the spot. At the right time, the heavens and the earth were silent, and everything was silent. Zhuo suddenly felt his blood boiling. He didn't dare to breathe and waited with bated breath. Wasn't this the legend of shooting down the 9 suns? But according to the old man, the 10 arrows controlled the heavens and hit the target. Shouldn't the 10 suns be destroyed? How could there be one more day left? It was also at that time, when I was still a grass, I scattered all my spiritual energy in the vast heavens and earth. The land thousands of miles under Bujo Mountain was full of my clones. Thousands of miles were boundless. There were wild grasses and grasshoppers everywhere. What's more, all the wild grasses and grasshoppers reversed their vitality and transported it to the extreme. They absorbed the power of the earth and bloomed toward the sky, deriving infinite vitality. With the infinite vitality as a screen, the last remnant souls of the 10 princes of the demon clan were able to shelter under my body. Even though Zhu Wu, the great used the demon god's eye to search, he couldn't find the remnant souls of the 10 princes. In the end, he took the bow and left, but he didn't complete the task. The 10 princes of the demon clan survived because of this. But also because of this, the war of witches and demons broke out. The great tribulation of heaven and earth began, but it was no longer a calamity of destruction. There was a hint of vitality hidden in it. The old man's face was full of reminiscence. Before this, the 2 lords of water and earth promised me that I would live forever in the heavens and earth, and nothing would hurt me. I would be born when there was soil, and I would live when there was water. After that, the Demon King also promised me that as long as the heat didn't extinguish, the yang fire wouldn't hurt me. He would benefit the world and benefit the people. At this point, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a trance. So the Xiaoduo couldn't help but think of the legend of porcelain among the people. This magical wild herb was so weak that it would break with a touch. Its roots were not developed, and its leaves and stems were like a bag of water. It could be said to be extremely weak. However, such a weak porcelain would not die no matter how hot the summer was. Even if it was pulled up by the roots and hung on a rope for a few days under the sun until it was like charcoal, as long as it was thrown on the ground and saw the soil, it would come back to life in a day or two and regain its green color. If it was nourished by rain, it could spread out a large area in a few days. Even if it was hung on a rope, as long as there was enough dust floating over, it could still survive if its roots were touched by it. It was really magical. It was said that during the famine years, this kind of wild herb was not poisonous and even had a lot of nutrients. It was enough to be eaten to alleviate hunger. No one knew how many lives it had saved. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't taste good, it would have become a common dish on the table. Could it be that the real reason was the blessing given by the top leaders of the witches and demons? In the legend, the catastrophe of witches and demons was first triggered by that battle. The Demon King knew that the Wu people blocked the heavenly secret and shot the princes, so he was furious. He launched the demon court to attack the Wu people. The war started. As for the sorcerer tribe, they were well prepared. A long and drawn-out great war of heaven and earth began. At first, the 2 sides were evenly matched. They fought fiercely until His Majesty Dong Wang suddenly entered the battle with a strange army. He killed Zhu Wu and causing the Wu people's 12 Citadel Heaven formation to be incomplete. The Wu people fell into a disadvantage, and the scales of victory began to tilt. Then, the princes of the spirits and demons were killed by a tyrannical force when they passed by a certain battlefield. The mastermind was vaguely pointed to the top leaders of the demon race. The Princess Royal of the Spirits and the 3rd disciple of the Western Spirits, Golden Cicada, also died, causing the situation to become even more out of control. This led to a series of investigations, but for some reason, it turned into a war between the 9 races. A long and drawn-out war. In that war, not only did the most powerful Wu people and the demon race suffer great losses, the other races were almost completely wiped out. Our spirit race was no exception. His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, was seriously injured by the Demon Empress. It is said that the top figures of each race, and many powerful figures, also fell in that war. In the end, all the races suffered great losses. They no longer had the power to reform the world. They could only retreat with hatred and recuperate. However, at that time, another unforeseen event occurred. In the end, the 6 races were separated from the continent and drifted in the stars. The old man sighed softly. This is what happened in the past. Zhuo sensed that something was wrong. 6 races? Aren't there 8 clans? Because at that time, there were still 2 clans left. However, after an unknown number of years, just like the previous 6 clans, they split up and evolved into the 8 clans outside. However, after the Great War of the Shamans and Demons, only 6 clans left, or rather, were expelled. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "This is what I experienced. How can it be false?" Zhuo suddenly felt dizzy. But it was because of this unforeseen event that I gained an extremely powerful fate. This is called the merit of saving the world. At that time, I didn't know the reason. After all, no matter how powerful the fate was, it was nothing to the weeds. But one day, Zhu Rong suddenly came to find me. He pulled me out of the ground and brought me to Mount Buzhou. Zhuo coughed. He felt that Zhu Rong was really something. I came to find you, pulled you out of the ground, and left. If that's the case, you're lying in the ground while I'm standing? How can that be? On Mount Buzhou, Lord Zhu Rong used my soul as a guide to predict the future. After a while, he laughed and said, "I guessed right. This bunch of weeds of yours really has a great fate. In the future, it will spread to the whole world. It's really a powerful fate that can reach both the past and the present. Since that's the case, I need your help." The old man smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, I was held in the palm of Lord Zhu Rong's hand and exposed to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. When I was dazed from the sun, he gave me something wrapped in true fire and said, 'If I throw someone over, he'll be my successor. You have to give this to him. If there's no one, you have to swallow it yourself. Consider it my compensation for using your fate.'" Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo coughed. He was really stunned by Zhu Rong's actions. Even if he was just listening, he was still dumbfounded. He even felt a little cramped. You almost dried a bunch of weeds under the sun, and then threw a ball of fire onto it. And then you asked them to preserve this ball of fire for you. Let a bunch of withered weeds preserve a ball of true fire. Cough, cough. This action made Zhuo's balls cramp. Even after it was preserved for a certain period of time, and no one came to take it, this ball of fire will be used as compensation. How can a bunch of weeds swallow a ball of fire? This action is truly well understood. There's no one else in history who can do this. But the most ridiculous thing is that this bunch of weeds actually managed to preserve it until now. They're all talents. Zhuo sighed. He prostrated himself in admiration. Chapter 1023. It had been kept until now. Didn't that mean that it was going to be handed over to him? Wait, if he didn't see it, the old man could swallow the genuine fire as compensation. Now that he had seen it, the genuine fire and its contents would be handed over to him. But didn't that mean that he would have to pay for it? Zhuo was indeed worthy of his reputation. His focus was always different from most people. When it came to the exchange of wealth, he would be particularly attentive. After all, he was a genuine Pichio, the kind that could only get in and not get out. The old man smiled bitterly. Master Zhu Rong really thinks highly of me. After all, I'm just a blade of grass. No matter how high my cultivation is, I'm still just a blade of grass. How could I swallow his genuine fire? How could he say that if no one came to find me, I would swallow it myself? I can only keep waiting for a very long time. Master Zhu Rong said that if no one came to find me and I couldn't swallow the fire, I would let the fire swallow me. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't bear to look back. Ahem. Zhuo also felt as if 10,000 divine beasts had just galloped through a public toilet after a rainstorm. Zhu Rong was really a genius. The old man sighed even more. It's not over yet. When it was finally over, Lord Zhu Rong threw me to the ground and left. We were in Mount Buzhou just now. How could I absorb the abundant power of the earth at will? It was a pity that I struggled for a long time and finally found some ordinary soil. After recovering my mobility, I used my soul power to wrap Lord Zhu Rong's true fire of inheritance. Later, as my cultivation improved day by day, I could finally try to use the power of Mount Buzhou and reproduce bit by bit at the foot of the mountain. However, when I returned to the flat ground, I didn't know how many years had passed. At that time, the battle of the liches and demons was coming to an end. I used the earth energy of Mount Buzhou and worked hard to improve myself. Finally, I was able to derive a little bit of genuine spirit energy and made contact with His Majesty Spirit Emperor. But His Majesty Spirit Emperor was already seriously injured at that time. He felt that the catastrophe between heaven and earth was coming to an end, and that there were more masters above the heavenly Tao coming. In the end, His Majesty Spirit Emperor told me that this time, the Spirit Clan was really going to leave this world. After that, in the vast starry sky, no one knew if they could return after thousands of years. But on this continent, there was still one last Spirit Clan descendant. At that time, I was still confused. I didn't realize that the last Spirit Clan descendant that His Majesty Spirit Emperor was talking about was actually me. Spirit Emperor's Majesty said, "My child, you have saved the lives of hundreds of millions of people in this world, and you have done a lot of good deeds. You also have the favor of the Spirit Emperor, the blessings of the two Ancestor Magi, and now you have the trust of Zhu Rong Ancestor Magi. Therefore, you can't leave. At that time, I'll leave this forest for you alone. You can wait there for your destined one. If you leave with us, it's because the heavenly Tao didn't mean it. If you don't leave, it's because there's a mission for you to wait. Then you can wait." Then His Majesty Spirit Emperor left a few words for me and left. Now, I still remember them clearly. They were, don't leave, give birth to this world, and let the flowers of all worlds bloom." Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered over these words. He felt a little enlightened, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to understand anything. Since then, I've been here, constantly using the wind to spread my descendants. Until now, even I don't know how many descendants I have out there. Every year, I spread out billions of seeds. I just hope to achieve what His Majesty Spirit Emperor said. Let the flowers of all worlds bloom. The old man sighed softly. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a surge of emotion in his chest. He couldn't help but say, "You've already done it. Your descendants have already spread across the 3 continents, inside and outside the 7 seas, in the mountains and deserts. Under the heavens, wherever the sun shines, your descendants will be there. Even when the world was turned upside down, and the world was in great calamity, and people were in misery and suffering, your descendants not only lived for a long time, but also saved countless lives. It's far from enough to say that your descendants are in the hundreds of millions. Since ancient times, you've saved trillions of lives. You've benefited the world and helped the people. You've fully deserved it. You've also achieved the let the flowers of all worlds bloom." Zhuo Xiaoduo said with admiration, "Your life's great wish has already been achieved. Now, many places in the outside world are flourishing. There's more and more food, and people don't have to eat porcelain anymore. But your legend is still circulating among the people." The old man's eyes were filled with gratification. He said softly, "So, I'm called porcelain in the outside world? I didn't know until now that I've always known that I was called grasshopper." Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. "Although you and your descendants were not the only ones who saved the people during the famine, no one can take away your achievements and your good deeds. Sorry for the disrespect, big brother." So Xiaoduo bowed respectfully. It was only at this moment that this bow came from the bottom of his heart. Facing such an old man who had contributed to the people of the continent all his life, no one could not be respectful. Not even an inch. Never leave. Give birth to a lifetime. Let the flowers of all worlds bloom. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was in turmoil. It was indescribable. It's my duty, it's my duty. The old man smiled kindly. This is my mission. I'm only afraid that I haven't done enough. How can I thank you? You've done enough. I believe that the people of the continent will remember you and thank you. Zhuo said seriously. I think that with what you've done, you should become a sage. You should become a sage. These 5 words made the old man's heart palpitate with fear. He trembled and his eyes widened. At this moment, the sound of thunder suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens. The rumbling sound of thunder rumbled in the clouds above the 9 heavens, as if they were queuing up for a journey. It rumbled and rolled across the sky until a very long time later before it slowly disappeared. The human world was once again filled with sunset. Colorful clouds covered the sky. On the shore of the West Sea, suddenly, a huge wave rose up. A huge toad, almost as big as the Thousand Village, rose up from the sea. Its body was surrounded by huge silver waves, and it soared into the sky. The entire West Sea was also surging with waves, clamoring and surging. The giant toad somersaulted in the air and transformed into a red-robed Taoist with a transcendent air. A bright and dazzling red cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, surging and churning. The Taoist in red looked disappointed and angry. He looked at the sky and tried to control his emotions. He asked softly, "In my previous life, I didn't have a stable footing. I didn't do things secretly. I revealed the secrets of heaven and offended others. Karma went round and round. In the end, I died. In this life, I've never harmed the lives of ants. I've never dared to speak a single word, and I've never suffered the slightest bit of evil karma. Finally, I have hope of attaining the Tao. But this time, who was it that stole my destiny and stole my Tao fruit? Why don't I have a chance in this life? Why? After 10 million years of cultivation, I died. After another 10 million years of cultivation, someone stole it. Why is that? Why is that? The heavenly Tao is unfair." The red-robed Taoist looked at the sky and asked softly. In the sky, the thunder was still faintly discernible. It seemed to be an answer, but it didn't seem to be. The red-robed Taoist waited for a long time. The thunder in the sky was already far away, but he still stood there in a daze and didn't move for a long time. His face was full of confusion. He kept muttering to himself, "Why? Why? Who can give me a reason?" But he didn't get an answer. In the distance, the wind and clouds rose. The West Sea Great Shaman came over as fast as lightning. Senior Chan Sheng. The West Sea Great Shaman cupped his fists and bowed. "Why are you in the mood to come out today?" The West Sea Great, which said this out of politeness. He didn't expect Chan Sheng to answer anything. Since Chan Sheng appeared in the West Sea, he hadn't said a word. He hadn't opened his mouth at all. Even if he took the initiative to show up this time, he still didn't change his original intention. Maybe it was just to say hello, and then Lord Chan Sheng went back to cultivate in seclusion. Sometimes, the West Sea Great Shaman didn't understand. You just cultivated silently like this, but never went out. Even if you cultivated to be invincible in the world and supreme in the region. What's the use? But he wasn't Chan Sheng. Naturally, he didn't understand the original intention of cultivation, and he didn't dare to ask in detail. Because the West Sea Great Shaman knew that Chan Sheng's cultivation was very high. He could be said to be an extremely terrible existence in this world. He was definitely not a match for him. Moreover, it was still unknown whether or not the Flood Boss was a match for this Toad Saint. The West Sea Great Shaman was already very satisfied that Chan Sheng was stable and didn't stir up trouble in his territory. How could he rashly make trouble? Hearing the West Sea Great Shaman's question, Chan Sheng slowly turned his head and said lightly, "Tell me, why can't I become a saint?" The West Sea Great Shaman was shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect Chan Sheng to open his mouth. And the moment he opened his mouth, he asked such a high-end question. "Why can't you become a saint?" For me, this problem is simply too far away. I'm still working hard to break through to the level of sage to be. Well, strictly speaking, according to the ancient times, I'm now working hard to break through to the peak of zenith heaven that you actually asked me, why can't I become a saint? If I could answer this question. Wouldn't I also, the West Sea Great Shaman actually felt a little inferior because of this question. I'm a little tired. I beg for monthly votes. I'm going home to eat. Chapter 1024. The West Sea Shaman's thoughts were very complicated. Obviously, he was confused by this sudden question and even felt inferior. Damn it, did all the powerful people talk like this? He even felt a little autistic. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt. Well, I'm inexperienced. I really can't answer, the West Sea Shaman said hesitantly. Inexperienced? How long had it been since he used this word to describe himself? The red-robed Taoist Chan Sheng was silent for a long time before he said, I heard that the Flood Witch of the Wu people has inherited the legacy of Gong Gong, and she has dabbled in the legacy of Zhu Rong. She is recognized as invincible in this world, right? The West Sea Shaman said proudly, Senior, what you said is true. I, the Flood Boss, am indeed invincible in this world. Puff. Chan Sheng exhaled a breath of air from his nostrils. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of if the tiger doesn't show its head, the monkey will be king was obvious. A strong sense of disdain and sarcasm suddenly filled the air. When the West Sea Shaman heard this puff, he immediately felt insulted. In an instant, his face and neck turned red, and the unique temper of the Wu people suddenly rushed up. He stared at Fong Qi and asked, Senior, what do you mean? When his temper rose, he didn't care whether he was a saint or not. Even if he exploded, he would splash his blood all over. How dare you insult my boss? Damn it. Chan Sheng's face changed, and he became extremely regretful. Then, he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. This slap was extremely heavy. He said angrily, In your previous life, you offended people because of your words, and you were infected with inexplicable karma, which led to your death. In this life, you still don't know how to repent. With your temperament, you deserve to be unable to become a saint and lose your Tao. Seeing this, the West Sea Shaman was stunned and didn't know how to react for a long time. What was going on? At this moment, suddenly, another figure floated out of Chan Sheng's body. His face was full of shame as he said, I was wrong. Chan Sheng's face was filled with anger and regret, while the other Chan Sheng's face was filled with regret and shame. The West Sea Grand Magus groaned in his stomach. He only felt that his anger was suddenly stuck in his throat, unable to be released. I understand now. No wonder this Chan Sheng never spoke to anyone his whole life. It turned out that he had another companion. From the looks of it, he was actually able to chat with his clone every day with relish. The West Sea Great Witch's mind was filled with thoughts. He didn't know if this Chan Sheng would summon a few doppelgangers to play a game or something when he was lonely. For example, the Astral Souls invented a very fun game called Do Diju, Level Up, Mahjong, and so on. Why would they be so happy when they bet against themselves? I misspoke. The previous Chan Sheng said to the West Sea Great Witch, Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I don't dare. Senior is too polite. The West Sea Great Witch's anger also disappeared. As a senior, he had already apologized in person. What else do you want? If you continue to be pretentious, you don't want face. At this time, the other Chan Sheng also said, It's my fault. My Tao heart was biased for a moment. It's all my fault. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Did he have to apologize to each person once? The West Sea Great Witch replied again, I don't dare. Senior is too polite. But later, the Chan Sheng said, However, I don't know if your Flood, which is so invincible in the world. I wonder how her combat power is compared to the 12 Zhu Wu of the Wu people. The West Sea Great Witch was stunned and said, She is far inferior. This was the truth. Although the Flood, which was powerful, she was still far behind the 12 Zhu Wu. Although the West Sea Great, which was a little angry, he had to tell the truth. The Chan Sheng said again, compared to Dong Wang, Tai Yi, Demon Emperor Dijun, how are these people? Not as good. The West Sea Great, which answered honestly. But the anger in his heart was surging. What did he mean? Compared to Yuan Shi, how is Tong Tian? The Chan Sheng asked again. Still not as good. The West Sea Great, which was a little angry. Chi. The Chan Sheng's nostrils flared again. The meaning was very clear. How dare he claim to be the best in the world when he couldn't beat this and that? The Chan Sheng's face suddenly changed, and he said angrily, "You." In the end, this toad saint's face was filled with shame. He slapped his own mouth and said, "I was wrong. I didn't change my nature. My Tao heart is biased. I will go in right now." After that, his body floated and merged with the original Chan Sheng again, never to come out again. The Chan Sheng sighed deeply and said, "Fellow Taoist, sorry to offend you." The West Sea Great, which was about to get angry, but the guy was gone. He could only say bitterly, "It's okay." For a moment, he felt a little out of his mind. There was a feeling of drawing out a knife in anger, but there was nothing in front of him. He had nowhere to use his strength. "Fellow Taoist, please tell me where your boss flood is now." The Chan Sheng asked. "Well, my boss flood is now in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult to receive you." The West Sea Great Witch's face changed. "Well, I know. I'll find another opportunity myself." The Chan Sheng sighed softly and said, "Goodbye. I'm indebted to the West Sea for taking care of me for many years. In the future, I'll have an explanation." "Sir, where are you going?" The West Sea Great Witch was shocked. "The opportunity has passed. It's meaningless to stay here. There are 3,000 great Taos. Although they're all rugged and difficult to traverse, there will always be other paths ahead." The red-robed Taoist said softly, "The mountains and rivers are so big. I want to take a look." Then he said softly, "Goodbye." His body did not move, but a white cloud rose from under his feet. It leisurely carried his body and soared into the sky, galloping into the distance. The West Sea Great Witch watched the Chan Sheng leave and could not help but frown. This existence had been silently cultivating here for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, for some unknown reason, he had actually left just like that, on a whim. The West Sea Great Witch was furious. However, what this fellow said was really right. It was fine if he did not open his mouth, but once he opened his mouth, it was really infuriating. If he spoke like that normally, it would be better if he did not open his mouth, because no matter how many lives he had, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. How could he be so infuriating? Although my boss Flood is the leader of the Great Witches, he is still just a Great Witch. How dare he ask me if I can compare with Zhu Wu? This is bullshit. If we were at that level, we would not be called Great Witches, okay? How dare he ask us to compare with Demon Emperor Dong Huang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian? Is there need to ask? Is there need to ask? At the end of the sentence, the sound made me so angry that I almost self-destructed. Damn it. What a bastard. He picked up the phone and dialed, "This is the West Sea." "Well, tell Boss Flood that there is a hateful red-robed Taoist. He is Chan Sheng from the West Sea. He will probably go to discuss Tao with him. Tell Boss to be careful. This fellow's cultivation is ridiculously high, and his mouth is also extremely annoying. Tell Boss to be careful and deal with him carefully. If he can't deal with him, summon our brothers to go over and kill him together. Call me first." "Well, okay." Then the West Sea Great Witch turned around and left. Is Hai Han Shan back? Did he find him? On the other side, in the dense forest, in the straw hut, where Xiao Duo and the old man sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. So Xiao Duo kept calling the old man senior and even poured tea for him. He was very attentive. However, in the time it took for the old man to drink 1 cup, he had to drink at least 3 or 4 cups. Until now, he had drunk so much that his stomach was slightly bloated, but he still kept drinking. This water was really good stuff. He did not know when he would be able to drink it again. He must not waste it. Now that he could drink more, he had to drink as much as he could. "What's your name?" the old man asked kindly. "My name is Zhua Xiaoduo." Zhua Xiaoduo showed a harmless smile. "This name? Ha!" The old man smiled. "It's full of childish charm." "Ahem. Yes, yes. Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for you to give me your name?" Zhua Xiaoduo finally asked. The old man's face showed a grateful expression. "Back then, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor gave me a name. I'm called Wanxing Sheng." Wanxing Sheng. So Xiaoduo could not help but praise. "Wanxing Sheng, this name is really good. Buddha is born in all homes. All people are born because of this. I don't dare to be called Buddha." The old man hurriedly waved his hand and refused. saying, "The title of Buddha is an honorific of the Western clan. I'm from the Spirit clan. I don't dare to be called Buddha." Elder Wan, you just said that there are still demon clans and devil clans in this heavenly spirit forest? So Xiaoduo asked. Yes. Wan Sheng said, "This is the territory of the Spirit clan. If you walk further out, it's the territory of the demon clan. And then, in the opposite direction, it's the territory of the devil clan." Back then, when the boundless mighty force split the Yuanzhou mainland, because this old man was protected by the heavenly way's luck, the karma of living beings was entangled. It can be said that the heavens borrowed the power to preserve this forest. This place is a place shared by all living beings, not just one clan or one bloodline. A long time ago, this forest was called the Demon Spirit Forest or the Demon Spirit Forest, not the Heavenly Spirit Forest. It was not until the continent split that it changed its name to the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Both the demon race and the demon race live in this forest. However, the ancestors of the two races probably knew that it was the heavenly Tao that allowed this forest to be preserved in the first place. Therefore, they would not come here for no reason. The three directions, well water and river water, do not interfere with each other. Ahem, not really. The demon race and the demon race still frequently fight, but they coexist peacefully with us and rarely invade each other. But if you go out, no matter which direction you go, there will be a place that you have to pass. Wan Xingsheng looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with some worry. You have to be careful. Chapter 1025. Danger? That's not a problem. Zhou Xiaoduo did not take it to heart at all. For him, it was much better to make his position clear as to whether he was a friend or a foe than to not be able to distinguish between friends and foes in the heavenly spirit forest. Not to mention that he was too embarrassed to make a move. Zhou Xiaoduo was now bursting with confidence. He felt that even if he was not invincible, he would be hard-pressed to find a worthy opponent. I can also use the sky-shaking gong and the sky thunder mirror. I have two treasures of the Umno Alliance in my hands. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the Huang sword. After this incident, it has recovered a lot of energy. I also have Xiao. After this incident, she has improved greatly and could be a very strong helper. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the sword, the hidden weapon, the starry sky, everlasting stone, the 9-9 cat hammer, and the reactivated space of the Tower of Annihilation. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble? Why should I be afraid of the Demon Clan? Why should I be afraid of the Demon Clan? As long as they're not big demons, why should I be afraid of small demons? I will kill them with a hammer and take their inner elixir. The more the better. I will not refuse anyone. I am a Zongjing Umno Alliance. Even 3 million soldiers could not catch me. Little friend, based on the way you came here, you must have obtained the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. It seems that the promise from that day can finally be fulfilled. Wan Minqing looked at Zhou Xiaoduo again. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Looking at your cultivation, although you belong to the branch of heavenly fire Qiyang, with the combination of yin and yang and the protection of soft water, your bones do not belong to the branch of real fire of Zhurong. Your body is much weaker. This is a little strange and puzzling." He sized Xiaoduo up and said with a frown, "Moreover, your current cultivation is only at the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. You're about to enter the soul formation stage and return to the void stage. Although your advancement isn't slow based on your age, it's really difficult to say that it has anything to do with the inheritance of the Zhurong Grand Shaman. The reason for this is like a mess that can't be solved. Senior, you have a great eye. You can see the big picture with one glance. Everything you see is right. You are really good." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more respectful. This Wan Xingsheng was truly extraordinary. It was not surprising for him to be able to see through Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation with just a glance. But to be able to see through his cultivation method, the level of his cultivation method, and even the source of his cultivation method so clearly This was the first time Zhuo Xiaoduo had met someone with such eyesight. At a glance, it was so clear that one could see the bottom, and from a small detail, one could see the whole picture. What kind of cultivation and vision did he need to have? Well, without experience, this old man should be the most inexperienced cultivator in the world. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved that this old man was a great cultivator, a super great cultivator. Wan Minxing smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, have you forgotten that one of my missions in life is to wait for the arrival of the successor of Zhu Wu Zhurong? Even if I'm honest, the primordial fire of Zhurong raged in my body for hundreds of years before I finally took it out and settled it down. How can I not have a deep impression of it? In terms of understanding of the primordial fire of Zhurong, even if Zhu Wu Zhurong came back to life, he might not be able to understand it better than me." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. "But even so, in the entire world, up until now, I've only met Senior who can see it so clearly." Wan Minsheng smiled more and more indifferently. After all, this kind of thing was too common for him. It was not enough to reach the apex. Even if he was praised, he would feel that the other party was too ignorant. Was such a small thing worth flattering? What he was concerned about was another situation. "Little friend, you came to this place and inherited the heavenly beam of light. Naturally, it is Zhu Wu Zhurong's method. This is not enough to reach the apex, but it is reasonable. What makes me surprised, or rather interested, is that you clearly do not have any traces of Zhu Wu Zhurong's inheritance in your body. You are also not of the Wu people's bloodline. You are a pure-blooded human." Wan Minxing said, "This is the main reason why I am having second thoughts." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he was not going to pass the inheritance to me? Did he want to take it for himself? Well, what did this old man say just now? Even if Zhu Wu Zhurong came back to life, he might not be able to understand the primordial fire of Zhurong better than him. Could it be that he wanted to replace him and become another fire god, the sovereign of all flames and flames? It couldn't be. But I really did receive Zhu Wu Zhurong's inheritance. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little wronged. Of course, before I was thrown here, I really didn't know where I was going. This old man believes in that. Wan Minsheng had a benevolent expression. "I am not doubting you, but you really have nothing to do with Zhu Wu Zhurong. I have a space ring here, which was given to me by Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery, in the inheritance palace. Can this prove it?" Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the space ring of Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery. The space ring does not prove anything. The so-called Zhu Wu's inheritance is only what you said. It is not enough to prove it. Wan Minsheng was very insistent. What I want to see is the Zhu Rong primordial fire. He sighed and said, "Let me say something to you. The primordial fire given to me by Zhu Wu Zhurong is right here. There is no harm in giving it to you. But you must know that if you don't cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, whether you can take it away is secondary. Once you come into contact with the primordial fire, you will inevitably burn yourself. You must not think that you can take in the primordial fire of Zhu Rong just because you cultivate a fire-type cultivation method. The primordial fire of Zhu Rong is the essence of all flames and flames. Even the demon emperor's grandson, primordial fire, is inferior in purity. I'm not making things difficult for you, and I am not exaggerating. It is the truth." Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Then what should I do? Wan Minsheng did not answer. This was not a question that he should be thinking about. If Zhuo Xiaoduo could not deal with it on his own, then they were not fated. He could only give him a few reminders. It was impossible for him to give more advice. "Then I can stay here for a few days, right? In these few days, I will cultivate the cultivation method that Zhu Wu Zhurong passed on to me. I have successfully cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire. This does not violate the agreement between you and Zhu Wu, does it?" Zhuo Xiaoduo did not give up and asked. "Haha, of course you can." Wan Minxing smiled meaningfully and said, "However, Zhu Wu Zhurong's cultivation method is not that easy to learn. My young friend, you have to be careful. You must not be rash. Once the primordial fire backfires, even I will not be able to save you." These words were said in an extremely polite and tactful manner. However, the hidden meaning in his words was that he was not optimistic about Zhou Xiaoduo's ability to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire. Who was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong? He was the universally recognized god of fire, the leader of all flames and flames. He was an invincible expert in the world, except for a very few people. His cultivation method naturally had its own uniqueness. How could it be something that just anyone could cultivate? You want to cultivate to the point where you can even fuse the essence of the Zhu Rong primordial fire that originated from Zhu Rong after staying here for a few days? I just don't know if this young man is the only one in this world who is so thick-skinned, or if everyone in the world is like this. There is no need to be humble and self-confident. That I will wait and see. Anyway, when I accepted your request, I have my own mission and corresponding restrictions. If you do not meet the requirements, I will not give it to you. Senior, where do you think I should stay? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a sneaky look. Although the Tower of Annihilation had been reactivated, he would not use it if he could. It was never a bad thing to keep a trump card. Just here. Wang Minxing smiled and waved his hand. Then Zhou Xiaoduo saw that the courtyard had suddenly more than doubled in size. In an open space, vines suddenly grew rapidly. In an instant, lush greenery covered the courtyard and green light flashed intermittently. The vines grew rapidly and slowly thickened. Then, they constructed and grew on their own into a greenhouse. The four walls and the roof quietly took shape. Then, in the house, not only did the tender green leaves grow into a bed, there were also tables and chairs. Everything was complete. At the door, a door decorated with many fresh flowers opened with a push and closed with ease. It was seamless. This is really a wonder of nature. It's amazing. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With just a few vines, he could actually get whatever he wanted. It was simply too miraculous. It's just a few rui vines. Wang Minxing did not care. If you like it, I will give you some seeds of the rui vines when you leave. Thank you. I like it so much. I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy that he could not close his mouth. This thing could be said to be the best choice for a family trip. You should rest. The old man smiled faintly. Then he looked outside and said, I have guests. Guests? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dazed when he heard this. You're alone in this endless forest, surrounded by giants. Where did the guests come from? Could it be that those giants came to visit you? Although he was curious, Zhou Xiaoduo knew the principle of speaking too deeply with a new friend. He automatically walked into the vine room and looked outside through the window. The rui vines really did as he wished. They grew vines on the window, leaving only a small gap for him to see outside. However, if one looked in from outside, they would not be able to see him at all. Then, he heard a very strange voice from outside. Is Elder Wan here? Little Peng is here to visit Elder Wan. The voice was unusually sharp, as if it was squeezed out from the throat. What made Zhou Xiaoduo more concerned was that the voice contained a hint of demonic aura. Then another voice sounded. Elder Wan, Little Devil 19 is here to visit. Chapter 1026. Wang Minxing said warmly, Come in. Following his voice, the wall of vines and flowers outside automatically parted to form a door, and the two of them entered. Let's say there were two people. One of the guys was about 3 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of jeans from who knows where. There was a hole in the jeans, and it looked a little damp. He wore a well-ironed suit, paired with a snow-white shirt tucked into his belt and a bright red tie. He didn't look very elegant. Instead, he looked a little out of place and was a little silly. However, the most eye-catching thing about this person was that behind his 2 arms, there were 2 extremely large wings. Just like that, it walked in, dragging its 2 wings on the ground, just like a rooster that had just lost a battle. But this person held his head high and his chest out. He didn't look like he lost a battle at all. Looking at its face, it had a pointy, oval head with black hair all over its face. It had a pair of sinister and unruly eyes, a hooked nose, and a mouth that was as sharp as a woodpecker's. It also had 2 furry ears on each side of its head. His head was like an owl, his wings were like a big eagle, and his legs, well, he could be considered a human. He almost forgot to mention that this guy was actually wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes. They were definitely specially made for him, because the leather shoes were like 2 small boats. No matter if it was a human or Wu people, they wouldn't have such big feet. For the other one, he was completely black from head to toe. He didn't have any clothes on his body, only a body of black fur. However, it already covered everything, leaving behind a pure color. There was a curved horn on its head, and it actually had 5 eyes. When it blinked, the 5 eyes flashed continuously, like 5 searchlights sweeping back and forth. At this moment, this person's 5 eyes were blinking as they looked at the clothes of the guy with the wings next to him. There was actually some envy in his expression. It seemed that the other party's clothes were very high-end and classy. I don't have anything. I'm ashamed. He had a sense of inferiority like a pauper meeting a millionaire, but he still tried his best to put on a self-esteem of I'm proud of being poor. I'm proud of being poor. You're rich, but I won't eat a single grain of rice from your family. Under such gazes, the man in a suit with wings became even more arrogant, complacent, and high-spirited. 4-eared rock, are you in charge of the demon race this year? The old man, Wan Minsheng, sat down leisurely and asked the man in the suit. Yes, yes. Elder Wan, I have a name now, Rock 4-eared. I'm not called 4-eared Rock anymore. Rock 4-eared smiled flatteringly, but he still couldn't help showing off his new name. He glanced at Immerse, who was standing beside him. Country bumpkin, do you have a name? Demon? Immerse, just your name. Hee, you really make me, Rock 4-eared Rock. Inside, Swishaoduo almost laughed out loud. 4-eared Rock. It's not as good as 4-eared Rock. What's more, what's the difference? All right, Rock 4-eared. Wan Minqing's temper was very good. Swishaoduo had verified this. He actually praised him. Rock 4-eared, your name is very good. Then, he looked him up and down and said, your outfit is also very good. Rock 4-eared became more and more complacent. He tidied his suit, straightened his clothes, and straightened his tie. His face was full of pride as he said, the other day, I went to the Wu people's city and heard them say that this is the most popular thing now. So, I bought a few hundred sets of each. I was supposed to have a hat, but my head is too pointy, so I can't wear it. As he spoke, he took out a hat from his ring and put it on his head. It was actually a white hat on its pointy head. It looked like a bony mushroom with a drooping lid. He sighed and put it down again. Unless I change my head. But if I change it, no one in the demon spirit forest will recognize me. A group of children will think of me as a fat sheep and want to eat it. Damn it. And Sergio, who was standing at the side, was not happy and said, Roxier, I'm very envious that you have a new name. You can go to a human city and dress up so beautifully. I'm also very envious. Your clothes are indeed very cool. I'm also very envious. But there is one thing you need to understand. This is the demon spirit forest, not the demon spirit forest. Rock 4-eared turned his head. His eyes suddenly became fierce. What qualifications do you demons have to put the word demon in front of the demon spirit forest? Do you deserve it? Do you demons deserve it? Sergio was not to be outdone. Do you demons have the qualifications? Last time, we clearly came to an agreement. If we want a name for this forest, it will be called the Demon Spirit Forest. Rock 4-eared was furious. Clearly, it was called the Demon Spirit Forest. You demons are not willing to give up. You actually want to be ranked in front of us demons. Not only are you delusional, you have no sense of shame. Back in the day, when the 2 demon emperors united the world, you demons were just a low-level race. You can only be slaves. We beat you when we wanted to beat you when we wanted. And Sergio was unable to restrain his anger. You also said it was back in the day. How many years ago was that? At that time, your ancestor's 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 ancestor was just an unhatched egg. Can't you stop talking about it every time? Do you have any shame? Rock 4-eared was still full of glory. These are the glorious deeds of my ancestor. If I forget, then I forget my roots. If I keep talking about it, then I'm a filial son. Back in the day, my ancestor, Lord Rock Four-Eared, followed the two demon emperors. He fought against the heavens and fought against the earth. He made immortal contributions and was worshipped as the demon master. Mo Sergio sneered. How come I heard that the rock demon master later betrayed the demon emperor? No, it should be that he betrayed the demon race. Fuck you. Rock Four-Eared jumped up, as if his sore spot had been poked. He cursed. What good things do you demons think you are? In the end, your demon ancestor was still. Mo Sergio was also furious. That's fate. That's fate, you know. Divine power is not as good as fate. Haven't you heard of this saying? Mo Sergio's words seemed to make sense, but anyone could hear the bitterness in his words. No, I only know that your ancestor was defeated by my ancestor, and you're also defeated by me. That's it. Rock Four-Eared was getting more and more aggressive. The two of them quarreled more and more fiercely. Whoosh! Rock Four-Eared took out his demon head saber, his eyes flashing fiercely. Puffed. Mo Sergio also took out his mace and gritted his teeth. Just as the demon and the demon were about to fight to the death, Meng Chi suddenly stopped. I'm going to kill you, you demon brat. See if I don't kill you, you demon brat. Zhuo tried his best to control himself so that he wouldn't burst out laughing. These two fellows were really too amusing. Could they be doing a crosstalk? Ahem. Just as the two demons were about to fight, Wan Minsheng finally coughed and said in a slightly displeased tone, Are you going to fight at my place? Mo Sergio and Rock Four-Eared's expressions changed. They rubbed their hands and laughed awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, his ferocious expression had turned into one that was harmless to both humans and animals. Haha, we're just bickering. Rock Four-Eared put his demon head saber back under his suit. It's fine. Arguing every day is good for the body and mind. Mo Sergio put his mace back into his spatial ring, but when he saw that Rock Four-Eared did not put away his demon head saber, he took out his mace and carried it on his back. 1, it was convenient to use, and 2, it was to guard against accidents. Tell me, what are you doing here? Wan Minsheng saw the actions of these two idiots and felt helpless. However, he was really good at maintaining his composure. At the same time, he also had a good temper and self-restraint, so he felt that the current situation was rather cheerful. I was ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder Wan, Rock Four-Eared said. I was also ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder Wan, Mo Sergio said. Wan Minsheng said kindly, then put the things down and go back quickly. Help me thank your bosses. The two fellows happily took out a large bucket of water from their rings. Each bucket weighed a few hundred caddies and placed them in the courtyard. Then the two began to dawdle again, looking at each other with daggers in their eyes. What they meant was, why aren't you leaving? Clearly, they both had something to do. What is it? Spit it out. Wan Minsheng asked. Ahem. Rock Four-Eared coughed. Ahem. Mo Sergio also coughed. They glared at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Why aren't you leaving? Aren't you done with your business? Rock Four-Eared was furious and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Why aren't you leaving? Are you still not done with your business? Mo Sergio retorted coldly. That's enough. If you have something to say it all together, Wan Minsheng said with a smile. He didn't seem offended in the slightest. As an astral, he was watching a beast and a demon bicker like an old man watching his grandchildren bicker. His temper was quite good. It's like this. Fourth Rock glared at Mo Sergio and said, Our boss wants to ask Elder Wan for instructions. Today, there was the power of extreme flame, true fire in the sky. It crossed the border and fell here. Cough, cough. Is the ancient prophecy coming true? Really? Ahem. Is it that our ancestors are about to return? Boss said that the ancient prophecy about Zhu Wu's true fire is that. Whether or not our ancestors are going to. Rock Four-Ears desperately wanted to speak clearly, but he was getting more and more confused. He stuttered as he asked in confusion. Chapter 10:27. On the other hand, Sergio was also stuttering and stammering. It was obvious that he didn't know what he was asking either. But he still asked bravely, "My boss asked me to ask Elder Juan. Does this mean that our good days are coming? This, that, yes, it's this." Juan Minxing's expression became serious. "Why didn't your boss come and ask himself? And he didn't send anyone else but you two?" Rock Four Ears and Sergio looked at each other. This question is so profound. We don't know anything either. Anyway, we were sent here without knowing anything. Juan Minxing's face darkened. "Looks like your boss is afraid of being scolded. So he sent you two who don't know anything." The two of them didn't know what was going on, but they felt that it was awesome. "What you said was so profound. We don't understand. I've told them not to ask about such things. How is a good thing? This is a tribulation. Do you understand?" Juan Minxing was exasperated. "I just won't listen. I won't listen." Sergio and Rock Four Ears were even more confused and a little scared. They felt as if they had been thrown into a pit by their boss, because the old man in front of them was the strongest in this huge forest. It was just that his temper was good, so good that everyone ignored it. But once he got angry, it was already a catastrophe. What else did he say? Rock Four Ears thought hard. Boss also said. Suddenly, he stammered and couldn't say anything. His eyes were lost. Then, he patted his head and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his space ring. He opened it and read, "Fire Shaman Scripture, a Great Era." Juan Minxing sighed sadly and waved his hand. No need to read it. His expression was a little sad. Fire Shaman Scripture appears in the ninth heaven. A catastrophe is coming. A great era descends and the heavens mourn. How many hearts of the saint can change with a single thought? A great era. How can it be so easy to get through? He sighed softly, and his expression was sorrowful. Then he suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head and looked at the small house that Zuashauduo was in. He was surprised and bewildered. "Elder Juan, you." Fourth Rock's eyes were filled with worry as he asked. "I'm fine." Juan Minxing came back to his senses, but he still seemed to be distracted and in a daze. After half a minute, he finally sighed softly and said, "Go back and tell your boss that even if the great era comes, it is not something they can touch. Everyone has been living in the Wu people's territory for so many years. It is already a great fortune that we have not been destroyed. There is no need to ask for more. If the great era comes and you still want to do something, you must be prepared to bear the brunt of it and turn into ashes. Trash like you, who have been staying here for a long time, may not be able to survive if you act rashly. In the face of a life and death crisis, no one will care about the alliance of the past. Therefore, it's better to be honest. If you don't do anything, there might be a slight possibility that you can preserve a little bit of your vitality in the Great Tribulation. But if you want to do something," Juan Minxing smiled coldly and said, "that is, the disaster of extinction is not far away." Roxer and Sergio did not fully understand, but the two of them did their best to memorize everything that Juan Shengming had said, as well as his expression and tone of voice, without missing a single detail. This almost made the two of them die of exhaustion. One must know that they used their soul, strength, and origin strength to memorize everything to ensure that there was no mistake. Because their boss had said that they must not miss anything, and that they must repeat everything. Otherwise, they would directly swallow it. With their lives at stake, how could the two of them dare to be negligent? Listening to Juan Minxing's words, the two of them did not even dare to ask questions. They just repeated it over and over again. Then Fourth Rock took out a piece of paper from his ring and handed it to Juan Minxing. Juan Minxing felt more and more helpless. He said coldly, "The more you use, the thinner the friendship becomes. Go back and tell your boss that this is the last time." Yes, I will definitely pass it on." Fourth Rock nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After reading the paper, Juan Minxing said indifferently, "You're right. Great tribulations are often caused by fire. The first heavenly tribulation was caused by heavenly fire descending upon the mortal world, causing the heavenly tribulation. The second Chilan tribulation was caused by the prosperity of the Wu people. The third was caused by the fire wizard Zhu Rong. The fourth, cough. In short, all tribulations have their own cause and effect. This is the fundamental reason why no one dares to truly exterminate the fire wizard. And after a few great tribulations, until now, do you know what kind of tribulations they are? The demon and demon shook their heads at the same time, their faces filled with confusion. Wan Minsheng was about to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a while, Wan Minsheng took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty. He coughed and spat out a pool of bright red blood. The entire ground was instantly dyed red by the blood that sprayed out. It dyed the ground within a 2-meter radius red. As this mouthful of blood was spat out, an extremely dense life force rose from the bloodlight and instantly enveloped the entire forest. With this mouthful of blood as the epicenter, the surrounding trees and bushes of an unknown distance suddenly grew in a circle with a hua-la-la sound. If one happened to look down from high up in the sky at this time, one would see that the borders of the entire forest had expanded by several dozen miles. Moreover, it was expanding in every direction at an extremely rapid pace. This sudden increase in area was simply terrifying. However, tracing back to the source, Wan Minsheng's mouthful of blood had caused the entire forest to expand by a large circle. Such a density of life force was truly terrifying to the extreme. The act of spitting out blood itself gave the demon and demon, as well as Xiaoduo, who was in the house, a fright. It can't be. Wan Minsheng shook his head regretfully. He muttered, I wanted to use this opportunity to tell you some things, but the heavens won't allow it. What can I do? His eyes swept across the window of the small house regretfully. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but shudder. This is for me? Anyway, it's definitely not for the demon and demon, because these 2 idiots definitely wouldn't understand. It's useless to tell them. Then, it's most likely for me. You can go back. Wan Minsheng's usually rosy face turned pale. He took a few deep breaths and slowly regained his composure. He said, Tell your 2 bosses what to do. I've already made it very clear. If they're willing to listen, they'll never leave the forest for the rest of their lives. If they don't listen, then when they decide to leave the forest one day, they'll have to be prepared. Once they step out of this forest, they'll never return for the rest of their lives. Because if they return, they'll turn this last piece of peaceful land into a monstrous battlefield. They'll turn this peaceful land into ashes. Wan Minsheng's face was pale, but his voice was stern. As for the prophecy, I advised them not to worry about it. Even if the demon and demon race really return, when those who drifted out see you again, it's still uncertain whether they'll acknowledge your identities. Be careful. Roquefort's and M.O. Sergio's ignorance had already become a habit. Although they nodded repeatedly, no one expected them to really understand. It was probably because the 2 of them were scared out of their wits when they saw Wan Minsheng vomiting blood. Now, they could only nod instinctively. This guardian of the forest, the source of life in the forest, the ancestor revered by thousands of creatures, suddenly vomited blood after being asked a few questions. This responsibility was not something the 2 of them could bear. Elder Wan, please take care. Cough, we won't say anything else. We'll leave now, leave now. The demon and the demon hurriedly stood up as if their buttocks were on fire. Remember to pass my words back without missing a word. Wan Minsheng coughed and said tiredly, You 2 go. The monster and the devil quickly turned around and left. After they walked out, they saw the 2 fellows who were like fire and water huddled together, reciting each other's words in a low voice. They were like 2 children checking each other's recitations before the teacher checked on them. Although she looked very ugly, she actually looked a little cute based on her current behavior. Wan Minsheng watched the 2 fellows leave, his body swaying a little. He sighed softly, bent his body, and staggered to Zhuo Xiaoduo's door. He said softly, as if he was talking to himself, You heard it, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo pushed the door open and said, Elder Wan, some of your words were specially said to me. Of course, I have to remember it. Wan Mishing nodded, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, "You just said that your name is Zhuo?" "Yes, I'm Zhuo." Zhuo nodded. "Well, how much is a lot?" Wan Minxing asked curiously. "Yes, how much is a lot?" Zhuo wanted to say too much, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. "Extra. My parents were just joking with me." How am I extra? How am I extra? The entire Zhuo family is counting on me to carry on the family line. Sister Nian, can she give birth to a child alone? It's all because I've exhausted all my strength. Excellent name. Wan Minxing smiled kindly and said, "You can cultivate in this room. When you feel ready, come out and find me. I'll wait for you." Okay. Zhuo agreed without hesitation. Vaguely, it seemed that Wan Minxing's attitude towards him had changed a little, but he couldn't tell why. Wan Minxing turned and left. However, the vitality in the room suddenly became stronger. Zhuo thought for a while and took out the phone to test again. There was still no signal. The phone could only be used as a clock that he sighed and threw it into the space ring. How annoying. Chapter 1028. Forget it. I'd better concentrate on my cultivation and master the Zhu Rong primordial fire as soon as possible. After all, the most important thing is to quickly cultivate and absorb the primordial fire before I can leave. Looking at old man Wan's expression, it seemed to be different from before. There was something wrong with it. Previously, I didn't have the ability to absorb the primordial fire, so you wouldn't give me the primordial fire inheritance. But now, even if I successfully cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, you still won't let me leave before I finish absorbing the primordial fire. This action was simply contradictory. You've already confirmed that I'm the real descendant of the Zhu Rong, and my identity can't be fake. But even if you're thinking for me, you're afraid that I'll rashly use the primordial fire and end up burning myself, unable to save myself. But with the cultivation and knowledge he's shown before, and even said that he has a thorough understanding of the primordial fire, he could have directly given me the primordial fire inheritance sealed away and let me deal with it myself. Wouldn't that have ended this karma? But he chose the most tedious way to solve it. He want me to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire to the point that I can absorb the primordial fire inheritance. But to complete all of this, it's not something that can be done in a day. If I'm not careful, it'll take a long time. What I lack the most now is time. It's been many days since I went missing. I'm afraid that the other side has already discovered that I'm missing. But the current situation is that I can't leave before I finish absorbing the primordial fire inheritance. So Xiaoduo was extremely anxious. It was not that he had to leave. As long as he could send a message outside, it would be fine. However, there was no signal at all. Previously, when he saw Roxy Air's attire, so Xiaoduo had some hope. This demon was dressed like this, and his words revealed that he had been to the Wu people recently. This meant that this realm wasn't completely isolated from the outside world. That was why he tried to use his phone to contact him. However, he didn't know if this realm was too far away from the Wu people, there was no signal, or if this realm was in the private area of the people's lives, and the signal couldn't enter, just like the sky-destroying tower. In short, there was no way to contact the outside world. He didn't know how worried Nian Mao, Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, and Wen Xingtian were right now. He also didn't know if his disappearance would cause any changes. He just hoped that everything was fine. There shouldn't be so many changes at the beginning of the year. So Xiaoduo kept repeating in her heart, "I'm safe. I'm safe." She was very sincere, hoping that Nian Cat would receive her telepathy. However, he also knew that this was simply wishful thinking. They wouldn't know. Xiaoduo was still in a daze as he sorted out the information he obtained from the three of them. He was no more clear-headed than the demon and the demon. However, he still understood one thing. It seemed like a calamity was about to happen. The races and continents that had split off were all going to return, not just the demon clan. After that, was there going to be another calamity of the world and a calamity of the people? So Xiaoduo kept repeating in her heart, The fire wizard scripture has appeared in the sky. A calamity is about to happen. A great era is coming and the heavens are mourning. How many people's hearts are affected by a single thought? This prophecy is quite clear. Looks like my identity as the fire wizard successor is unquestionable. The fire wizard's last miracle sent me here. This kind of heaven-shaking phenomenon is a sign that a great era is about to begin, and it was written in the prophecy long ago. The people's lives started the first calamity of the world, witnessed the second calamity, and even participated in the opening of the calamity. I'm indeed the chosen one, the one with great luck. However, if that's the case, then it proves one thing even more, and that is, the Great Tribulation is really not far away. As the signs appear and the curtains are pulled back, it's just a buffer period of 2 to 3 years. If all the races return in the next 2 to 3 years, many legendary figures will appear. With my current cultivation, I'm like an ant. I'm afraid I can be killed at any time. They can turn me into dust with just a glare. This won't do. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to raise my cultivation to a level where I can protect myself. Zhuo entered the Tower of Annihilation. After entering, he was shocked. He saw the Huahuang sword flying around excitedly, dragging a long trail of flames behind it. Below, Xiao spread her wings and looked at the Huahuang sword in the sky vigilantly, chirping anxiously. Her wings were like an old hen protecting her chicks, full of vigilance. Behind Xiao there was a small mountain of essence of the primordial fire. It turned out that after Xiao swallowed all the essence of the primordial fire, she had filled up the storage space in her body. However, the essence of the primordial fire was of extraordinary quality. Gathering and storing a large amount of it in one place was a method of overloading. It was far beyond what Xiao could bear. It would be fine if there was no movement at all. Once Xiao cultivated, he could ignite all of them at any time. He had to spit them out first, and then cultivate them one by one. In fact, this was Zhao's original plan. As long as he returned to the Tower of Annihilation, he would be home. There was no difference between storing the essence of the primordial fire and storing it in his own storage space. However, he missed out on one person. Well, it was the Huahuang sword who had recovered a little of its mobility. Eager to hunt, how could it let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to heal itself? Therefore, when Xiao lowered his head and vomited, the Huahuang sword stole from behind Zhao's butt. Although the Huahuang sword's mobility was still limited, it was still a huge loss. After vomiting for a long time, Xiao finally found the thief and realized that the thief had stolen a lot of the essence of the primordial fire. Naturally, he was instantly enraged to the point where he could not restrain himself. He immediately rushed up to the sky, wanting to fight the Huahuang sword to the death. However, the Huahuang sword did not fight with him at all. It simply escaped quickly, then turned around twice and rushed down again. It would steal one essence at a time. It needed time to digest them anyway. Eating them one by one was the right way to go. And as it swallowed one essence after another, the fire on the sword burned even brighter. Xiao, on the other hand, went crazy. He could not catch up. He could not beat it. He could not guard against it. He simply placed all the essence of the primordial fire behind his butt and guarded it motionlessly. Like an old hen protecting its young, it cried loudly. The Huahuang sword drew lines in the air, making the sky look like a spider web. It darted back and forth, looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhao's head followed the trajectory of the Huahuang sword's flight. After a long time, he felt a little dizzy. However, he did not dare to relax. He could only endure the dizziness and stare at the sword. I won't let you steal my things. If this went on for a long time, Zhao's head would get dizzier. He would definitely lose if he continued to guard. It was inevitable that he would be slowly eaten away by the Huahuang sword. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhuo came in. When the Huahuang sword saw Zhuo coming, it immediately flew back to the top of the Demon League's mountain range. It shone brightly and shone in all directions. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of its previous actions. It could be said that it was shameless. Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to rush into his mother's arms. However, as soon as he moved, he felt dizzy and spun around twice. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. Just now, he was already dizzy from the Huang sword. He was just holding on with one breath. Now that he was relaxed, he could not hold on any longer. On the mountain range, the Huang sword hummed. It was full of regret. If I had known that little seven could not hold on any longer, I would have been half full by now. That what a pity. With the arrival of that despicable boss, this opportunity was wasted. So as Xiao Duo frowned. What's going on? Looking at the space, the fire energy soared to the sky. The temperature had already reached a rather exaggerated level. The highest point of the Demon League's mountain range was already 100 meters high. However, the average height was still not enough. Moreover, it was completely bare. Obviously, it was still one step away from being fully formed. On the other hand, the mountain range of the astral souls was much more verdant. It was pleasing to the eye. As for the spiritual energy in the entire space, it was almost twice as rich as the last time he entered. Squeak, squeak. Xiao pounced over. He grabs what Xiao was trousers with 3 claws and complained angrily. As he spoke, he used his wings to point at the Huang sword that was stuck on the mountain peak. That grief, that anger, that hatred, coupled with the fact that he was complaining so quickly, all showed the extreme hatred in his mind. Finally, someone who could make the decision was here. Mama hit him, so Xiao Duo was almost melted by his cuteness. He could not help but laugh. Okay. I'll settle the score with him right now. Xiao whined. His mood immediately changed into one of high spirits and satisfaction. So as Xiaoduo's eyes saw the pile of essence fire, he rolled his eyes and said, "It's not safe to leave these things here. They're even coveted by others. Let me keep them for you. When you need them, I'll give you as much as you need. How about that? If you leave them here, they'll all be stolen." Xiao widened his eyes and looked at his mother. He felt that his mother's words made a lot of sense. If he left them here, they would only be stolen by that despicable sword. He might as well let his mother keep them for him. He nodded quickly. Okay. So Xiao Duo laughed. Just as he was about to put them away, he saw the Huang sword fly over from afar. It stopped above Xiao, lamenting his misfortune and angry at his failure to fight. Idiot! Is he keeping them for you? He's just confiscating them. Haven't you heard the story of keeping your New Year's money? Why are you so stupid? You're pissing me off. Now that they're in his pocket, do you think you can still take them out? Use your soybean-sized brain and think about it carefully. Stupid bird. Squeak, squeak. Xiao retorted indignantly. I'm happy to. I won't let you steal them. My mother is just keeping them for me. I won't listen to your sowing discord. The Huang sword was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. This little thing could not be reasoned with at all. He did not understand how terrible it was for a child to let an adult keep their New Year's money. Chapter 10:29. That was simply like entering the mouth of a Pishio. There was no return, and there was no return. This guy was so naive that it made his stomach explode, not to mention the boss in front of him, who was simply a real Pishio. There was no return. No return. You should be more careful. I won't. I'll anger you to death. Anger you to death. Oomph. The Huang sword flew away again with a whoosh. It was really infuriating. Why was this guy so stupid? The 7th prince used to be smart and farsighted. How did he become a fool now? A stupid bird that really made people speechless. So Xiao Duo chuckled. He waved his hand and collected all the true fire essences in front of him, leaving only 10 for Xiao. He said, "Is 10 enough for you to cultivate for one time?" "It's enough. These are enough for me to use for 3 days." "Thank you, mother." Xiao was very happy. He was elated. He no longer had to worry about the thief sword coming to steal him. My baby is safe. Great. He looked at the Huang sword as if he was demonstrating. Oomph. Come and steal again? You can. Thief sword. The Huang sword saw this scene and was so angry that he turned around on the top of the mountain. I'm so angry. This stupid bird. Others took away hundreds of thousands of true fire essences and only left 10 for him. He was actually so happy that he jumped high and thanked him sweetly with his little mouth that I've never seen such a stupid bird. It was even more stupid than being sold and helping others to bargain and count the money. That was simply stupid to the extreme. He didn't want to look anymore. If he looked again, his heart would explode from anger. It was better to hurry and absorb the true fire essences that he had just stolen. Cultivate well. Zhuo patted Zhao's head. Mother is still waiting for you to help me in the future. I will definitely cultivate well. I will definitely help Mother. Whatever Mother needs, you can leave it to me. I will do it all for you. Xiao proudly puffed out his chest. Good. Mother will count on you in the future. Go, and cultivate. I've also started cultivating. Zhuo, who was now able to call himself Mother smoothly, and had become more and more shameless, sent Xiao away, then took out the book of Spirit Fire Spell, which was passed down by Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi. Xiao Chan circulated the Flaming Sun scripture and infused his Scarlet Sun Golden Sun cultivation into the primordial flame art. The contents of the primordial flame art slowly appeared. Zhuo read it carefully, memorizing and thinking about it word by word. He memorized the entire secret manual in his heart. After confirming it over and over again, he didn't even make a mistake in punctuation. If he guessed correctly, this primordial fire art would not exist for too long. After all, there was only one inheritor, and Zhu Rong probably did not intend to spread his art everywhere. Not everyone could master it. Just as expected, after Zhuo finished reading and confirming that he had memorized everything, he checked it 3 more times. The primordial flame art suddenly blazed and turned into the most primordial flame between heaven and earth. It floated in front of Zhuo. In addition to Zhu Rong's primordial fire art, this primordial flame also contained the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun that Zhuo had infused. However, the power of Zhu Rong's primordial fire had already assimilated, melted, and compressed the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun into one. The Zhu Rong's primordial fire floated in the air. The flames danced and burned quietly. The heat was not exposed at all. It was silent. However, Zhuo could clearly sense that this flame contained a valiant power that could destroy heaven and earth. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying. Right now, not even the slightest bit of heat was leaking out of the fire because Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery, had refined the fire and turned it into a completely controllable fire. However, if the fire was triggered by the corresponding cultivation method, it would still instantly burst out with a power that could incinerate everything in the world. It's really a miraculous cultivation method that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. Miraculous flame. Zhuo gasped in amazement. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the primordial flame art. The first step of cultivating the primordial flame art was to completely disperse the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun in the Dantian and turn it into the most primordial and purest spiritual power. Then, he would begin to meditate. Zhuo worked hard for a long time. Based on his perception of the passage of time, almost 10 days had passed. However, at this moment, he only felt a slight heat in his Dantian. It seemed that it was only at the beginning of gestation that Zhuo knew that more haste, less speed. He slowly stopped, got up, and sighed softly. It's worthy of being called the #1 fire-type cultivation method in the world. Just getting started is already so difficult. Zhuo could not help but feel dejected. Previously, he could basically get started with any cultivation method that he cultivated. After 1 or 2 days, he could get on the right track and even break through a small realm. In the past, when he cultivated the Flaming Sun scripture, he was able to reach the entry level very quickly. One must know that although the Flaming Sun scripture was far inferior to the Zhurong True Fire, in terms of rank, it was still one of the top fire attribute cultivation techniques in the 3 continents. However, after cultivating the primordial flame art for more than 10 days, he still could not get started. One must know that this was the result of wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion without any distractions. His progress was really too slow. How can this cultivation method be so difficult? Is it really not compatible? Or is it because the physique of the human race and the Wu people's Zhu Wu's cultivation method contradict each other? Is this the result of forcing myself to cultivate? The more Xiaoduo thought about it, the more puzzled he became. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the primordial flame that was burning in front of him suddenly jumped inexplicably. Then, it revealed an emotion similar to extreme speechlessness. How far have you gotten? Back then, even Zhu Rong had to cultivate for who knows how many years to get started. You've only cultivated for more than 10 days, and you can already feel it. You actually think that it's too long? This is simply making me speechless. Stupid. Idiot. Yes, someone who can feel it in just 10 days can't be considered stupid or idiotic. At the very least, he lacked both IQ and EQ. What's so great about just cultivating talent? Yes, that's still not right. Just cultivating talent is already very amazing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, so Xiaoduo felt that the vitality in the room was so dense that it almost became clouds. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. There was no need to think about it. This was a benefit from the people's livelihood. A large amount of vitality was gathered and channeled into his room. This was to help him cultivate. It seemed that this old man was still full of kindness to him, but he was cultivating in the Tower of Destruction, so he couldn't use this vitality. So Xiaoduo thought quickly and opened the door that connected the Tower of Destruction to the outside world. The vitality inside the Tower of Destruction was thin, while the vitality outside was rich. It would be a waste not to use it. Under the contrast of the two, the rich vitality in the room was automatically channeled into the Tower of Destruction. Whoosh, 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 the Tower of Destruction was like a super high-power black hole suction fan, sweeping away all the vitality in the room. As for the interior of the tower, he did not feel anything. After all, the interior of the space was not small. The massive amount of vitality in the room was so dense that it was frightening. When it landed on the entire tower, it was instantly diluted to the point where there was no trace left. But this time, Xiaoduo was not greedy. As soon as the vitality in the room was devoured, he immediately closed the door of the Tower of Destruction. This vitality must have been given to him by Elder Wan Minsheng for his cultivation. It was understandable that he used it. However, Elder Wan was from the Ling clan. Vitality was his source of life. Meng Qi couldn't take too much. After all, to such an old man who had saved the world, it would be immature of him if he went too far. Such a person, no matter how much respect he had, should be respected. If he were to freely absorb his life force, not to mention the karma, the enormous sin, and so on, even his conscience would not be able to live with it. He came out to look at the time. Well, it seemed that only 3 hours had passed. After a short rest, Xiaoduo felt that his mind was clear and his body was full of spiritual energy. So he went in again. Continue to cultivate. Cultivate. Cultivate Zhu Wu's real fire. Cultivate the primordial fire technique. I have to cultivate as soon as possible and succeed in it. Outside, Wan Minsheng walked in from the door of the courtyard. Further away, the few trees that Xiaoduo had crashed into had been restored. Even the bark had grown out. Wan Minsheng looked extremely happy. His face was full of joy. Wherever he passed, the flowers and plants swayed gently, sending out waves of gratitude. The branches and leaves of the trees shook as they bowed to Wan Minsheng. Countless vitality emerged from the countless plants and gathered on Wan Minsheng. On the ground, all the insects had been imprisoned by the spiritual energy of the flowers and plants. They were sent far away to prevent these small creatures from disturbing the peace of Wan Minsheng. The entire heavenly spirit forest had been cleaned up by the spiritual plants. There wasn't even a spider web. Only butterflies, bees, grasshoppers, and other less harmful creatures could get close to Elder Wan's residence. Other creatures such as mosquitoes, cockroaches, poisonous snakes, rats, spiders, centipedes, and so on. There wasn't a single one of them that had the power to attack or were poisonous. This place was indeed even more otherworldly than a paradise. The fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. Occasionally, the big trees in the sky would tilt their branches. A few big trees worked together to let the sunlight in for a period of time, shining on the grass below. Every blade of grass, every petal, contained sparkling and translucent dewdrops. When the sunlight shone, the entire forest was colorful everywhere. It was crystal clear, beautiful, and infinitely magnificent. Juan Mincheng looked at this scene with a comfortable smile on his face. To him, becoming a king or a saint, being invincible in the world, and being admired by the world was not as good as this moment. Looking at these little spirits growing healthily, as far as the eye could see, the entire world was full of vitality. This was Juan Mincheng's lifelong pursuit, a boundless scene. I really want to go to the human world to take a look. Juan Mincheng waved his hand and returned the vitality that the spiritual plants had given him. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward to it. Chapter 10:30. The reason why he had such thoughts was that Juan Mincheng was attracted by the scenery outside, described by Zhuo. During the famine years, his descendants, Perslan, had fed many people. Now it was a flourishing age. It was great. People didn't have to starve to death. People didn't have to live so helplessly. It was great. No matter what, it was a flourishing age. If that was the case, it seemed that he had a part to play. He couldn't help but feel excited. It's a flourishing age outside. People don't have to worry about food and clothing. They live and work in peace and contentment. They don't have to worry about making a living. They do their jobs and don't have to worry about survival. It's peaceful and leisurely. What a beautiful world this is. I really want to see it. Juan Mincheng looked forward to it more and more. A flourishing age. A flourishing age. Juan Mincheng looked forward to it and sighed. When the great calamity comes, the flourishing age will turn into ruins in the blink of an eye. The battle of the general trend is so unkind to the small people. He looked in the other two directions, which are the habitat of the demon race and the demon race. There were many great demons and great demons who were waiting for battle. They were really looking forward to the arrival of chaos and the beginning of the great calamity of heaven and earth again. Those fellows were destined not to listen to his advice. Perhaps they could understand his good intentions, but they still wouldn't do as he said. They would still hope for that little bit of luck and hope to reach the sky in one step and return to glory. A great calamity of heaven and earth. Juan Mincheng looked at the flowers and trees in the entire forest worriedly and sighed softly. A great calamity of heaven and earth. As his mood sank, the entire forest was filled with green spots of light. Countless spiritual plants sent vitality to comfort this respectable old man carefully. Although they didn't know why he was suddenly unhappy, everyone did their best to comfort him carefully. They walked to the door of Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. Juan Mincheng was suddenly bewildered. He had clearly injected so much life force into him, hoping to protect him. Even if there was an accident, he would be able to preserve a chance of survival. Why did he suddenly become the same as before, his life force all gone? It was no different from the other places in this forest. It was even worse. What was going on? Could it be that it was all absorbed by this kid so quickly? With a flick of his hand, a beam of green light entered the room, and the room was once again filled with an extremely rich vitality. To Juan Mincheng, this kind of life force energy was inexhaustible. Who knew how vast the entire forest was, providing him with life force? As long as the plants grew here, they would be grateful for their vitality every day. It had long been overflowing, therefore, Elder One didn't feel any heartache when he casually gave it away. He didn't even care about Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation. He just sat down on the chair, and his spiritual consciousness turned into countless green lights that scattered in all directions of the forest. To see if any of the trees were bullied by other trees and couldn't absorb enough nutrients, She checked to see if there were any plants that had been harmed by the monsters and demons, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and whether they needed treatment. Green lights flashed in all directions of the forest, disappearing in a flash. Some of the trees that were already injured suddenly regained all of their vitality. Their branches and leaves were flourishing. Elder Wan's spiritual avatar circled the entire forest. It was very fast, like a fleeting shadow, but it only took 2 hours. He finally opened his eyes in satisfaction. With a comfortable smile, he felt the gratitude of the entire forest, and his mood became better. With a warm smile on his face, he turned to look at the room where Zhuo was cultivating. He couldn't help but stare. This wasn't right. How could the vitality inside be gone again? How long had it been? Wan Minsheng frowned and sensed the room. There was no one inside. Now he finally felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Wan Minsheng's cultivation level was at the peak of this world. With Xiaoduo's shallow cultivation level, it was impossible for him to come and go without a trace. The reason why he didn't notice before was because he was careless. After all, although he had a benevolent personality in the heavenly spirit forest, there was no doubt that he was the number one. He had been at ease for too long, and that was why he made the mistake before. And Xiaoduo kept swallowing spiritual energy and couldn't see anyone. The first time was due to carelessness, but the second time was very strange. Wan Minsheng walked over to take a look. He slowly spread out his spiritual power. Finally, his brows relaxed, and he murmured, "No wonder. It turns out that there's a spatial and time equipment, but it's not very advanced that I can detect. This low-level spatial equipment has the power of time. Once the great calamity arises, and he uses it as a trump card, I'm afraid that he will be caught like a turtle in a jar, and everything will be for naught. Let's see how the time changes." Wan Minsheng frowned and murmured to himself. He was a little relieved and a little envious. Since ancient times, the son of heaven's destiny has been unparalleled in the world. He really lives up to his reputation, but at most, he can only grow to the level of a sage. He can't completely eliminate the great calamity. And this was Xiaoduo. I don't know if he can break the curse, but is the prophecy referring to him? Wan Minsheng frowned and thought carefully. How many saints' hearts can be changed with a single thought? How many saints' hearts can be changed with Xiaoduo? How many? If it's a saint's heart, it should be the saint of saints? But this change, it's definitely someone's change. The heavenly way is incomplete, and it can't be derived. I feel that there are other reasons. Maybe I should. Wan Minsheng hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. I'll bet on this. He waited patiently. After more than 10 minutes, he heard a puff in the room. Xiaoduo came out. He panted and muttered to himself, "What the hell? What kind of broken technique is this? It's too difficult to get started. I've been practicing until my blood vessels and meridians are about to catch fire, and I'm still one step away. When will this end?" When I practiced all the techniques in the past, I was able to get started immediately and succeed in a matter of days. But now, just as he was panting, he suddenly saw the green light flash and dissipate. Then, the room was filled with dense vitality again. There's no need, Elder Wan. It was very rare for Xiaoduo to directly reject any benefits. He stuck his head out of the window and said, "I have no use for this vitality qi. In order not to waste it, I will use it for other purposes. If I really absorb it with all my strength, I'm afraid it will cause harm to you. Forget it. Please don't throw it in here." In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiu were so angry that they rolled their eyes. How could he reject such a good thing? Was his mother stupid? Could it be that she hurt her head when she fell head first? There was so much space here, and he was willing to give it to her. What's wrong with taking a little more? His mother was good at everything, but sometimes she was too honest. He hoped that her head wasn't really hurt. Whitey and Little Jew leaned there, butts against each other, letting out long and short sighs. They really wanted to go out, but they were afraid that they would be exposed and cause trouble for their mother. The old man outside was so powerful. Moreover, His energy was almost of the same origin as ours. If we went out, the old man might have some evil intentions. He might catch us and eat us alive. That's not impossible. We must always be on our guard. Wan Minxing smiled and said, I've been here for tens of thousands of years. I may not be able to give you anything else, but I have as much vitality as you want. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo meaningfully and said, if it were someone else, I might have to be careful and be on guard. But if you want it, no matter how much you want, I'll try my best to provide it. Even if you don't want it, I'll give you some. Today's meeting was not in vain. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and asked why. Wan Minxing sighed softly and said, the reason for this is that this old man wants to form a karma with you, little friend. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Elder Wan, you've been here for so many years. You've already benefited the world and benefited countless people. Moreover, you've guarded the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's primordial fire for so many years just to wait for my arrival. There's already a bond of karma between us that can't be severed. Why do you have to pay another price? And it's such a big favor? Wan Minxing smiled. It's not enough. Not enough? Yes, it's not enough. And it's far from enough, very far from enough. Wan Minxing took a deep breath and said, I'm willing to give you everything in exchange for a promise from you. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said straightforwardly, it doesn't matter if it's a promise. As long as I can do it, I'll do it for you. Elder Wan, based on what you've done and contributed to the world, I won't refuse. Wan Minxing said solemnly, the world is unpredictable. I only ask that you. If you can dominate the world in the future and destroy life with a snap of your fingers, then let the Ling clan live. Elder Wan, aren't you thinking too highly of me? So Xiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a lofty goal. Firstly, I don't have such great ability. I can't do it at all. Secondly, even if I'm really that awesome in the future, with the foundation between us, I'll help you even if you don't ask. Wan Minxing said seriously, that's different. How is it different? There are too many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's especially so in the future. The future of the Ling clan may not be as you wish. The members of the Ling clan may not all be like us. How could such a big clan not make any mistakes? And you're willing to help me. It has nothing to do with karma. Correspondingly, there's no binding force. If the Ling clan offends you at that time, you don't care, don't ask, don't help, and even destroy them ruthlessly. Who can say anything? But what I want is a promise, a peace of mind, an established karma, a complete promise to ensure that the Ling clan can continue to live in the future and that the clan won't be destroyed. Chapter 1031. Wan Minxing spoke very seriously, as if he had foreseen that Zhou Xiaoduo would achieve great things, and that the spirit race would anger Zhou Xiaoduo for some reason. Zhou Xiaoduo could only smile bitterly. Elder Wan, you really think too highly of me. Are you so sure that I can reach such heights? Is there need to be so cautious and nip the problem in the bud? I can't be sure, but I don't need to be sure either. Wan Minxing said. Then why? There's always a need to invest in advance. Timely help is always more important than adding flowers to a brocade. Wan Minxing smiled bitterly. What you said just now is exactly what I'm thinking now. I'm taking precautions. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you too far-sighted? This is basically a bet. It's not a good habit. Wan Minxing smiled. A bet is also a bet. Gambling was not a good habit, but since ancient times, no one had been able to escape from this word. As long as you're born as a human, you'll have to gamble in your life. So Xiaoduo said, as far as I know, there are many people who don't gamble in their lives. If they don't gamble, they won't lose. This bet is different from that. Wan Minxing chuckled. The bet you're talking about is a bet of wealth, but the bet I'm talking about is a bet of life. A bet of life? How? So Xiaoduo said, if everyone has to gamble with their lives, then wouldn't the entire world be a bunch of desperados? Not really. Wan Minxing knew very well that Zhou Xiaoduo was rambling. Zhou Xiaoduo was a rare genius. Having cultivated to this level, he also knew very well that his luck could not be replicated. No one in the entire continent could be luckier than him. Zhuo Xiaoduo's intention was very clear. He did not want to be tainted by this karma, because this was bound to be a burden in the future. Whether he could do it or not, it would be a problem. It might even be a huge problem. The promise involved an entire race, not just one or two people. Not being able to do it was also a hindrance. Although it was easy, it was a flaw in the state of mind. Others asked me to do something after I became the mayor, but I didn't become the mayor in this lifetime. It was too depressing. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to accept it. Even though he knew that there were huge benefits in front of him, and there was a high chance that he would not be able to fulfill his promise, he still did not want to get involved in this karma. Wan Minxing understood Zhuo Xiaoduo's mentality very well. He was probably the person who valued promises the most. Naturally, he knew the stakes involved. Therefore, he could only try his best to convince Zhuo Xiaoduo to accept this karma. Young friend, the word gamble plays a huge role in a person's life. No one can avoid it. Often, when a person's fate is determined at the most important turning point in life, everyone needs to gamble. Since ancient times, life has always been a gamble, and there are always bets, even to the point that everyone is gambling their life and betting at every moment. Ordinary people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you may be rich and safe. If you choose the right, you may be consigned to eternal damnation and be poor for life. High officials and rich people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you will have a meteoric rise. If you choose the right, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Nobles, generals, and ministers also need to gamble. If you choose the left path, you will have a foundation for eternity. If you choose the right path, you will lose all standing and reputation, and not even your bones will be left. And martial artists need to gamble even more. Looking at the life of a martial artist, they really need to gamble too many times. What they bet on is life and death. This is gambling. As long as you are alive, you need to gamble. You must gamble. Winning a bet and losing a bet, the results are different, but in fact the root cause is the same. Ordinary people gamble. If they lose, they still have a chance to turn things around. But the higher the status of a person, once they lose a bet, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. If a martial artist loses a bet, it is even more obvious that he will die. Young friend, you are now facing such a juncture. Whether you accept my bet or not is also a gamble for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo murmured, "It is also a gamble for me." That's right. Wan Minxing said, "My chips are the benefits that you can see at the moment. For example, this infinite vitality. Even connate spiritual treasures do not have so much vitality. You can use it however you want. Also, I see that you have a paradise unique treasure that can control the flow of time. I can help you perfect it to the point that even a half-saint will not be able to detect it. Previously, you said that your progress in the witch fire cultivation method is a little slow. I could do my best to help you cultivate Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's legacy fire. In this aspect, in the entire world, in all the races in the universe, unless Zhu Wu Zhu Rong comes back to life, no one can understand the secrets of Zhu Rong's primordial fire better than me. If you still think it is not enough, I promise that I will owe you another favor. I will not refuse any request. Yes, you can use all the heavenly treasures in this forest as you wish. This is not included in the benefits that I will give you." Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but be moved when he heard this. These conditions were really too good. It was too hard to refuse. Infinite vitality. Perfect the void destruction pagoda. Cultivate the legacy fire. And a favor from a half-saint. It could be any favor that he wanted, and all the heavenly treasures that were not considered benefits. Oh my God, for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who valued wealth as much as his life, this was simply an itch to him. Although he knew that if he agreed, it might be super troublesome in the future. But he really could not refuse such a temptation. In the Void Destruction Pagoda, the Huahuang sword was vibrating with all its might. Say yes. Say yes. You must say yes. You must say yes. That is a half-saint, a half-saint. Xiao kept jumping. Say yes. Say yes. In the divine sense space, Bai and Gio were jumping crazily. Mama, say yes. Mama, say yes. So Xiaoduo raised his head and rolled his eyes. He really wanted to say yes. He had already wanted to blurt out and say yes several times. But that there is still the most important one, Xiaolong. I did not ask for his opinion, but this guy's obsession with benefits is no less than mine. His answer is obvious, but I'll still ask. First, I'll test the respect that I have for my companions. Xiaolong, do you think I should say yes? So Xiaoduo was very modest and asked very seriously. Although the greed in his heart had already risen so high that it blotted out the sky, if Xiaolong really said no, so Xiaoduo would still choose to refuse. Because although Xiaolong was also very greedy, and sometimes the characteristics of 9 feet higher sky were not inferior to his, this kind of spiritual creature that was formed by pure luck was often sensitive to the future or some fate to an extent that ordinary people could not imagine. Xiaolong hesitated and said, Boss, I really want to tell you not to say yes. But you can't refuse the benefits offered by this old man. Once you refuse, it'll be a great hindrance to your future achievements. If you lose today's opportunity, even if you still have great achievements, it will be delayed for a long time. But now is the time to seize every second. In the end, there will only be returns if there is effort. But the troubles in the future, besides being unavoidable, will also not be small. There will only be returns if there is effort, and vice versa. Zhuo Xiaoduo's lips twitched. Your words are equivalent to not saying anything. Isn't that why I'm hesitating? Boss, you should make the decision yourself. Xiaolong said apologetically. It's just a thought to make a choice. Right now, I'm still too weak. The change in front of us, or the choice you made in the future, is a matter of fate. I'm still far from reaching such a high level. So Xiaoduo became more and more conflicted. If Wan Minsheng was only talking about a few people or a certain part of them, so Xiaoduo would not need to ask for any conditions at all and would directly agree. If it was someone else who said this to Xiaoduo would have already agreed, regardless of whether he could do it or not. Xiaoduo had not done things that he could do, but not do. It was not the first time that he went back on his word. When the time came, he would just go back on his word. But in the face of such a respectable old man, Xiaoduo did not want to deceive him in any way. If he agreed, he had to do it. If he did not agree, he had his own considerations. Moreover, Xiaoduo had another understanding. That was Wan Minsheng, a powerful person with such a high cultivation level, took the initiative to make this bet with him and place such a heavy bet. This meant that Wan Minsheng must have foreseen something or confirmed something. At the very least, it was highly possible for him to reach that step. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, Wan Minsheng would not have brought up this matter so seriously. There were some things that the other party saw, but he did not. This was a great injustice for the current situation. But this was a loss that he would have to suffer in silence, because Wan Minsheng would never explain the reason behind it. What Xiaolong said was that only with effort would there be rewards, and vice versa. This made Xiaoduo ponder deeply. With so many benefits, his cultivation base and strength would definitely improve greatly, and it would greatly shorten the time he needed to improve his strength. Now, wasn't he lacking time? Could it be that he was destined to jump into this trap? Wan Minsheng looked at Xiaoduo seriously. Looking at his increasingly complicated expression, he said apologetically, Young friend, I'm indeed forcing you to do something you don't want to do, and I even suspect that I'm threatening you. But I'm the only one left in the spirit clan in this world, and the only one who can be involved in karma with you at this stage. This bet is imperative. Just like in the past, Wu people, Gong and Hutu, the 2 great Zhu Wu, came to the Spirit Clan and made a promise with me to cut off a chance of survival for all living beings. I understand Elder Wan's considerations. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said seriously, This bet, this karma, I'll take it. I agree. Thank you for your help, young friend. Wan Minsheng's eyes were full of gratification and joy. He looked like he had put down a huge burden in his heart. Chapter 1032. Elder Juan, you're too polite. Swishaoduo smiled bitterly and said, not to mention that the benefits you offered are extremely great, and I have no possibility of refusing at all. Just the fact that you've been discussing with me from the beginning to the end and didn't use your strength to force me is already a great favor. With your strength, it's not difficult to force me to agree and even make an oath to the heavenly Tao. After all, my life is now here. I have no choice but to compromise. Swishaoduo smiled and said, Elder, you're open and above board. If I don't take responsibility for it, it won't make sense. Wan Minsheng was completely relieved. He laughed and said, you're the one who's open and above board. I'm a little ashamed to be called that. Elder Wan, you're kind-hearted and treat all living beings well. Your merit is boundless. Everything should go smoothly. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Swishaoduo said, do I need to make an oath to the heavenly Tao? Wan Minsheng chuckled. A gentleman's word. Why should I restrain it? What's more, my heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on? Swishaoduo immediately smiled. Not to mention that the Taoist heart was stable and the cycle of karma could not be violated. This trust alone was enough to make Swishaoduo feel very comfortable. Moreover, Wan Minsheng's words just now made Swishaoduo suddenly have a strange feeling. It even made him feel that even without the previous conditions, Wan Minsheng's casual words at this moment were completely worth it. My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on? Swishaoduo chewed on these two sentences and felt that his cheeks were full of fragrance. It was as if the road in front of him had once again expanded infinitely. It was a kind of blank and endless road. It led straight to the boundless distance. What Wan Minsheng said was, my heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on? However, Swishaoduo heard another meaning from this sentence. This heart only belongs to me. How can the heavenly Tao rely on it? At this moment, his heart surged, and his state of mind underwent an indescribable change. It was as if it was a little different from before. An inexplicable aura of enlightenment emanated from Swishaoduo. Wan Minsheng, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was immediately stunned. This was... How? How did he suddenly realize it? What did I just say? This kind of breakthrough in the state of mind only lasted for a very short period of time. It was almost like a flash of light. That was why it was called a flash of inspiration. Wan Minsheng waited quietly, a carefree smile on his face. His state of mind had indeed improved, but this improvement would have to wait until he went out and stepped into the world of mortals again before he could truly feel the difference in his state of mind. He couldn't feel it here. This was perhaps the most peaceful place in the world, the place with the least amount of conflict. After a long time, Swishaoduo opened his eyes and said sincerely, the sky is high and the earth is vast. Wan Minsheng's eyes flashed with surprise again. Could it be that this brat had sensed something from here? This was not simple. Swishaoduo turned his head and said amiably, Elder One, you just said that I have a grotto heaven treasure that can control time? How did you know? Wan Minsheng's eyes widened. This brat was good in every other aspect. His appearance was outstanding, and his comprehension was also outstanding. His temperament and wisdom were all excellent, but he was a little too practical. They had just settled the karmic bond between them, and he was already asking for benefits. He was so anxious to ask for debts. It was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't give it to him. How could he be the kind of person who would go back on his words? He inexplicably felt that there was something wrong with his promise just now. This brat's character was very clear. As long as he felt at ease, he would be able to empty this place. Now it seemed that he really felt that taking things from this place and asking for benefits from this old man. His conscience was at ease that he had a bad feeling about this. You entered the room to practice, but disappeared immediately. This is too obvious. I didn't notice it the first time. It was probably because I had been at ease for too long, and I didn't deliberately supervise you. But you disappeared twice in a row. With your cultivation, other than the fact that you have a grotto heaven treasure on you, there is no other possibility for you to disappear silently in front of me. This is also the biggest hidden danger when you travel to Jianghu in the future and face experts. Yes, I understand. So Xiaoduo really understood. Not to mention anything else, just the pursuit of the Umno alliance this time was enough to prove it. Also, this so-called Grotto Heaven treasure, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this term. Can you tell me more about it in detail? And what is it about controlling time? Do all the so-called Grotto Heaven treasures have this kind of effect? Of course not. Space equipment can be roughly divided into several categories. The lowest level of storage space is small and doesn't have the ability to control the flow of time. In other words, it only has the ability to store things. This category mostly uses cloth bags as carriers, which are the so-called storage bags. The next level is the space equipment that can control the flow of time and has a relatively larger storage space. Because time doesn't flow in the internal space, it will be the same as what is put in and out. Naturally, it is more advanced. Most of them use rings as carriers, which are the so-called storage rings. And a higher level of space equipment. Well, the higher level shouldn't be described as equipment. It should be called a magic treasure. The internal space is vast, and it forms a world of its own. It is another small world independent of the current world, so it is called a Grotto Heaven. This kind of magic treasure was common in the ancient times. Basically, every upper-level cultivator would refine a similar Grotto Heaven. But today, it may be relatively rare, so Xiaoduo couldn't help being fascinated. He asked, "You said that this kind of Grotto Heaven was common in the ancient times. What do you mean?" Wan Minxing didn't hesitate and explained in detail. The powerful people in the ancient times opened up their own space. They thought that their own Taoist rite and cave abode were trivial and not worth anything. In fact, the rare treasure in your hand, strictly speaking, was originally a low-level storage equipment with a larger space. It could only carry people in. The main carrier in its bones was just an ordinary treasure of heaven and earth. But you used your spirit as a guide to completely refine it, and it transformed. Then you integrated a lot of treasures of heaven and earth, and even the chi of the earth and vein of the earth. That's why it had an essential transformation, right? So Xiaoduo turned pale with fright. He prostrated himself on all fours and said, "You can see that?" It wasn't that Xiaoduo wasn't shocked. Wan Minxing's words had exposed the essence of the Tower of Destruction and even the root of its transformation. He had almost pointed out the existence of Xiaolong. How could Xiaoduo not be surprised? Wan Minxing said, "These are just trivial matters. As long as you come from a certain era or have some knowledge, you don't even need to see it. You can guess it just by guessing. With your current cultivation, you can indeed appear and disappear unpredictably with this method. If you meet a weak person or someone who is not much stronger than you now, they won't be able to find you. They will only be fooled by you. However, if you meet a top cultivator, they only need to grasp the moment when you disappear to let them know where you are. Even if your rare treasure is connected to your spirit, it will be of no use. It may even be worse. Once they use the position of the rare treasure to attack your spirit, it will be beyond the capacity of your rare treasure. Not only will the rare treasure be destroyed, but your spirit will also be destroyed. Then, both your spirit and your spirit will be destroyed, and you will be doomed eternally. Therefore, in my eyes, your trump card is too fragile. This is a fatal crisis." Wan Minxing smiled faintly. "When I mentioned that I would help you to perfect it, I was actually worried that you would die prematurely. Because once you encounter such a situation, people will definitely not allow you to run out again." So Xiaoduo smiled embarrassedly. "Then I will have to trouble you later. I don't know what kind of improvement you will have after you perfect it." "Damn. So you're still afraid that I am not afraid of the dark and will run around looking for ghosts all day long. If I meet a tough person one day, I will lose my life." Wan Minxing smiled. "I can't guarantee anything else, but I can help you perfect it. At least, cultivators below the half-saint level won't be able to see the trace of the rare treasure you carry with you. Of course, if you meet a real dominator between heaven and earth, you will still have nowhere to hide. You still have to pay attention to this." So Xiaoduo said, "Why do you always think so highly of me? Is it so easy to meet a dominator? Even if I want to meet one, I'm afraid they will ignore me. By the way, how many people like this are there? Elder One frowned and said, Since ancient times, there should not be more than 10 people. Then it will be fine. Xiaoduo was relieved and said, It is not so easy to meet such people. Even if I meet one, I will be more careful. Wan Minxing laughed and said, I really don't know if I should hope that your cultivation will progress faster or slower. After all, if your cultivation is not enough, I am afraid that you will have no hope of meeting such a powerful person in your life. But if they want to meet you, it is just a matter of thought. Let's not talk about the small talk first. Take out your thing first, Elder once said. So Xiaoduo nodded and conjured the Void Destruction Pagoda. This thing had already become one with Xiaoduo's spirit, and there was no distinction between them. It was true that a magic treasure would appear immediately with a thought. It is indeed the prototype of a spirit treasure. It is really a good treasure. Elder Wan's face was full of kindness, and he praised with a smile. Then, he entered the Void Destruction Pagoda with Xiaoduo. The moment he entered, his body suddenly stiffened. Even with his heaven-defying cultivation, he was unable to control himself in that instant of rigidity. His self-restraint that spanned millions of years, and his state of mind that was originally as immovable as a mountain, all fell apart at this moment. His body stiffened and trembled, and his two eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What did he see? What did he see? Chapter 1033. Wan Minxing couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as he entered, a golden light flashed in front of him. Xiao flew up from the ground, circled around Wan Minxing quickly, and then stopped in front of Wan Minxing's eyes. She looked at Wan Minxing with her round eyes, full of confusion and a rare sense of intimacy. Zhao's little heart was a little confused. She seemed to feel that. This white-bearded old man was quite nice, kind, and likable. From the bottom of her heart, she felt a little close. Chirp, chirp! Zhao's eyes wandered. She hesitated, flapped her wings, and flew up again. She looked at Wan Minxing from above, then flew down and squatted on the ground. She looked at Wan Minxing from below, and then turned to look at his back. Finally, she returned to Wan Minxing's eyes again and stopped in midair to look at him. Chirp, chirp! Xiao called out hesitantly. He didn't know her at all, but why did she feel a little close? This made Jin Jinwu a little confused. Whoosh! Xiao flapped her wings and flew to Wan Minxing's shoulder. She tried to jump on her 3 legs uneasily, and then seemed to feel that it was very safe here. Then she squatted down on Wan Minxing's shoulder, stuffed her head under her wings, and began to nap. Wan Minxing looked at Xiao in shock. So Xiaoduo also looked at Xiao in a daze. Except for himself, he had never seen Xiao so affectionate to anyone. She didn't even say hello to her mama, and directly landed on Wan Minxing's shoulder. Did she not see the old when there was a new person? She would be caught, hung up, and spanked. Wan Minxing suddenly turned his head and stared at Xiaoduo with his deep eyes. He lowered his voice, full of shock and uncertainty, and said, Seventh prince. Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and desperately denied. What 7th prince? She's clearly my baby. As if to prove Xiaoduo's words, Xiao raised her head and called sweetly, Mama! Hey! Xiaoduo beamed with delight. So it turned out that he didn't forget about his mama, just because there was a newcomer. He was greatly comforted. Wan Minxing's originally stiff body became even stiffer. His face, which had never changed for millions of years, was now twitching. The muscles on his face were twitching and cramping. This old man must be senile. His eyesight had deteriorated to such an extent that even his hearing had deteriorated. Or perhaps this was actually an illusion? This should be an illusion, right? This can't be real, right? Instantly, a disdainful divine sense came from the sky. This divine sense clearly conveyed a message. Is this old man an idiot? Why'd he come in? You're just pretending to be a fool? Wan Minxing stiffly raised his head, his eyes bright. On the other side, A wisp of red light was flying back and forth in the sky. It was filled with the aura of a ruler and the might of an emperor. A pure and primitive demonic aura surged in the air. Ga. Wan Minxing suddenly opened his mouth wide. He couldn't close his eyes. Wasn't this the Huahuang sword? Her Majesty Empress Hua's sword? Why was it here? The seventh prince was here, and so was the Huahuang sword. It was already nonsense that his eyesight was blurred. He shouldn't have made a mistake even once, let alone twice in a row. Then this place was definitely not an illusion. An illusion couldn't be so realistic. Unless it was an illusion set up by a saint, it couldn't make a half-saint like him fall deeply into it and feel lost without realizing it. But could Zhuo Xiaoduo be a saint? At least not now. Wan Minsheng looked into the distance and saw two Providence mountains standing opposite each other in the distance. Between them was an almost boundless space in the distant domain. Wan Minsheng only felt endless chaos in his mind, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His body swayed, and he held his forehead with his hand. I want to be alone. So Xiaoduo was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out a chair and helped Wan Minsheng sit down. After Wan Minsheng sat down, he still felt that the world was spinning, and he gasped for breath. There was no other reason but that it was too shocking. How could he be wrong about the Demon Emperor's seventh prince, who had once hidden under his branches and leave for a long time and escaped with his life? How could he not recognize the Huahuang sword, who had once commanded all the demons in the world, and where the sword pointed, hundreds of millions of demons would advance one after another without returning? Back then, when the Empress appeared, thousands of mountains bowed their heads, and thousands of rivers worshipped her. None of the billions of demons dared to move. All the sovereigns respected her, and all the sovereigns of the various races bowed their heads. When the Huahuang sword appeared, the mountains and rivers moved, and the sky turned red. Back then, when the Empress appeared and moved forward in her imperial carriage, the Huahuang sword opened the way in front. The sword light illuminated the nine heavens, and it was glorious and unparalleled. Behind her, there were countless demons who were boundless and excited, and they seemed to drown the world together with her. It was only when the Empress' interest waned, and she didn't want to play anymore, that she disappeared in a flash. Only then did the world regain its peace. How awe-inspiring was that? How graceful and noble was that, with the supreme demeanor of a sovereign descending to the world. Even the two demon emperors had to bow their heads when they saw the Empress of Niuhua. Even the three pure ones had to treat her with respect. The people of the world were a little terrified. Now, the demon emperor's seventh prince was here. The Empress Huahuang's sword was also here. This Zhuo Xiaoduo was even sent here by Zhu Wu Zhurong. What exactly was this kid's background? Although he had heaven-defying and peerless luck, wasn't it too complicated? The Huahuang sword's consciousness was transmitted into Zhuo Xiaoduo's spiritual consciousness with disdain. Isn't this that grasshopper? How come you're so popular now? There was a hint of arrogance in its tone. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Who told you to come out and scare people? You're just a lousy sword. What are you showing off for? Go do what you're supposed to do." The Huahuang sword snorted resentfully and said, "What kind of world is this? A lousy blade of grass can become a half-saint. How did it obtain the immeasurable merit? Don't tell me it's planning to become a saint through merit. What kind of world is this? Becoming a saint through merit is hard to come by. It's easy to disperse and disappear. It's almost the most difficult way to become a saint. Those without great luck can't get it. Moreover, their combat strength is only SOSO. Even if they really become a saint, they'll at most have the combat strength of a sage-to-be. But how can a lousy blade of grass do that? What kind of world is this?" The Huahuang sword muttered to itself, feeling very indignant. However, he kept repeating the words, "What kind of world is this?" dozens of times before he finally shut his mouth in resentment. He was so indignant that he wanted nothing more than to take over. His indignation simply overflowed into the sky. Then, with a whoosh, it flew back to the top of the Demon Emperor's Chi Meridian. It emitted endless shadows and slowly descended majestically. For a moment, there seemed to be countless golden lights descending from the sky. A sword was right in the middle, infinitely majestic and solemn. Clang! It was inserted into the top of the mountain. The sword emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the world. Well, in short, it was using all its strength, regardless of the cost, to pretend to be an incomparably high-end and classy poser. Wan Minsheng gasped for breath for a long time before he finally reacted. He stood up and walked forward quickly, bowing respectfully to the Huahuang sword. Grasshopper greets Lord 13. Greetings to Her Majesty Empress Hua. Clang! The Huahuang sword let out a sword cry that shook the world. It replied in the simplest way and then ignored Wan Minsheng. And it was a little displeased. I hate people calling me Lord 13 the most. In the Book of Divine Weapons, I'm ranked last. Every time I'm called Lord 13, I'll think of those guys in front of me. That it really pisses me off. This despicable grasshopper still deliberately mentioned it. It's obviously mocking me, .humph. If I'm at my peak, I'll immediately go down and chop this grasshopper to eat. Of course, he was just thinking about it. In a martial artist's true cultivation, the one who reached the top was first. Elder Wan was respectful to him because of his past identity and his respect for Lady Nuwa. With his strength that had just recovered, if he really dared to cause trouble, Elder Wan would definitely beat him up over and over again. Therefore, after the Huahuang sword acted pretentiously, it didn't dare to move anymore. It couldn't let others see through it. Wan Minsheng stood up. Xiao had stayed on his shoulder for long enough. It rubbed its small, sharp beak on Wan Minsheng's face intimately twice. Then it flapped its wings and flew into the sky to play. With a whoosh, it turned into a grand sun-true fire, jumping back and forth in the sky. It could be seen that Xiao was very excited. Didn't you see how it was dancing with joy? Although it didn't know why it was so excited, it was just happy. When it was happy, it naturally wanted to run like crazy to vent. Therefore, it jumped back and forth endlessly. Wan Minsheng stood there in a daze, looking at the two mountain ranges of Providence. He looked at the boundless expanse, watched Xiao fly since childhood, and watched the Huahuang sword stand proudly in the wind. Finally, he let out a long breath. He muttered, "Could it be that the demons, Lady Nuwa, and the Wu people set up a trap long ago?" Suddenly, he felt extremely shocked in his heart. When he turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoduo, his gaze suddenly became much deeper. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked innocent. "Elder Wan, what do you think of my space?" "Good. Excellent. Great." Wan Minsheng praised it 3 times. He took a deep breath and said, "Your space. Although at the beginning of the structure, it's not in the true flow and is extremely shallow, with the refinement of your own divine soul and the combination of so much earth chi and dragon chi, it has reached the point of perfect integration. It's very close to the state when the sky was first opened. It already has the basic laws. It's far above ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens." "Good, it's indeed good. It's really good." Wan Minsheng finally came to his senses and said, "Let me perfect the last flaw for you." Before he finished speaking, a white light suddenly rose from his chi and shot straight into the sky. This sudden white light was filled with a kind of sacred aura. It was brilliant and glorious, shooting straight into the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was shaken. This aura was very neutral and peaceful, but it was also very holy and glorious. This aura seemed to have purified the entire space of the Tower of Annihilation. He had never seen the power of the divine path. Although it was his first time seeing it today, he instinctively recognized it in his heart. This was the power of the divine path. Chapter 1034. The power of the people's livelihood was filled with compassion, kindness, vitality, gentleness, and far too much positive energy. This power was not a combat power. Although it was powerful, it was not suitable for combat. However, it was the most comforting and reassuring power attribute. The white light soared into the sky, and then turned into a dome at an unknown height. It slowly descended along the outer wall of the Tower of Annihilation. The white light from Wan Minxing's side continued to soar into the sky, and then it continued to descend. So Xiao Duo clearly felt that the Tower of Annihilation was undergoing a huge change, but he could not tell what the specific change was. The two mountains of fortune also seemed to be changing, and they gradually shrank inch by inch. After a while, traces of purple chi appeared in the sky, but they disappeared in an instant and could not be seen. After about 10 minutes, Wan Minxing finally stopped, and the white light disappeared. So, Xiao Duo felt Xiao Long was so excited that he almost wanted to roll over and howl with joy. "What's wrong?" So Xiao Duo asked in his divine mind. "The Tower of Annihilation has been reborn. It's really been reborn." Xiao Long was so excited that he could not speak properly. The power of the divine path has strengthened the foundation of the Tower of Annihilation. The Tower of Annihilation now has the foundation of immortality. I just need to slowly perfect it bit by bit, and this will be a real world. So what Xiao Duo said, "What's the use of this? How much better is it than before?" "What's the use? It's very useful," Xiao Long said. "This is not a matter of how much, but a matter of great opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Boss, why are you so stingy?" So Xiao Duo coughed. "Oh, look at how excited you are. I didn't take it to heart at all. Why are you being stingy?" Xiao Long was speechless. "Boss, I believe you didn't take it to heart. It's just that you don't understand, so you didn't take it to heart. If you understood, you would know what a rare opportunity it is today, and what a great favor you have received. What I did just now was equivalent to helping you create the world, laying the foundation of creation. Do you know? Do you know?" "Sai, you don't know." Although nothing seemed to have changed on the surface, how could a world that could collapse at any time be the same as a world that could last forever? It wasn't just the difference between heaven and earth. It was the difference between heaven and earth. They were on completely different planes, especially after being perfected by Elder Wan. No matter how powerful the person was, as long as he hid in the Tower of Void Destruction, he would not be able to detect his presence as long as he did not have the guidance of his blood essence and soul. Oh, the ignorant are truly fearless. Xiao Long was completely speechless. That kind of excitement that filled his entire soul was actually beaten down by Xiaoduo's attitude and couldn't get any more excited. It couldn't be helped. This boss's eyesight was too shallow. How embarrassing. Their eyes were filled with sympathy as they looked at Wan Minxing. "Old man, you've put in so much effort, but my boss doesn't even know what you're doing. There's a saying, charming eyes are for the blind. That's what you're doing now." It was a textbook interpretation of a common saying. Nothing could be more tragic than this, that after making such a big fuss, Wan Minxing, who had contributed so much, could not help but feel a little tired even though his cultivation was extremely high. He sat on the chair to rest for a while and used his divine thoughts to feel the changes in the Tower of Void Destruction. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, basically everything that should be perfected can be achieved. The effect that I said can only be better in the future. Elder Wan, you've worked hard." So Xiao Duo said attentively. "It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure." Wan Minxing felt that this space was even better than what he had expected at first. There were even some mysteries that even he could not see through. However, those were Xiaoduo's privacy, so he naturally would not rashly expose it. And now, there was a faint feeling of awe in his heart, so it was not appropriate for him to ask that, to be honest, if Wan Minxing had known that there were three-legged golden crows and Hua Huang's sword in it, he would not have even repaired the Tower of Void Destruction. He did not even dare to mention it. If he messed up the deployment of the Demon Emperor and the plan of Her Majesty Empress Hua, but how could he bear it? But now that he had started it, he could only bite the bullet and continue with it. Xiao Long now knew that the person who came was a super powerful person that he had never seen before. He was afraid of being captured, so even though he was excited, he did not dare to show up. Not to mention that his excitement had been reduced by more than half by Xiaoduo's blow that after a short rest. When Xiaoduo was about to invite Wan Minxing out, Wan Minxing suddenly said, "Open the door." "Ah." Zhou Xiaoduo obeyed and opened the door of the tower of void destruction. Wan Minsheng took a deep breath and waved his right hand. A whirlwind suddenly surged, and then a brilliant green light suddenly bloomed above the tower of void destruction. As the green light continued to bloom, the rich vitality of the entire heavenly spirit forest surged into the space of the tower of void destruction with the force of a tsunami. At this stage, the tower of void destruction was not small, but compared to the vast heavenly spirit forest, it was not even 1% of it. The green vitality in front of him was so dense that it almost condensed into a substance. It was like a huge green dragon that rushed in, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It quickly spread around the tower of void destruction. Whoosh, 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 the vitality was unprecedentedly pervasive. Then, Wan Minsheng placed a seed of vitality in the air and further gathered the vitality, causing the vitality to surge faster and faster. And as the vitality in the tower of void destruction became richer and richer, it became fresher and fresher. Finally, Xiao Long could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. With a loud roar, his huge body rose into the air and greeted the green dragon in the air, and then he immediately took over the control. As Xiao Long took over, he deliberately controlled the dragon so that the vitality in the tower of void destruction spread in an extremely uniform way. With Xiao Long's organized and regulated method, more and more vitality entered the tower of void destruction, and gradually, a magnificent sea of vitality appeared in the tower of void destruction. Burp. Looking at the sudden appearance of a green dragon in the air, Wan Minsheng was stunned again, and he subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Originally, he had tried his best to overestimate Zhou Xiaoduo, but he realized that he still did not really understand this little guy. This little guy, time and time again, opened his eyes. Like the seventh prince of the demon clan, like the Huahuang sword, and now that was clearly the creator dragon. If Xiaolong maintained his original, completely illusory form, no one would be able to see him. Even Elder One might be able to sense his existence, but he wouldn't be able to see through his roots. However, at this moment, after Xiaolong merged with the abundant green vitality, he appeared in front of everyone in a real state. With color, it was simply too eye-catching. A huge green dragon, with its head and eyes, scales and claws flying, was rolling in the air in high spirits. Wan Minsheng was not blind. How could he not see it? This was a little ridiculous. No, not a little ridiculous, but too ridiculous. If Xiao's three-legged golden crow was the scheme of the demon clan, Zhu Wu's inheritance was the scheme of the Wu people, and the Huahuang sword was the chess piece of the Empress, then what about the creator dragon? Could it be the heavenly axioms arrangement? Crack! Wan Minsheng shut his mouth, lowered his head, and a trace of heartfelt horror flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the situation was still beyond his expectations. He originally planned to retreat when the vitality in the space of the Tower of Emptiness reached a certain level, leaving the seed of vitality here. It would naturally continue to emit vitality slowly consume it, and finally form a kind of balance that. But after seeing Xiao Long, he silently changed his original intention and did not stop pouring vitality. Continuous, endless vitality from the outside was led in without interruption. The situation in front of him continued, and Zhou Xiaoduo also sensed that the vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was now thicker than the density in the small house outside. Moreover, it was still pouring in without any signs of slowing down. Elder Wan, it's about time. It's okay. I have a lot of this. Since you have a use for it here, just take it. Wan Minsheng had no intention of stopping. He only knew one thing. In his life, perhaps, there was only one chance to make this kid in front of him owe him a favor. Since that was the case, then he would let him owe as much as he could. Now, the more he contributed, the better. Only with effort could there be a return. If he could make this guy feel embarrassed and unable to bear it, that would be even better. It would be best if Xiaoduo himself felt very embarrassed. That would be great. Wan Minxing thought too much. Zhuo was good at everything, but something like being embarrassed had really never happened to him. Even if he was like Elder Wan, he might feel grateful and a little embarrassed, but it was hard to say what he would think later. After all, someone was a real Pichio, the kind that only ate and did not shit. The vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was so dense that it made people's hair stand on Bai and Jiu, who were originally hiding in the spiritual sense space. Could not bear it anymore. There was so much delicious food outside. They wanted to eat. Mama, we want to go out. Bai and Jiu were very clear about their identities. They knew that once they came out, they would definitely cause a new round of sensation. In the eyes of those who knew what they were, there was no doubt that they would be the root of a disaster. But the vitality outside was really too tempting. It was different from what they belonged to. It could be said that it was completely different. The two of them were the ancestors of vitality, while the one outside belonged to the ancestors of the mortal world's vitality. There was almost an essential difference between the two, but they still belonged to vitality. If the two sides were neutralized, the two little guys could use this to achieve great improvement and change. How could they not be tempted? But the two little guys knew how powerful it was, so they did not act on their own. Instead, they begged Zhuo. That pitiful voice was pleading to Zhuo. It was really indescribable and pitiful. Zhuo's heart melted in an instant. Go out, it's okay. Elder One is a really good person. Chapter 1035. Zhuo really didn't feel threatened by Wan Minxing. Zhuo even felt close to Wan Minxing from the bottom of his heart. He was very relaxed. This was also the first time in history that Zhuo recognized and trusted someone other than his parents and sister Nian in such a short period of time. The only one. Even Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others took much longer than this. Therefore, when faced with the request of the two Calabash children, he agreed almost immediately. After receiving Zhuo's permission, Bai and Jiu both cheered. Let's go out and play. Thank you, Mom. The two little guys' voices were crisp and sweet. They were indescribably happy. They somersaulted a few times in the divine sense space and then rushed out eagerly. Therefore, in the extremely shocked eyes of Wan Minxing, he saw two little guys suddenly appear on top of Zhuo's head. Round and round those were. Two calabashes. Yes, calabashes. Calabashes. I am Chow Calabash. Suddenly, Wan Minxing thought of something and his eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief and incredulity. A rush of blood suddenly rushed to his head. In an instant, his face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. He didn't even blink his eyes. Even his breathing had completely stopped. In his mind, in a blank, there was lightning and thunder. The sky turned upside down. The stars exploded. The sun and the moon dimmed. Two calabashes. One was white, crystal clear, and filled with a kind of soft and gentle white. At first glance, it made people feel that it was extremely clean and elegant. The other was black, shiny, and transparent. It was a kind of extreme, introverted, and filled with a profound atmosphere. Both calabashes were very small and very tender. It gave people the feeling that these two calabashes were not fully grown yet. That was probably the feeling. As the two calabashes floated out, they happily somersaulted in the air, chasing each other and laughing occasionally. That kind of happiness, that kind of freedom, that kind of excitement actually affected Wan Minxing's state of mind. At this moment, Wan Minxing's eyes were the largest they had ever been. They were shocked again and again, but they never thought that there would be such a huge shock at the end. At this moment, the shock in his heart had reached a point where he could not control it all. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Looking at the 2 gourds in the air, which were swallowing and playing in the boundless life force, he said in a weird voice, "Is that the number 1 treasure of the prehistorical era? Innate spirit root bottle gourd? How could this be? How is this possible?" So Zhuo was puzzled. "Master Wan, what's wrong? These 2, that gourd is yours." Wan Minsheng pointed at Bai and Jiu with a trembling finger. His eyes were bloodshot. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable happen right before his eyes. If one were to describe it, it would be a modern man who saw someone who had died with his own eyes suddenly walk over to talk to him in broad daylight. It was probably the feeling of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo could answer, they heard by Bai's tender voice. "Mommy, I'm so happy today. Come and play with us too." Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled happily. "You two play first. Mommy has something to do." "Okay." Bai and Jiu answered crisply. Then, the two calabashes flew freely in the air. They were too happy, too comfortable, too happy. Completely different, but extremely pure life force emerged from Bai and Jiu's bodies. Then, the life force in this space was swallowed by the two calabashes at the side. Xiaolong was so excited that he was trembling all over. Oh, this is great. This time, he had truly struck gold. This was an unprecedented combination of heaven and earth. It was truly unprecedented in history. Even though the great god of creation, Pangu, sacrificed everything in exchange for this vast world outside, it was still far from achieving the miraculous combination of heaven and earth and the fusion of life force. No, this kind of situation, no matter which world it was, did not have such a miraculous creation. This was because heaven and earth could only be combined in a state of chaos, and there were no living beings in that state. But this space of his own had achieved it. From the beginning to the end, this space had been controlled by someone. And before everything had begun, there was already the creator dragon. Before heaven and earth were developed, there was already a huge amount of life force and fate. And now, with the addition of the Khanate Calabash, there was an innate life force. Originally, Xiaolong thought that this kind of treatment was already unprecedented, and there was no comparison in all the 3,000 worlds. However, he had never thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be chosen by Zhu Rong ancestral magus to be his successor, and that he would be thrown into the territory of a pre-saint who had saved the world. Xiaolong felt like his heart was about to explode from the ecstasy. Fortunately, he was just an illusion, a dragon of fate. If he had a real body, his dragon heart would have exploded long ago. He was so excited that he could not be any more excited. If Xiaolong was as ecstatic as he was, then Wan Minsheng was as shocked as he was. He clutched his chest and slowly sat down on the chair, panting heavily like a bellows. His eyes were round and straight, staring at Bai and Jiu in the sky. What was going on? Khanate bottle gourds. Weren't there only 7 of them? And didn't those 7 already have owners? It was publicly acknowledged that Khanate spirit roots existed before the heavens were created, and after 1 trillion years of nurturing, there were only 7 bottle gourds. There were only 7. There couldn't be more. And it was said that these 7 bottle gourds, to a certain extent, were the same number as the 7 saints of the primordial era. There couldn't be more. Why? Why were there 2 more now? These 2, one white and one black, were never seen before? Were they newly born? This was completely impossible. Moreover, even if the Khanate bottle gourd vine sprouted and produced 2 more bottle gourds, Wan Minsheng would not be shocked to such an extent. But why were these 2 bottle gourd called Zhuo Xiaoduo Mama? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. In Elder Wan's opinion, the only possibility was that the bottle gourd vine had seen Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, when it saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was much earlier than him. At that time, these 2 little bottle gourds had not yet grown up. However, the bottle gourd vine had already seen Zhuo Xiaoduo's soaring providence. Then, the bottle gourd vine did not want to miss this opportunity, so it paid a huge price and gave its children to Zhuo Xiaoduo to raise. However, what kind of opportunity, what kind of providence, and what kind of coincidence could make the bottle gourd vine willingly hand over its children? Those were 2 children who were still ignorant, who had not grown up, and who did not know any better. What kind of opportunity could make a mother hand over her 2 or 3-year-old children to be raised by someone else? And it was not a situation where she could not afford to raise them. Even if she was the richest person in the continent and the strongest person in the continent, such a mother who was at the peak of the continent in terms of martial strength, wealth, and reputation, was willing to hand over her children to a young man who was nothing to raise. What did this mean? This was truly frightening to think about. This request was even more important than the one he had made today. It was definitely not the slightest bit inferior. Then he thought, the creator dragon, the small world that had already taken shape. The Wahuang sword was actually guarding here. The seventh prince of the demon emperor, called Zhua Xiaoduo Mama. The two Khanate bottle gourds, also called Zhua Xiaoduo Mama. All of this was abnormal. Abnormal, too abnormal. Hiss. Wan Mingxing suddenly realized that the investment he made today and the promise he received must be the most correct decision in his life. Unbeknownst to him, he was hugging a leg that couldn't be any thicker than this. At this moment, Wan Mingxing suddenly felt a sense of regret. He regretted his actions. He should not have made that karma agreement with Zhuo. After making the karma agreement, as long as Zhuo reached the agreement, then the karma would be gone, and the favor would also end cleanly at that time. But if he did not make the agreement and just made friends, the Spirit Clan would probably get much more than what they agreed on in the future. Because although Zhuo Xiao's temperament was weird, stingy, eccentric, and sometimes made people want to slap him to death, but this guy was a person who valued friendship. In Zhuo Xiao's heart, friendship was definitely more important than the promise of karma. He had miscalculated. Wan Mingxing sighed softly, only feeling countless emotions rolling in his heart. For a moment, he did not know what he was thinking. The Wahuang sword flew back and forth in the air. The three-legged golden crow flew in the air to its heart's content. One moment it turned into a ball of flame, and the next moment it circled in the air. A green dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail. Two little bottle gourds were playing, shaking their heads happily. Today, in the Void Extermination Pagoda, it was like a New Year's wedding. All kinds of happy events were gathered together. It was unprecedentedly lively. Zhuo was also exultant. Only Wan Mingxing, the person who had made the biggest contribution to this happy event, was stunned from the beginning to the end. He only felt that his heart was filled with blood time and time again, hovering on the edge of exploding again and again. Until he came out of the Void Extermination Pagoda, Wan Mingxing was still in a daze. His face was shocked to the point of numbness, and the state of being in a daze did not go away for a long time. His state of mind that had been tempered for millions of years, as still as a mountain, could not be calmed down at this moment. Elder Wan? Elder Wan? So Xiaoduo called out a few times. Chapter 1036. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Wan Mingxing felt that he must have no demeanor at this moment. The demeanor and grace that he had accumulated for millions of years were all gone. But at this moment, he couldn't care about anything, because until now, he still felt that his eyes were dazzled by the colorful lights in front of him. He was almost infatuated and turned inside out. He thought deeper in an instant. Since the two black and white gourds were here, and they were so dependent on Zhuo, it could only prove that, or it could be said that the source of the dominator of heaven and earth had recognized Zhuo's fate. That was why he entrusted the two gourds to Zhuo. Looking at Zhuo's attitude towards the two small gourds, and even towards the three-legged golden crow, it was a sincere affection from the bottom of his heart. This was the level of the dominator of heaven and earth's chess pieces. Imperceptibly, they would be bound to you by karma that could no longer be severed. Compared to forcefully binding others, this method of manipulation was extremely costly, but the effect was minimal. The difference between the two was simply too great. Ashamed of his inferiority. Ashamed of his inferiority. What should we do next? Wan Mingxing was still thinking about the two gourds, the Wahuang sword, the three-legged golden crow, and the creator dragon. These were the chess pieces set up by the mighty, so much so that his words were a little light. Of course, we should continue to practice the primordial fire technique. So as Xiaoduo said, Elder One, let's take a break and then start. We still have to go to the Tower of Annihilation to practice. The flow of time inside is quite different from the outside world. The current Tower of Annihilation had been optimized by Wan Minsheng, and its performance could be said to have improved further. Of course, the optimization this time was more in the aspect of concealment, and the progress in other aspects was relatively limited. However, after Xiao Long's integration of statistics, now 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days in the Tower of Annihilation, which was a full 3 months. And such a terrifying progress was relatively limited in other aspects that Xiaoduo was trying to figure out as he waved his hands and lifted his feet. He imagined integrating it into his moves and waited for Xiao Long to integrate the time and space of the Tower of Annihilation. Wan Minxing leaned back in his chair quietly. His face looked calm, as if he was taking a nap. Nothing was bothering him. But in reality, his heart was in a perilous situation, and he was trying his best to calm himself down. Just relying on 1,000,000 years of mental stability was no longer enough. The more Xiaoduo gestured, the more he felt like he had gained something but lacked a flash of insight. And at this moment, that dark clouds suddenly gathered in the boundless sky. Then, thunder rumbled from afar, rolling back and forth in the sky. A deafening clap of thunder rang out, startling Wan Minxing out of his thoughts. He looked up in surprise. The tree leaves and branches that covered the entire sky sensed Wan Minxing's confusion and automatically scattered, revealing a patch of the sky. At this moment, dark clouds surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. So Xiaoduo, who was still moving his arms and legs, felt a wave of enlightenment rise. It seemed that he had a new understanding of his hammering technique. An impulse arose in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. With a swoosh, he took out the 99 cat hammer from his space ring. Then, he leaped into the air and smashed down with his hammer. Then, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer, that it felt more and more perfect. I'm too awesome. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Bai and Jiu cheered as they leaped out of the divine sense, turning into 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, that shot into the 2 hammers. For a moment, the white light and the black aura intertwined in the air. The energy of yin and yang surged endlessly in the air, and the gates of hell began to take shape. Thunderclaps continued to ring out in the sky. After a long while, an even louder explosion rang out. In reality, the shadows of 2 sledgehammers suddenly appeared in the sky, and then suddenly rushed down on their own. So Xiaoduo was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? I'm just dancing with my hammers. You've already reached your limit by using wind and thunder in the sky. Why are you making a pair of hammers to match the situation? Are you kidding me? However, before he could think about it carefully, a pretty little girl in white appeared on the left hammer of the 99 cat hammer, and a chubby little boy in a dudu appeared in the right hammer. The 2 little guys giggled and suddenly looked up at the sky, opening their mouths at the same time. The 2 sledgehammer phantoms in the sky were originally rushing toward the 99 kitty hammer, but Little White and Little Geo opened their mouths and swallowed them into their stomachs. They were intercepted. Thunder roared in the sky as if it was angry. This is for the hammers. Why are you swallowing it? The shadows of the 2 gourds suddenly rushed out of the hammers. 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, soared into the sky in an unprecedentedly arrogant and domineering manner, heading straight for the dark clouds in the sky. Why are you striking thunder? You're so annoying. How dare you criticize us? However, the heavenly wrath did not dare to offend them lightly. The boundless dark clouds in the sky immediately reacted. With a muffled boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the 2 little guys. All of this happened too suddenly. The 2 little guys challenged the heavenly wrath and even approached the clouds on their own. So Xiaoduo did not have time to react at all. Elder One finally reacted. However, even though his cultivation was amazing, he was not good at fighting. He could not react in time to such a sudden change. Seeing the lightning approaching the 2 little guys, he was already half a step too late to save them. Seeing the heavenly wrath and the lightning approaching, the Jiao opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning into its stomach. Then it continued to rush up. Elder Wan, who was ready to help, and Zhou Xiaoduo, who had just reacted, were both dumbfounded. What kind of twist was this? That was the heavenly wrath, and it swallowed it. The two gourds rushed up to the sky aggressively. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping up the dust. With a whoosh, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rose, and the wind grew stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sky became clear again. Only then did Little White and Little Jew land unwillingly. They let out a smug cry that said, "Don't run if you have the guts," showing off their arrogance and flaunting their might. Then, with a whoosh, they went back into the 9-9 kitty hammer, digesting the essence of the two hammers and further merging with the 9-9 kitty hammer. This. So Xiaoduo was so shocked that he did not know what to say. My son and my daughter are so amazing. The lightning that represents the heavenly wrath was swallowed, just like that. On the other hand, Wan Minqing's expression returned to calmness. He was not surprised at all. After all, he had a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. In an instant, he understood the reason. The heavenly wrath was incomplete, and the prehistoric spiritual treasure, the Khanate gourd, was a special existence like the illegitimate child of the heavenly wrath. Facing the incomplete aura of the heavenly wrath, not only would they not be afraid, but they would also feel a natural suppression. Everything happened so suddenly that it became a matter of life and death. Elder One did not have time to think carefully, so he wanted to come to their rescue. When Zhou Xiaoduo picked up the 9-9 kitty hammer again, he immediately felt that the hammer was different. It had a kind of aura, as heavy as a mountain, as heavy as a prison, and as ferocious to the extreme. It was as if a pair of weapons for battle had completely transformed into weapons for killing. Weapons of war and weapons of slaughter were of completely different natures. If it had not been baptized by the blood of countless souls, even if it was a top-grade divine weapon, it would not be born with such an aura. Casually picking it up, Zhou Xiaoduo could feel that if he used the 9-9 kitty hammer to use the 1,000-soul hammer in battle again, its power would be improved qualitatively. It was a transformation of a completely different level. My young friend, from now on, this pair of hammers will be immortal. Wan Minqing stood aside, with deep worry and sorrow in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the pair of hammers, but what he saw in his mind was the monstrous waves of blood that would be smashed by the hammers in the near future. Countless heroes and warriors of various clans will be turned into dead souls under this pair of hammers. Elder Wan, what do you mean? Zhou Xiaoduo humbly asked for advice. Before the two gourds entered, these two hammers were only lethal weapons in the human world. But after the two gourds were invested in, they were already divine weapons in the heavens, belonging to the level of spiritual treasures. They will grow with the growth of the gourds. It can even be said that when the two gourds were invested in, they were already natural spiritual treasures. Their foundation was solid, and they only needed to be polished for a long time. But this time, the hammer souls entered and were refined by the two gourds at the first moment. It means that all the conditions are now met. Moreover, each of them has a quality beyond the established. In the future, this pair of hammers will not only be a top-grade natural spiritual treasure in the divine weapon ranking list, and their ranking will not be too far behind. Wan Minqing said earnestly, "My young friend, innate spiritual treasures are otherworldly spiritual objects born from the creation of heaven and earth. They are the purest immortal objects in the world. But your pair of hammers, because of their special roots and various opportunities, have become immortal objects. At the same time, they possess the attributes of killing weapons. My young friend, I hope that when you use these killing weapons in the future, you will not act recklessly. You must always have compassion in your heart." So Xiaoduo agreed and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, I often have mercy in my heart now. I always think that I can't leave my family alone. My parents are old and need me to take care of them. Nian Cat needs me even more, so I can't let anything happen to her. I have to kill all my enemies without leaving any consequences. That's the greatest mercy in my heart. So what Xiao Duo said sadly. Now, I'm really doing things with a merciful heart. I'm fighting with a merciful heart. I pity the people of my world who have so many worries. I pity my enemies who have such a long lifespan. The world is too bitter and difficult. It's better to send them away as soon as possible. That's my greatest merit. Wan Minxing was dumbfounded. You are so merciful, so you don't leave any consequences? Well, it seems that I don't really understand the meaning of the word mercy. It's my lack of talent and knowledge. Looking at Xiaoduo's self-righteous face when he spoke, it was clear that he really thought so. This kind of self-righteousness was simply Wan Minsheng could not understand. The interior of the Tower of Annihilation has returned to normal. Shall we start practicing the elemental fire technique now? Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of urgency. Okay. Cough, cough. Chapter 1037. In the outside world, 3 days and 2 nights had passed. In this period of time, a total of 225 days had passed inside the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Xiaoduo had raised his cultivation to the peak of the God Reigning stage in one go and suppressed it to the limit of 56 times. The second level of the Flaming Sun Manual, Red Sun and Golden Sun, had not only reached the peak, but was also about to enter the third level, Clear Sky Great Sun. And the most gratifying thing was that the elemental fire technique could be considered to have reached the entry level. It was worthy of being Zhu Wu's natal cultivation technique. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's peerless talent and the fact that he was a cheater himself, it took him nearly a year to reach the entry level. Also, with the help of Wan Minxing's protection, Zhuo Xiaoduo successfully triggered the jade pendant and channeled it into his sea of consciousness. Unsurprisingly, the jade pendant contained Zhu Wu Zhurong's lifetime of cultivation and battle comprehension. Zhuo Xiaoduo skimmed through it quickly and was greatly enlightened and shocked. It turned out that there was such a way of fighting. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had begun to absorb the elemental fire. The elemental fire that had turned into a secret manual had been completely absorbed by Zhuo Xiaoduo and turned into the foundation of the elemental fire technique. Then he turned to absorbing the Zhurong primordial fire that had been preserved by Wan Minsheng for countless years. Even though the fire energy in Zhuo Xiaoduo's body had accumulated to an unimaginable level, when faced with the Zhurong primordial fire, he still felt that he could not control it and could lose control at any time. Especially when his firepower encountered the Zhurong true fire, not only did it fail to control the fire with fire, but it also instinctively shrank back, seeming to want to leap back into the Zhurong true fire. However, the Zhurong primordial fire was like the king of fire, burning neither fast nor slow. From beginning to end, it had a look of disdain, cold and reserved. So Xiaoduo tried again and again, but he was still unable to fuse them. Fortunately, he had Elder Wan's guidance and knew about Zhurong's true fire in advance. Although he failed again and again, he did not feel depressed. Failure is the mother of success. As long as you succeed in the end, who cares what happened in the past? The history books are written by the victors. So Xiaoduo secretly made up his mind. After I successfully assimilate and subdue the Zhurong Jinhua, I will say that I have subdued the Zhurong Jinhua in one go. As soon as the Zhurong Jinhua sees my face, it will take the initiative to submit to me. It will be obedient and obedient. Let me do whatever I want and show off my charisma as the chosen one. What's the use of ignoring him now? At that time, I'll be able to use it however I want. So Xiaoduo made up his mind and began cultivating again to increase his foundation before continuing his attempts. So far, Zhuo Xiaoduo had tried more than 10 times. Finally, he felt that they were on par. However, the Zhurong Jinhua was still unwilling to cooperate. It still waited arrogantly with no intention of compromising. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a headache coming on. Elder Wan, this fire is too annoying, isn't it? I have clearly exceeded the cultivation level it needs. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. It's like an ice beauty. It's clear that someone has met her requirements to find a partner, but she's still trying to be reserved. Wan Minsheng smiled bitterly. Young friend, you should really feel lucky. An ice beauty naturally thinks highly of herself. If it weren't for your fire attribute cultivation and extraordinary attainments, as well as the foundation of the Yuanhua technique, your roots would be no different from the Zhu Rong Jinhua. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. Why do you think Zhu Rong is called the god of fire? Why is he the king of all fires and flames? Isn't it because of the Zhu Rong Jinhua in his bones? As long as you absorb this Zhu Rong Jinhua, it's the same as reaching the sky in one step. You can immediately build the Jinhua foundation, form the Jinhua embryo, and reach the starting point of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. That's the beginning of the next generation of Zhu Wu. How can it be a small matter? How is it different from paving the way to the sky in one go? People should know how to be content. But this is too slow. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little worried. As the saying goes, a woman is afraid of a man who pesters her. Sincerity can move metal and stone. You must be patient. Wan Minsheng had been led astray by Zhuo Xiaoduo. He even said that a woman was afraid of a man who pesters her. Zhuo Xiaoduo faced the Jinhua and threatened, "But you've been together for more than 200 days, and you're still so reserved. You're obviously pretentious. I don't like it. Love will disappear. Student Jinhua, if you continue to be so reserved, I won't be able to pursue you anymore." Zhu Rong's Jinhua burned slowly, but he still ignored him. So Xiaoduo finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "Elder Wan, I don't think we can follow your method anymore. The progress is too slow. If we wait for him to become more approachable and condescending, how long will that take? Well, by the way, you said that you spent a lot of effort to separate this Jinhua from his body. This is the kind of painstaking effort in your bones, right? It happens once in 12 years. If you use this method, it'll take you at least tens of thousands of times. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fuck it." Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and rubbed his palms. "Whether it's willing or not, I'm going to fuck it." Wan Minsheng was shocked. "Don't force it. You have to be patient and influence it bit by bit. One day, it'll fall into your arms. You have the foundation of the Jinhua, so it won't take that long. Your current progress. You better take a break." As he spoke, Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed the slowly burning Zhu Rong's Jinhua and said angrily, "How long are you going to be reserved? I'm running out of patience. I'm going to force myself on you today." Zhu Rong's Jinhua burned slowly, but he was still cold and reserved. Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. "Are you looking down on me?" So the Jinhua opened his mouth and swallowed Zhu Rong's Jinhua. He really forced himself on Jinhua. Jinhua was swallowed in one gulp. Wan Minsheng burped and widened his eyes. This kid is courting death. "Oh, whoa." So Xiaoduo let out a painful howl from his throat, but he kept his mouth shut. He used the primordial fire and true fire to forcefully compress it, and then drove it towards his dantian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuo Xiaoduo's head, hands, feet, facial orifices, and even his back began to emit flames. Plumes of black smoke rose from the countless pores on his body. However, he kept his mouth shut and gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. Wan Minsheng was dumbfounded. This was the true fury of Zhu Rong. How could he be so reckless? Were they courting death? Once Zhu Rong's primordial fire was fully ignited, it would be an extreme eruption from within his body. His entire body would be incinerated by the primordial fire, and his soul would be completely destroyed. However, when he saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was burning red, he knew that there was no turning back. He did not dare to disturb him and could only continuously inject life force into Zhuo Xiaoduo to strengthen the vitality of his body and help suppress the primordial fire. To Wan Minsheng's surprise, this ball of Zhu Rong's primordial fire only resisted slightly after being treated so rudely. Then, it followed Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians and entered his dantian, that nothing out of the ordinary happened throughout the entire process. It obediently followed that then, in his dantian, all the energy began to revolve around this ball of fire and began to fuse and integrate into one. Wan Minsheng watched with his mouth agape, at a loss of what to do. Is this what is going on? Wasn't this too ridiculous? He did not know that Zhou Xiaoduo was most afraid of death. He had always adhered to the principle of not fighting a battle or taking risks that he was not confident in. It could be said that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. The reason why he was so reckless was because he had referred to Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's lifetime of combat and cultivation experience and concluded principle. This Lord Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's actions could be described with one word: reckless. No matter what was in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy was, no matter how many enemies there were, no matter whether he could defeat them or not, there was only one word to describe it: reckless. Who cares? If he could defeat them, he would fight. If he could not defeat them, he would fight even more. This was the kind of guy he was. He had been reckless his entire life. If you wanted to use gentle methods to slowly coax and influence the primordial fire inheritance left behind by such a person, that although there was a possibility of success, at the very least, you would have to coax it for hundreds of thousands of years, just like Elder One, who had been licking his boots for hundreds of millions of years. However, there was no one like Zhou Xiaoduo who would directly cook the rice and force himself on the primordial fire before talking about the follow-up. As expected, as soon as it entered his throat, Zhou Xiaoduo felt it. As expected, this was the case. Although he said no, in reality, he had already approved of it. He just stood there and did not take the initiative. After all, Zhou Xiaoduo had the foundation of the primordial fire art and a fire attribute cultivation body. It was a perfect match for Zhu Rong's primordial fire. There was no better combination. On the surface, the two sides did not interfere with each other. However, in reality, they were already dry, firewood, and raging fire. They were only waiting for one side to take the initiative. Then they would immediately become entangled in each other and hit it off. The cold and aloof demeanor would disappear in an instant and turn into lovey-dovey love. She lived a prosperous life, although the worries of the people's livelihood were based on his experience, who said that experience was always right. In reality, if he really could not absorb it, Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely spit it out immediately. Why would he take the huge risk of burning himself to ashes to absorb it? He even directly absorbed it into his dantian. Was that something that someone who was afraid of dying would do? That would be ridiculous. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the people, Zhou Xiaoduo only took one day and one night to complete the fusion of the spiritual energy in his body and Zhu Rong's primordial fire. His red skin slowly returned to normal. However, his hair, the fine hairs on his body, and the other hairs on his lower body were all burned clean in the process. Even some skin flakes were rustling down. However, the skin that was exposed now had almost no pores on it. It was white with a tinge of red. It was different. It was indescribably likable and enviable. At this moment, even a lady with the best skin would feel inferior when compared to Zhou Xiaoduo. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was also cursing in his heart at this moment. It was not the first time that his entire body was shedding his hair. However, the shedding was so severe that he had been sitting cross-legged the whole time. All the hair on his body had turned into powder and landed in his crotch. Now, there was a small handful of all kinds of powder in his crotch. As long as he stood up, the powder would definitely fall down his thighs and calves. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1038. Moreover, no one had seen him in a similar state before. Now that he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, people like Elder Wan, Huang Sword Xiao, Bai, and Jiu were all there. How could he let them see through his embarrassing image? How could he still have any face left? Zhou Xiaoduo practiced seriously while looking at Wan Minsheng out of the corner of his eye. It was said that when people got older, they would more or less have frequent urination. Why didn't Elder Wan say that he wanted to go to the toilet? What happened to the saying that old people were shrewd? At this moment, Wan Minxing looked at Xiaoduo with burning eyes, ready to help at any time. Even if the fusion was completed, the power of Zhu Rong's true fire was something that Wan Minxing would never forget in his life. Could Xiaoduo really digest it? Could he? He couldn't be careless. After a long time, Xiaoduo couldn't help but stand up quickly, stomping his feet and saying, "I finally succeeded. It's so comfortable." Before his voice died away, he had already walked out. Behind him, Xiao stood on 3 legs, whereas Xiaoduo originally stood, looking at the gray and white thing on the ground in a daze. What was this? It seemed to have fallen out of his mother's pants. He tilted his head and looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand. So he pecked it with his sharp beak. Ba ba ba. Xiao vomited crazily. Wan Minxing almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It was a saying that old people were shrewd. How could he not see what this kid was doing? This anecdote was enough for him to laugh for a while, or maybe for a lifetime. However, this little thing, this little embarrassment, was the most normal and common thing in the process of marrow cleansing after a great improvement in cultivation. For example, when demons shed their skin and evolved, they directly left the entire surface of their body. In comparison, the little residue left by Xiaoduo was nothing. It was just a manifestation of his shallow cultivation and shallow knowledge. However, the matter of the 7th prince eating the residue could make him laugh for a while. Wan Minxing was really kind. He acted like he didn't see anything and just walked over. He even congratulated him happily and hid this joke in his heart. Xiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. If it were Li Chenglong and the others, they would probably treat this as a joke and laugh at him for a few years, or even for half of their lives. Elder Wan is still the honest one. Touching his bald head, Xiaoduo was still feeling melancholy. Since the last time he had become bald while practicing martial arts, he had been bald from time to time. Moreover, his whole body was bald from head to toe. It had only just grown out, and all kinds of hair. Cough! It had only been a few days, and it was all gone. Xiao was most melancholy was that even his eyebrows were gone. Of course, his eyelashes were gone as well. Needless to say, it was difficult to blink his eyes. Xiaoduo sighed from the bottom of his heart. This was probably the price of success, the trouble of growing up. I'm bald again. There's a description. Like a peeled egg. That should be the description of me. Now, I'm completely Azure Dragon. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a thought. I wonder when Yin Cat cleanses her meridians and marrows. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. When the time comes, I'll find a chance to sneak a peek. Roar. Xiaoduo suddenly became happy. He squinted his eyes and smiled wretchedly. Next, Xiaoduo continued to stay in the space of the Tower of Annihilation and continued to cultivate. At most, he would come out occasionally to chat with Wan Minxing and drink tea. With such a high efficiency of cultivation, his strength naturally continued to grow. Following the initiation of the elemental fire art, Xiaoduo discovered that the growth of his strength was like heaven and earth compared to before. It was impossible to compare. It was as if he was going up a level every few days. Coming out to drink Elder Wan's tea every day also made him feel more and more awake and clear-headed. What's more, Xiaoduo felt that his impending breakthrough in cultivation made his ambition grow bigger and bigger. On this day, he suddenly thought of something. It seemed that there was no better opportunity than now to integrate the creation plate. Through these few days of free time, Xiaoduo suspected that Elder One might be the most powerful person in the astral souls at this time. Maybe even above the Flood Witch. Then, if he didn't take advantage of the fact that such a powerful person was beside him, when would he complete the integration? Elder One, you're experienced and knowledgeable. I have something that I need your help with. Xiaoduo smiled flatteringly. What? This. Xiaoduo took out a corner of the creation plate. I want to integrate this. The creation plate. Wan Minxing originally thought that he had been shocked to the extreme these few days, especially after the 2 gourds. What else could this kid have that could surprise him? It was already an innate spiritual treasure, so it had to be an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. What else could there be with an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure with the slaughter attribute? But the moment he looked at it, another unexpected thing appeared in front of him. There are four extremes in the sky, and the Azure Dragon guards the east. This is the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate? You said you want to integrate it. Then you have the main plate of the creation plate with you? Are you serious? Wan Minxing's eyeballs were completely hanging out of their sockets. Yes, his original body was a spiritual plant, so it was understandable that some of his actions were beyond the scope of human abilities. Wasn't the main plate lost after the great god Pangu created the world? How did it fall on you? Wan Minxing wanted to roar. What was going on? Can someone tell me? What kind of luck did this kid have? To put it bluntly, if there were any news about the master plate, the Azure Dragon Sage and the others wouldn't have had a chance to hold a corner of the creation plate. The Azure Dragon Sage and the rest were the top experts in the world, but compared to the level of the creation plate, they were still one level lower. It should not have been their turn to hold such a creation plate. But everyone knew that after the great god Pangu created the world, the creation plate was already lost and incomplete. This was the same logic as the world being incomplete. Innate cardinal treasures were the limit of spirit treasures. Anything that surpassed the level of innate cardinal treasures could not exist, and even if it did, it would not be complete. When the Tao ancestor created the 3,000 great Taos, the creation plate was completely broken. After that, the various mighty figures knew that the four great demon guardians had obtained the fragments of the creation plate, but no one thought much of it. Even if the fragments were all present, the combined power of the four pieces was only at the level of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It could be completely resisted. It was completely harmless to the real mighty figures. In fact, if they snatched it, the other mighty figures would think that they were plotting something. The gains did not make up for the losses. With Wan Minxing's cultivation, he naturally understood this. But even if Wan Minxing smashed his soul, he would never have thought that at this moment, the legendary main plate of the creation plate, which even the Tao ancestor could not find, would appear right in front of him. This guy actually said that he wanted to merge with the creation plate. Since Xiaoduo said that, apart from having a corner of the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate, so Xiaoduo also had to have the main plate. This part could be said to be as obvious as a louse on a bald head. Wan Minxing clutched his chest, feeling as if he was about to have a heart attack. His mental demons rose and fell, floating. There were several times when he wanted to raise his hand and kill Xiaoduo to obtain such a huge treasure. Elder Wan, give me a straightforward answer. Can you merge it or not? The ignorance Xiaoduo continued to ask. I can't merge it. Wan Minxing finally gasped for breath. He reached out and grabbed Xiaoduo's shoulder, saying anxiously, You must remember that before you reach the Sky Soar realm, you must never try to merge it. That's the danger of returning to the primal chaos in an instant. Do you understand? Xiaoduo was startled. But my cultivation has improved greatly. This isn't a matter of cultivation. It's something that can only be merged after reaching a certain realm and resonating with the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. Wan Minxing felt extremely conflicted. This thing isn't something that can be merged at will. Also, in the future, don't take it out casually. Do you understand? At the end of his words, there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. It wasn't that Elder One wasn't tempted by such a supreme treasure. Given his cultivation, if he could control the complete creation plate, he could go anywhere in the world. After all, he had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. His mind was pure and upright, and he had let go of his greed and obsession. I understand. Xiaoduo was startled by Elder Wan's reaction. Although he didn't understand the logic behind it, he instinctively believed Wan Minxing. Wan Minxing couldn't help but sigh. What was the path of fortune? This was the path of fortune. If Xiaoduo insisted on merging with the creation plate, Wan Minxing could only stand guard for him. What awaited Zhuo Xiaoduo would be the destruction of his physical body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. However, he was very obedient and resisted. If this wasn't the path of fortune, then what was? This kid was really too careless. How could he take out something like this so casually? But he probably didn't know what it was. In that case, I'll break through to the profound returning realm first. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very open-minded. If he couldn't merge with the creation plate, then so be it. All right, I'll stand guard for you. Remember, this thing is not allowed to appear in front of anyone in the future. Wan Misheng warned solemnly. Yes, I'll remember. Don't take it out in front of me. What? Seeing this thing, even a saint would turn into a bandit. Damn it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was scared. A day later, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of Wan Mingxing's courtyard quickly. After a few steps, he realized that the environment behind him had changed. When he looked back, he couldn't see where the small courtyard was anymore. Thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo bowed deeply in the direction of his memory, then turned around and strode away. Chapter 1039. On the last day, Zhuo Xiaoduo successfully broke through to the mystic returning realm. Apart from the 50 caddies of spirit tea, Wan Mingxing also gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a supreme-grade spirit spring, which had moved into the Void Extermination Pagoda. After all, there really wasn't any water-type phase in the Void Extermination Pagoda. Wan Mingxing asked Zhuo Xiaoduo how many of the seeds of the wishful vines he wanted. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and said that he would not mind having more of such good things. Wan Mingxing waved his hand and gave him a sack full of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned by Wan Mingxing's generosity. So many? This was at least hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's not that I wouldn't mind having more, but this was too much. Where do you want to plant them? However, when he asked for them and Wan Mingxing gave them to him, he could still say, "It's too much, I don't want so much." Perhaps other people could do such a thing, but a real Pishio like Zhuo Xiaoduo would never do it. He simply kept them in the Tower of Annihilation. Anyway, I have a world. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just hundreds of thousands of wishful vines? In short, Zhuo Xiaoduo happily took them away. However, as soon as he left the small courtyard, the courtyard disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had taken too much. Was Wan Mingxing unhappy? But these were not what he wanted. He gave them to him voluntarily. He could not figure out. It was better to keep moving forward. Little did he know that Wan Mingxing was standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's door at this moment, feeling sad. This old man had never experienced the pain of parting in his life. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had stayed here for so long that the old man was already used to his company. In particular, Zhuo Xiaoduo was usually smart and well-behaved. Wan Mingxing had long liked him to the bone. If it wasn't for this shred of kinship, Wan Mingxing might have really made a move that day. Therefore, the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo left, Wan Mingxing felt a lump in his throat and almost cried. In order to quickly cut off this worry, he hurriedly activated the formation to cover himself and the small courtyard. At this moment, he was standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's door. He was so sad that his body was trembling, his eyes were red, and he was sighing deeply. I understand that you can't stay here for long. You still have a bright future ahead of you, but you can't control it. Wan Mingxing muttered to himself, I only hope that after you leave this place, you will be safe and your life will be smooth. Then, he let out a long sigh, which lasted for a long time. What's the use of cultivation and mental state, even if you're promoted to the sage-to-be level? I still can't control my feelings. At this moment, Elder One was like an old man watching his grandson go out to work. Although he was reluctant, he still regained his rationality. When a child grew up, he had to go out. A baby eagle had to learn to fly by itself. Sigh. Wan Mingxing's eyes were full of reluctance and longing as he looked at the facilities in Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. His Taoist heart, which had been silent for millions of years, suddenly yearned for the outside world. It was unprecedentedly strong. Perhaps I really should go out and take a look. Wan Mingxing muttered to himself. However, His Majesty's Spirit Emperor said that he would never leave this place. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, didn't feel too sad about parting. After all, in his opinion, Elder One wouldn't leave the heavenly spirit forest, and his cultivation was still so high. He just had to wait until he had the time to come and see him again. But now, he was really anxious to return home. He wanted to find a place with some signal and send a message to the outside world. I'm still alive. Don't worry. Especially to send a message to Sister Nyen. Nyen cat, I'm fine. Wait for me. The most important thing is that I'm already at the mystical returning realm. I can almost suppress you. Mystical returning realm. Roar, roar. Along the way, the trees and grass in the forest all made way for him. There were even a few trees that turned into giants, standing there and waving their hands. This god of plague was finally gone. Zhuo was unprecedentedly happy, but also extremely anxious. He stepped out of the boundary of the heavenly spirit forest as if he was flying. After walking a few thousand miles to the east, Zhuo slowly found that the trees here were a little different. First, it slowly thinned out. Then, he found a bottomless ditch. After crossing this ditch, he saw that the trees became denser from sparse to dense again. However, the trees on the other side of the ditch clearly showed signs of darkening. They were overflowing with an indescribable aura, which made people feel uncomfortable from the inside out. Xiaoduo instantly remembered the demonic aura he saw when he first came. Although it was slightly different from what he felt now, it was almost the same. The aura he felt in front of him seemed to be more evil, more brutal, and more unpleasant. As he walked forward, there were more and more snakes, insects, spiders, ants, flies, snakes, and centipedes under his feet. Occasionally, there were large groups of scorpions holding their large pincers, rampaging in the dense grass. Then, there were centipedes that were 0.5 meter, 1 meter, and even several meters long, swimming past. Zhuo was like a wisp of smoke, flashing through the forest and above the grass. He didn't dare to land on the ground. He knew very well that the direction he chose at random should be the territory of the demon clan in the heavenly spirit forest. Elder One had been in the heavenly spirit forest for 1,000,000 years, so there must be some super experts among the demons nearby. Even if he made another breakthrough, he still wouldn't dare to cause trouble. If he didn't have to, then it would be best if he didn't have to. The most important thing now was to go out, find a place with a signal, and send out the message quickly so that his family wouldn't be worried. Then, he would think of a way to sneak back from the Umno Alliance. That was the most important thing now. Even if others provoke me, I won't fight back. I won't fight back when they hit me, and I won't talk back when they scold me. My first priority is to go back safely. Oh yeah, let's do that. So Xiaoduo made up his mind and sneaked forward. At this moment, inside the forest, there were countless strange-looking guys who were jumping for joy. The smell of good wine slowly filled the air, and many of them were splashed on the ground. The smell was naturally more pungent. The news that Imo Shurjo brought back had been reported. Now, the demon clan here was celebrating wildly. Although Wan Minsheng said that they were not allowed to go out, and that they were not allowed to come back. But this also indirectly proved that the great era was about to arrive. The various clans were really about to return. In 3 years, at most 5 years, all the clans would be back. What short period of time? We have been here for thousands of years, and our seniors have died batch after batch. The clans are getting stronger and stronger, and the original elders are now very powerful. What are we afraid of? When the great era comes, we will immediately kill our way out. To welcome the return of our clans, with cooperation from the inside and the outside, isn't that a great achievement? Maybe the whole world will be under the rule of the demon clan. The news was confirmed, and that was the best thing. Seize the time to practice and improve. All the clans must do this. When our clans return from the mainland, everyone's cultivation must be higher than now. In the future, maybe we will all die, but it is also possible that we will become heroes and become the glory of the demon clan. We will trample the whole world under our feet. Let the glory of the demon ancestor shine on the whole world. Heaven and earth, Only the demon reigned supreme. Only the demon reigned supreme. Amidst the waves of cheers, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. At this moment, a leaf swayed, and a black smoke suddenly rose from the ground. Then he transformed into a strangely shaped demon and whispered a few words to him. Human? Are you sure? From Elder Wand's side? Should be. Let's go and take a look. Do we need to report to the boss and the rest? This. No need. The boss was very angry during this period of time, and it was this news that made them happy. However, they immediately went in and seemed to be dealing with something. It is said that the boss caught a human woman 2 days ago. Don't ask if you don't know. Yes, I am wrong. Let's go and take a look. Countless demons in the direction of Zwa Xiaoduo screamed and roared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Humans. Many demons were born in the demonic spirit forest and had never seen a human in their entire lives. Now, they were finally going to see a living one. So excited, roar. It is said that human blood is unusually fresh and sweet. I don't know if it is true, but only one came. I don't know if it will be my turn to taste it. The demons swarmed. So Xiaoduo was fully focused and continued to move forward cautiously, shuttling through the forest, flying at the lowest altitude. Since he knew that the demons also had strong masters, he did not dare to be rash and flew at a high altitude. The boundless demonic aura in the sky was like a big net directly covering the whole space. Of course, this was to defend against the high-altitude meteorites, but also to prevent the enemy from invading. Moreover, those who could set up spiritual senses in the sky were all big shots of a certain level. So Xiaoduo admitted that he could not afford to offend big shots of this level. Although my strength has improved greatly, and compared to when I was besieged and chased in the Red Sun Mountain Range, my strength has improved by several times. But although at that time I was just a mere god reigning, and now I am a high and mighty mystic reigning, but that I am still only invincible among the younger generation. I'm still far from those old guys. Well, I seem to be invincible among the younger generation, and no one can defeat me, right? Then what is the specific meaning of these days of improvement? Is it just for the promise with Sister Nian? If I can fulfill the promise, it is not bad. I have long wanted to fulfill it, even in my dreams. Dong dong clang. Nian cat, I am coming. Chapter 1040. But that was a matter for the future. Now, to be safe, he chose to keep flying at a very low altitude in the forest and continue to pass through. So Xiaoduo's plan could be said to be extremely wise. The kind of peerless experts that he needed to avoid. If they did not know about him beforehand and targeted him, they would not appear at such a height and on such a route. Therefore, as long as he moved fast enough, he would be able to pass them safely. Even if he encountered the demon clan, unluckily, they were just some small fries at most. If there was a conflict with Zwa Xiaoduo's means, he could open a path in an instant and pass through directly. By the time the experts on the other side reacted, Zwa Xiaoduo would be very likely to be far away or even out of the demon clan's forest. After all, his speed was fast enough, and it didn't take him too much time to leave the Heavenly Spirit Forest. The Heavenly Spirit Forest, the Demon Spirit Forest, and the Demon Spirit Forest were the same size, so there shouldn't be a big difference between them. Zwa Xiaoduo was as light as the wind and as fast as lightning. Even though the forest in front of him was getting denser and denser, and the surrounding atmosphere was getting darker and gloomier, he was still calm and composed. He was even a little bit happy about the current atmosphere. The denser the area, the less people there were, and the safer he would be. Naturally, it was worth being happy about. However, the inexplicable, treacherous atmosphere around him was getting thicker and thicker. There seemed to be a commotion in the distance. Zwa Xiaoduo snorted in his heart. Without saying a word, he launched the Tianyuan escape skill and rushed forward at an unprecedented speed that boomed it in the air. A dense turbulence suddenly spread out. Zwa Xiaoduo, who was in a state of galloping, hit an invisible air shield head-on. His speed at the moment was the limit of his body's movement. It could be said that he was extremely fast. Coincidentally, his strength at the moment was also outstanding, and it was difficult for anyone at the same level to match him. With the combination of extreme speed and great strength, he broke the air shield in front of him immediately. No, it should be that it exploded directly. Under the impact, the entire chi barrier was unable to resist at all. It exploded like a bomb. Boom! Inexplicable and extremely unpleasant curses came from all directions. However, in front of Xiaoduo's eyes, it instantly changed its appearance. Beneath this layer of protection was an illusion array. The original purpose of this illusory formation was to cover everything inside. As long as the illusory formation was still there, it would be no different from the forest outside. However, Xiaoduo's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. While countless people were cursing, there were also many people who jumped up in excitement. Got it! Got it! Ha ha ha! This method is indeed effective. At this moment, Xiaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking toward the source of the sound, he saw a few demons jumping and shouting. As expected, I knew it. With my spiritual sense, how could I be so careless as to bump into the barrier? Someone was definitely messing with me. Xiaoduo sighed as he looked at the excited crowd of demons surrounding him. How could he not know that today's matter would not be settled peacefully? He was destined to not be able to leave as smoothly as he had imagined. Everyone, do you understand? Xiaoduo cupped his fists, brimming with the demeanor of a refined gentleman, genial and amiable. Damn, why does this human speak the same language as us? Sigh. This is so strange, so strange. Damn, this human only has 2 eyes. How ugly. Look at me. I have 13 eyes, 2 noses, 7 ears. How handsome. Damn, I can understand him. I can actually understand him. Is this a human? I'll learn something new. So this is what he looks like. It said that human flesh is fragrant and blood is sweet. Hurry up, let's try it. Let me have the first bite. I'm going to taste it for everyone. Get lost. Do you know where to bite first? What if you break it? You don't understand. If you want to eat a human, you must first pull out the latch below him. This demon was very experienced and said seriously, Really? There's such a thing. Latch? I've never seen it before. I really want to see it. That's right, that's right. Gradually, there were already several thousand of them. There were also many demons in the distance who had heard the news and were rushing over in excitement. Really? Humans? They're here. Let me see, let me see. I finally see a living human today. That's a legendary delicacy. Xiaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. Were these demons? This group of people had never seen a human before. At this moment, a dignified voice said, "Everyone disperse. Disperse. What's with all this noise?" As the demons in front of them parted like waves, 3 demons who were much taller than their peers appeared. The one in front had 3 heads and a total of 21 eyes. Each head had 3 eyes on the left side of the face, 3 on the right side, and 1 eye between the eyebrows. 3, 7, 21. Yes, that's right. 3, 7, 21. Each head had 3 noses. From top to bottom, they were small nose, middle nose, and big nose. In total, there were 9 noses. In total, there were 3 mouths. Of course, there were also 18 ears. The 2 on the left and right. Ahem, there was no need to introduce them one by one. Anyway, they looked different. They were all weirdly shaped. The number of eyes, noses, and ears were also different. If their heads were not big enough, how could they fit so many things? The 3 demons stepped out of the crowd. They had big feet and wore animal skins. Their hair was messy, but there was a huge black bear skin on their shoulders. The black bear skin was really big. It was like a cloak on their bodies. At this moment, they actually looked quite stylish. But that was all he had. The leader of the demons with 21 eyes looked at Xiaoduo majestically. The 3 mouths opened together and said, "Human, you trespassed into the territory of the demons. Do you know that you're guilty? What are you here for? Why don't you tell us now?" His words were very polite, But the moment he opened his mouth, he labeled Zhuo as guilty. Zhuo was not offended. He breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to communicate was the best thing. He cupped his fists and said, I was lost for a moment and accidentally entered your precious land. Please forgive me. Lost for a moment? The demon's eyes flickered strangely. You were lost for hundreds of thousands of miles? Human, you're very dishonest. Zhuo coughed and said, I'm not familiar with this place. I was flustered and lost my way. But it was really an unintentional mistake. I didn't have any bad intentions towards your precious land. The demon couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was drooling. Even though he pretended to be serious and wantonly made up words, the malice in his eyes had already revealed his thoughts. This human is full of nonsense. None of his words can be trusted. The demon said majestically, Demons, take this person down. Then he said, I'll taste it first. Before he finished speaking, he was already the first to rush forward. His previous words were filled with certainty and sonorous. He was clearly creating an excuse for himself. In his bones, he was just lusting after Zhuo's body. These words were all for the people around him to hear. What he meant was, this guy's crime was decided by me. You're not allowed to snatch it. This guy is mine. His entire body is mine. As for what the human in front of him was thinking, was that important? That wasn't important. With a click, the demon opposite had already rushed forward. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He bared his teeth and looked like he was going to swallow Zhuo whole. Zhuo frowned. The strength of the current leader of the demons was not considered too high among humans. He was only at the level of nascent soul, and this kind of strength to Zhuo could not even be considered as. You want to eat me? Zhuo stretched out his hand and caught the demon who was charging at him. He pressed the demon's head on the ground with one hand like a steel claw. Then, he casually rubbed the demon's head on the ground and said while suppressing his anger, I didn't want to fight with you. Damn, this human is so fierce. The demon next to him shouted, Hurry up and report it. There's a spy. A human is attacking. Behind him, a demon took something out from behind his butt and blew it. It turned out to be a whistle. Tick, 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 tick. The whistle was blown. The delicacies are right in front of us. The first to move gets it. Everyone, let's attack together. The demon roared as he took out a spiked club. Seeing that the strongest demon was being held down by the human and rubbed against the ground, the demon knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. He instinctively chose to gang up on him. So what if you're strong? One demon can't beat you, but a group of demons can't beat you? There was a saying that went, a real man can't fight his way out of the village. Let's fight together. Hearing this, Zhuo's temper flared up. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Murderous intent rose in his heart. This time, he didn't even use the cat's spirit sword or the hammer of trial. He just took out the 9-9 kitty hammer. Two shadows flashed, and the two hammers disappeared into the 9-9 kitty hammer. Two rays of light, one white and one black, entered separately. Bai and Jiu were in place. This meant that the new 9-9 kitty hammer had appeared for the first time in its strongest state. It should be now. Demon world? Hey, Zhuo swung his hammer casually. I just wanted to pass by. I didn't want to kill more people. You bunch of idiots just have to court death. Who can you blame? Boom. The 30 to 40 demons at the front were unable to resist. Without exception, they were all smashed into pieces and flew out. Blood rained down from the sky, and the sky was covered in a bloody mist. You don't even have a space ring. Tell me, how poor are you now? How dare you try to rob me? If I were you, I wouldn't have the courage to live. Boom. Another 30 or so demons were sent flying. Just like the demons before them, their corpses were completely obliterated, and their brains were all on the ground. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 1041. Boom, 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 boom. You're so ugly. You're disgusting. Don't you know that? Zhuo was a little angry. Killing all of you will beautify the world. It's a great merit. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo had only moved forward 300 meters, but more than 1,000 demons had already been sent flying. All those that flew out were basically torn apart in midair. Those that were lucky enough to hit the hammerhead directly immediately turned into a rain of blood, scattering around in bits and pieces. Countless demons who had just gathered after hearing the news saw a white light and a bit of black gas in front of them. They couldn't see anyone at all. Finally, they couldn't help but show fear on their faces. How could this human be so cruel? Could it be that all the humans in the outside world are so cruel? Human flesh doesn't taste good at all. For a moment, the whole demon forest was filled with the sound of whistles from all directions. It was extremely urgent and full of panic. The whistles were sharp and piercing, resounding throughout the forest. On the other side, Zhuo was rushing forward like a demon god. Wherever he went, the demons couldn't withstand a single blow. Everything that stood in his way, be it the demons or the trees, were all turned into ashes. At this moment, there was a big road that was more than 7,000 meters long behind him. It was wide and spacious, and this road was still going on. In the dense forest, Zhuo was advancing bravely. With his own strength, he had forcefully carved out a path to the Sun Pass. As a demon wrote in his memoirs a long time later, there was no road in the world. But since Zhuo came, there was a road. It was very wide and fertile. Bang, bang, banged up, the big hammer was swung continuously, and the aura of many souls that had fallen were all absorbed into the big hammer. Bai and Jiao, one was eagerly collecting the 3 souls, while the other was excitedly swallowing the 7 souls. Zhuo was completely unimpeded. The opponent was too weak, and Zhuo did not even feel the impact. There was no pressure at all. All of the demons who dared to surround him were sent flying in the first moment. Too weak, unable to withstand a single blow. You can't even withstand a single blow. Zhuo couldn't help but think. My current image is the god of war. Zhuo was very complacent. Before Zhuo cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire, his battle prowess was already at the top of the younger generation in the 3 continents. It could be said that under the Skysor realm, there was no one who could match him. In fact, the vast majority of fairy heavens weren't his match. Now that he had advanced a step further and reached the origin returning realm, his battle prowess had multiplied. Furthermore, with the new 99 Kitty Hammer in hand, his battle prowess was at its peak. On the other hand, his opponents only had the battle prowess of a nascent soul cultivator, and there weren't many of them. Naturally, they could only be flattened. To put it bluntly, against such an enemy, not to mention 1,000, even if he killed 10,000 or 100,000 for the current Zhuo, it would still be a piece of cake. It was just a matter of time. But no matter what he thought, he didn't slow down at all. In less than a few breaths of time, another 3 kilometers of road had opened up. Combined with the road in front of him, it was already 10,000 meters of road. Moreover, there was no turning back as he continued to advance forward. In front of him was a verdant and lush barrier. Behind him was thick smoke and a mess. This massacre allowed Zhuo to vent some of the depression in his heart. After being chased and suppressed by the Umno Alliance for so long, he could finally vent his anger. Today, I, Zhuo, am the only one who can dominate the Umno Alliance and defeat the demons. In a distant sky, the poisonous shaman was exhausted as he chased after the demon ancestor, Lei Changtian, in front of him. He was panting and couldn't help but curse. You're already so old, but you still have so much energy to run. Why don't you slow down a little? In front, Lei Changtian turned a deaf ear to him and ran as fast as he could. Slow down? How dare I slow down? I've lost my grandson. Do you think I'll dare to slow down? If I don't hurry up, my daughter and son-in-law will be here. Now Lei Changtian was really anxious. For several days, he dragged the poisonous shaman and flew around the Umno Alliance. He had already searched the places where the 8 beams of light landed. Now, he was heading to the 9th beam of light. Further away, the Zhumang shaman was panting as he followed. His speed was slower than the poisonous shaman and Lei Changtian, but he had to follow. He didn't dare to not follow, because Lei Changtian had already gone crazy. If there was only the poisonous shaman, it would be impossible to suppress him. At most, it would be a draw. But in this state, the possibility of Lei Changtian self-destructing and dragging the poisonous shaman along was too high. Once it was confirmed that Zhuo Xiaoduo was really gone, Lei Changtian would definitely self-destruct until the end. At that time, if the poisonous shaman was alone, he would definitely be dragged to the grave by Lei Changtian. Therefore, although the Zhumang shaman knew that he couldn't catch up, he still had to chase and follow. Even if he was tired to the point of vomiting blood, he still had to chase. When the time came, the two of them could withstand Lei Changtian's self-destruction together. Maybe there was a slight chance. If it really didn't work, he would stand in front of the poisonous shaman and let this guy live that this brother's life was too miserable. He couldn't let him die alone. Therefore, the Zhumang shaman risked his life all the way. Originally, it was okay. There was still the West Sea shaman to accompany him. The three great shamans joined forces to face the self-destruction of a powerhouse of the same level. Although they would inevitably suffer serious injuries, they wouldn't die. For powerhouses of their level, as long as they didn't die, serious injuries were nothing. But when they chased to the boundary of the West Sea, it seemed that something had happened there, forcing the West Sea shaman to deal with it. This also led to him being the only one left to follow the two people in front. Finally, he followed the first 8 places, but the two people in front turned around again and went to the 9th place to search. However, this was perhaps another step closer to death. The goal this time was the Heavenly Spirit Forest. After many days of running, the Zhumang shaman, who was always on guard, felt exhausted, physically and mentally. Damn it, he never knew that after becoming a great shaman, he still had to worry about traveling. The two people in front of him were simply using their lives to hurry, and he was using his life to accompany them. Seeing that they weren't far from the place where the icy deep shaman was, the Zhumang shaman desperately launched the soul-shaking technique. Come out quickly. Something big has happened. The icy deep shaman, who had just finished his seclusion and was stuck at the last checkpoint, was suddenly angered by this sudden attack. Damn it, this Zhumang must be sick. Haha. The icy deep shaman jumped out at the first moment. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had the temperament of an iceberg. He was refined and extraordinary, but the moment he opened his mouth, this temperament was destroyed. He said angrily, "Zhumang, look at your pathetic appearance. Why are you scaring me? Hurry up and catch up. Something is going to happen." The Zhumang shaman was almost out of breath. How could he still care about being angry? In front, Lei Changtian and Wu Du may self-destruct at any time. They will die together. Fuck your second uncle. The icy deep shaman was shocked when he heard this. Without saying anything, he ran out of the ice and snow, ignoring the Zhumang shaman's follow-up explanation. Don't talk nonsense. I'll hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, it'll be too late. This guy didn't know the cause and effect, or even what had happened. He just ran all the way in a hurry. Wu Du and Lei Changtian were going against each other. That was definitely not a good thing. As he ran, he complained, "Wu Du, you idiot. You can't beat him. What's the use of that little poison of yours?" The icy deep shaman didn't stop talking, and his feet didn't stop. He disappeared in a flash. Behind him, the Zhumang shaman, who had run out of breath and was almost out of oil, squatted on a mountain top, panting heavily. Every time he breathed out, there was a faint red air. Tired. I'm so tired. Previously, he had been running as if his life depended on it. He had been running madly for millions of miles in all directions without stopping. He had also been tearing space apart to hasten his journey. From east to west, from west to south, from south to north, from west to east. He had been running in circles without stopping. With Lei Zhangtian's extreme mentality at this moment, in order to guard against the unexpected, Zhumang Grand Sorcerer, who always had his heart in his throat, was really physically and mentally exhausted. He couldn't even find the time to take a breath. As long as he stopped to take a breath, the two people in front of him would be able to run away without a trace. And he couldn't even find the direction. Once the two people got out of his sight, what would happen next would be completely beyond the scope of his intervention. However, the Zhumang shaman didn't dare to think in a good direction. Even if Lei Changtian self-destructed, even if he didn't take Wudu with him, only Lei Changtian died, the Zhumang shaman wouldn't feel very good in his heart. Well, this is really a conscience to say in private. Lei Zhangtian is really dead, and Zhumang great, which will feel very uncomfortable in his heart, and he will feel very uncomfortable and very lost. After all, they were old opponents who had been fighting for so many years, and they had already become enemies and friends. Perhaps when they met on the real battlefield and fought for life and death, they would still kill each other when they got the opportunity. But in the end, no matter who really killed who, it was inevitable that they would think about it from time to time in the rest of their lives. Once they thought about it, they would be unhappy for a long time. Every year, it was common to sweep the other party's grave that this was a very complicated and special emotion that was difficult to understand without personal experience. It was like this for Lei Changtian, not to mention the non-poisonous shaman who had fought side by side for so many years. Once he thought of the extreme result of one of the two people self-destructing and pulling the other one together, how could the Zhumang shaman not be afraid? How could he dare to breathe? How could he dare to take it lightly? Chapter 1042. In particular, after going to the place where the 8 beam of light fell, he still couldn't find Zhuo. The pressure around Lei Changtian was getting lower and lower. Zhu Mangrate, which felt that something was wrong, but he had been carrying negative emotions for a long time, and it was really difficult for him to continue. After chasing all the way here, he finally got closer to Bing Ming Old Witch. He quickly called him out and asked him to follow him. On the top of the mountain, he breathed heavily like an old ox. He only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat and his blood vessels were about to explode. Just a little bit more. Zhu Mangrate, which was a little lucky. Just a little bit more, and I would have become the first great witch in history to die of exhaustion. This achievement, this Lei Changtian is really crazy. I hope Bing Ming can persuade him. I hope no one has an accident. Don't really die in this place. Zhu Mangrate, which gasped hard, trying to adjust his breath to recover, and stuffed medicinal pills into his mouth. Unfortunately, he was nervous all the way, and he didn't even have time to eat medicinal pills. This was not an exaggeration. He really didn't, because if he really wanted to eat medicinal pills, it was inevitable that he would slow down a little. But once he slowed down and was distracted, he might not be able to keep an eye on the two people. Maybe at that moment, Lei Changtian would explode himself? In the face of such a situation, how could Zhu Mangrate, which dared to stop when the two people in front of him were always rushing for their lives? He couldn't even slow down for a moment. After resting for a while, Zhu Mangrate, which felt that he seemed to have recovered a little strength, he tore the space again and chased out. I have to find another person. Bing Ming is not a bad person, but his mouth can make even a good person die of anger, let alone now. I'm afraid that Lei Changtian will give up being poisonous and turn a fight with Bing Ming. Maybe Lei Changtian didn't want to self-destruct, but he was angered by Bing Ming's words. The current situation isn't any different from before. Icy Nether didn't survive Lei Changtian's self-detonation, so he still can't escape death. If I sacrifice Icy Nether in order to save Dudu, it's still my fault. And it's a huge fault that I can't take off in this lifetime, because Icy Nether was summoned by my soul-shaking technique. It's even harder to absolve myself from the blame. I can't even atone for my sins with death. Zhu Mang, Great Witch's heart, is full of helplessness. Don't talk about the later death. He wants to die now. Why couldn't he go to anyone's territory? Why did he have to come to the Ice Nether? Any one of them would be better than Bing Ming at adjusting the situation and having an EQ, but this guy was the only one who didn't. Why couldn't I hold on a little longer? Why did I call out Bing Ming? Zhu Mang Great Witch dragged his body and saw that it was not too far away from Dan Kong Great Witch. He decided to go to Dan Kong. He was still extremely tired, extremely tired. Hurry up and get Dan Kong out so I can rest at ease. Not to mention that Zhu Mang Great Witch went to find Dan Kong. On the other side, the Ice Nether Great Witch ran all the way, following the spiritual fluctuations in front of him, almost breaking his legs. But after turning in two directions, he didn't see anyone. These two people are not crazy. In desperation, the Ice Nether Great Witch began to burn the blood of Zhu Wu in his body and chased after them at a double speed, successfully following in the footsteps of Zhu Mang Great Witch. There was no other reason. If he didn't do this, he couldn't catch up at all. The reason why the two people in front of him were so fast must be that something big happened. If they were a step late, they might be separated by life and death. The Ice Nether Great Witch not only had the same association as Zhu Mang Great Witch, but also more complicated and terrible than Zhu Mang. Zhu Mang is so tired. God knows what the two in front of him are like. Although I didn't feel a strong impact wave, it must be the two of them shaking in the most extreme and restrained way. Maybe their brains have been beaten out. I just don't know if it's Du Jio's brain or Lei Chantian's brain. If I can't catch up, Du Jio, who is not good at martial arts, will definitely be beaten to a pulp. They don't like me every day, but I can't be unrighteous. I can't just watch them die. I must catch up. I must catch up. The Ice Nether Great Witch was anxious and burned his blood to chase after them. He also felt that he was very noble and righteous. For a moment, he even put on a moral halo for himself. He felt that his brothers beat him every day, but at the critical moment, he was still the most desperate. He was already a moral role model. They can't beat him anymore, can they? Maybe they will even praise him when they see him. Finally, he saw the backs of the two in front of him. Lei Chantian was running in front, taking the lead. Du Jio followed closely behind like a shadow, neither close nor far. Of course, he didn't dare to not follow. For someone like Lei Chantian, once he got rid of the restraints of the Great Witch, if he went crazy in the inner cities of the Umno Alliance, thousands of miles of land would be a piece of cake. The blood of the Wu people would flow like a river. Such a strong person must be kept in check. And now, the only one who could keep up was himself. Not to mention, he was also the one who caused this matter to go out of control. Du Jio was already complaining in his heart. I thought it was finally my turn to show up and preside over the big event. Damn it, I did show up, but why did I show up? I didn't take charge, I made a big deal. Did I take charge just to go back and forth in circles around the Umno Alliance's mainland? Did he use all his strength and speed to run crazily again and again? What was I doing to fuck? He was tired, but how could Long Tear Sky not be tired? But no matter how tired Lei Changtian was, he didn't dare to stop. Grandson, where did you go? It's been a few days. I've run to so many places, but I still can't see you. At this moment. Even if Lei Zhantian ran himself to death on the road, it was impossible for him to stop. He had to get confirmation of Zhua Xiaoduo's whereabouts. Only then could he call it a temporary stop. No matter how hard it was, no matter how exhausted they were, it didn't stop. However, their speed inevitably became slower and slower. This was also the fundamental reason why the Great Ice Nether Witch was gradually catching up with them. Of course, only the Great Ice Witch could catch up with them. The rest of the experts were still unable to catch up with them. Their so-called slower and slower speed was only relative to the practitioners at the same level as them. The rest of them were still mediocre and insignificant. At this moment, there was a dark forest in front of them. The Ice Nether Witch's entire body was covered with an unparalleled frosty air and chased after Ji Hao from behind at lightning speed. Hey, the one in front. I'm telling you to, stop, or I'll. When the poisonous witch heard that the icy hell which had caught up, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, she stopped in midair and almost fell down. She pointed forward and said, Chase. Chase after him. Don't. The Great Ice Witch was shocked and said, What's wrong? Why are you two running like idiots? You're not fighting but running? What's the use of that? The great poison which was furious and said intermittently, bullshit. Chase after him. This old guy lost his grandson. He's going crazy now. The great ice which was stunned. His grandson is lost? His grandson? Isn't his grandson Zhua Changchang's son? Lost. So what if he's lost? What's the big deal? Besides, we didn't lose him. Lost. He's lost. Stop talking nonsense. The great poison which was out of breath. Chase after him quickly. This old thing is about to go crazy. It didn't matter if she said it quickly. The great ice witch's mind was spinning. Zhua Changchang's son, Lei Changtian's grandson, is lost. Why the fuck do we have to help find him? What the fuck is this? This isn't right. Isn't Zhua Changchang's son? Fuck. The great ice witch suddenly shouted, fuck. The great poison witch. The great ice witch jumped up in the air, her eyes staring straight and her face pale. Fuck his old ass. That kid lost. 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 Whoosh. Before the great poison witch fell, the great ice witch couldn't catch her breath and fell from the sky like a meteorite. Fuck you. The great poison witch was furious. Look at the situation now. Can you fucking be more serious? I'm as tired as a sock, but I didn't fall. Why did you fall? Why are you so weak? Who? A figure flashed, and the ice abyss which once again rushed up, her face immediately pale. Did Lei Zhangtian lose his grandson? Zhua Changchang's son is missing? Did you inform Boss Flood? Yeah. Well, why should I inform Boss Flood? Lei Changtian isn't worth it. Fuck. The great ice witch turned and ran, chasing after Lei Changtian and yelling, you fucking don't know anything. Fuck off. After saying these few words, he disappeared without a trace. He actually spurred his horse even faster to chase after Chu Yang. Her speed was even faster than before. Obviously, the great ice which was really going all out this time. The great poison which was confused. What was going on? Why did the great poison which seemed to be more anxious than Lei Changtian? And why did she inform Boss Flood? How could this have anything to do with Boss Flood? There was something wrong with the great poison witch's brain. Forget it. Let the great poison witch worry about it. I don't care. I'll take a few breaths first. Only then did the non-poisonous shaman grab the pills. Like eating beans, he kept stuffing them into his mouth, chewing them in handfuls with crunching sounds. Then, he took out some spiritual water and gulped it down his throat. I fucking give up. This thing. I was almost dragged to death by the old devil. Cough. Let me say it weakly. Ticket. Chapter 1043. Thinking of the 10 pillars of light that rushed up, the non-poisonous shaman was even more furious. His entire body was filled with a sense of powerlessness. That was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's handiwork. He couldn't track it at all and could only rely on his senses. And the most amazing thing was, these 10 beams of light had all landed in the most uninhabited and desolate places. In other words, no one would be able to send a message after discovering it. What's more, those places were so remote that there was no signal at all. Another problem with this kind of location was that they could only wait for the 10 kids to walk out by themselves or wait for others to find them like searching for a needle in a haystack. Only then could they be considered to have regained contact. How many tens of thousands of years have you left this world? It's all thanks to you that you could find such a remote place. The non-poisonous, which kept complaining about Zhu Wu Zhu Rong in his heart. The first time he found Kami no Su, he realized it wasn't Zhuo Duo. Lei Changtian turned and left. The non-poisonous, which had no choice but to follow. He didn't even dare to say a word to Kami no Su. He just yelled at him to get lost, and then found Shaja for the second time. Swoosh. 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 There was no time to catch his breath. The non-poisonous, which felt that his legs had become thin after running for a few days. Other than the West Sea, he went to all the other 8 places. Then, he finally came to this side of Heavenly Spirit Forest. The reason why this was the last stop was naturally because the beam of light in this direction was the furthest. If he came in this direction first, It would be the most time-consuming to go back and forth. It was also the least likely to come here, because compared to the landing point of Kami, No, Sue, and the others in Heavenly Spirit Forest, it was almost 3 times the distance. What's more, as long as it didn't reach the Heavenly Spirit Forest, it could be said that there were many cities along the way. In other words, if it landed here, it could be said that it was the easiest to be discovered out of the 10 beams of light. Lei Chantian naturally knew this as well. After all, he had dealt with the Wu people for so many years, so he had some understanding of the geography. However, after looking in all directions and confirming that it was not Swishaoduo, the two of them had no choice but to rush over. A few days had passed since then. Whether it was Lei Zhangtian or the great shaman, they were all exhausted. Lei Zhangtian was in front, and he didn't care about anything else. He could only focus on rushing towards the last location. His goal was naturally the Heavenly Spirit Forest. The great icy hell witch, who was chasing after them, once again sped up and yelled, "Old devil! Old devil, let me tell you. Stop, I have something to say. It's very important." Lei Chantian had no interest in listening to the great icy hell witch's nonsense. Naturally, he turned a deaf ear to her and continued to search in front of her. His eyes were red. If he couldn't find his grandson, or if he met with misfortune, Lei Chantian felt that he would be angered to death by himself. How could there be a grandfather like you in the world? You threw your grandson into the enemy's territory, and then he disappeared or even died prematurely. If this matter spreads out, I, Lei Chantian, will definitely become famous again. I will become famous again after my daughter was chased away by my elder brother. I will become the laughingstock of thousands of generations. Most importantly, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes. This was too shameful, to the point where he died with his eyes open. The great icy hell, which didn't consume a lot of energy like before. She moved quickly and quickly came to Lei Chantian's side. She said anxiously, "Old devil, this matter. Don't worry, it will be fine. This place is not for you to act rashly. You have to believe me, I am on your side. We are relatives." Boom. Lei Chantian didn't allow her to explain. He hit the great icy hell witch with his palm and said in a low voice, "Shut up." The great icy hell witch grimaced. "Old devil, I'm telling you, don't be unreasonable with me. When it comes to being unreasonable, it's not your turn to be unreasonable in this world." Back then, Before her voice died away, a violent aura suddenly rose from Lei Changtian's body. It was the prelude to self-explosion. Lei Changtian's face also became ferocious. "If I really can't find him, I will take one of the great witches away. Consider it my contribution to the astral souls. How about you?" Wait. The great icy hell witch's face changed, and her voice changed. She shook her head and waved her hands. "I'm scared, haha. Don't be impulsive. You are unreasonable, but you are more unreasonable than me. Don't be impulsive, okay?" As she spoke, she quickly retreated dozens of meters and said with a kind face, "I came here to accompany you to find him. You have to believe me, I am really here to help you. I won't lie. I am on your side. If I lied to you, I will be struck by lightning. I will give birth to a son without an anus. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Lei Chantian looked at her suspiciously and narrowed his eyes. "You're so kind? Why should I believe you? As long as you don't be impulsive, we can talk about anything. That kid is such a big living person. How can he be lost? Since he didn't appear in the first 9 places, then he must have landed here. Isn't this a sure thing? Let's find him together. How can we not find him? Who are we?" The great icy hell witch said, "Look carefully at the woods below and see if there is a little trace." As she spoke, she pointed casually. Lei Chantian turned his head and looked. Speaking of which, it was really a coincidence that the direction that the icy deep which casually pointed at was really the direction that Swishaoduo had rushed down. Although it had been healed by the vitality of the people, it could not be completely restored in just a few days. Therefore, there was a passage that rushed down from above. Lei Changtian's eyes lit up. "Yes, it is here. As he spoke, he glanced at the great icy hell witch. This guy's eyes are really good. He found it as soon as he arrived. My mind is in a mess. I didn't even find such an obvious thing. Fortunately, he came. The great icy hell witch was stunned and confused. I just pointed casually, and he found it. That's good, that's good. I have shown my kindness first. At least I don't have to be used as a scapegoat. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back, and his mind calmed down a little. Then, he cursed the great witch Zhu Meng in his heart. This son of a bitch is really not a good thing. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough, he called me out with the soul-shaking technique, and he actually used me as a scapegoat. This old devil in front of me has obviously reached the point where he has completely lost his mind. He is like a bag of explosives that has been ignited. Whoever ran into this old man would have to follow him and explode as well. At this time, you, Zhu Meng, called me out and pointed casually. Go quickly. Go to your second uncle. Then, I came here stupidly. If I didn't know that Xiaoduo had a relationship with Boss Flood and really wanted to help, wouldn't I be in a life or death situation? I was framed so badly that I couldn't close my eyes. If I can go back alive this time, I will call my sister and my brother-in-law to kill this bastard Zhu Meng. When did he offend you? As for framing me like this, the great, which was so angry that his liver was swollen. I usually didn't offend you, Zhu Meng. I just made a lot of jokes. You can't take a joke that he was cursing in his heart, but he had a smile on his face. He followed Lei Changtian and flew down. After all, Xiaoduo had to be found no matter what. If this brat is really dead, Lei Zhangtian will probably take me along with him. I'm afraid that even Big Brother Flood will go berserk. He prayed as he searched. Little ancestor, don't die. Even if you really want to die, wait for me to drag Zhu Meng over. After you die with me. I'm too innocent. Who did I offend? I'm really kind, full of kindness. A kind person like me. There are traces here. It had to be said that when the demon ancestor was in a mess, the great witch was clear-headed and acted as a guide. He was quite competent. The most important thing was that he was sincerely helping and was very careful and meticulous. In fact, the great witch felt that this was the most careful and meticulous thing he had ever done in his life. The two of them followed the direction Xiaoduo had rushed in and searched all the way to Heavenly Spirit Forest. Behind them, the great witch, who finally caught his breath, put his attention on the demon ancestor Bing Ming. However, when he looked ahead and tried to search again, he couldn't find the direction the two of them went. Damn, where did they go? How did they disappear completely in such a short time? The great witch couldn't help but feel numb. Although he knew that Xiaoduo must be at the last place, and also knew the approximate landing point as Xiaoduo, there was a forest in front of him that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Where could he find them in such a vast place? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. You guys, especially Bing Ming, why don't you think about letting out a long roar from time to time? Even scolding a few times would be good. You guys are so opportunistic when two old enemies are together, whispering all the way. You guys haven't made a single sound for so long. You guys didn't discuss going to sleep together, did you? You should at least give me a mental wave. What the fuck is going on here? He finally got someone to help him, but it turned out to be someone with a brain full of tofu dregs. This is really making me worried sick. The great witch stood in the air in a daze, looking here and there. He didn't know where to go then. He suddenly frowned. There. Seems to be. Movement over there. He turned his head and listened in another direction, but it was hard to confirm. However, it was just a small sound. How could he give it up like he had discovered a new continent? He flew over with a whoosh. He flew thousands of miles away from the direction demon ancestor Bing Ming went. Finally, he heard it clearly. There seemed to be a battle over there. The non-poisonous shaman's current location was still very far from the battle site, but the battle there was really very intense. The earth-shaking fluctuations could already be felt from here. Damn, don't tell me those two are fighting. The great witch flew over anxiously. Chapter 1044. Isn't this the territory of the demons? Why are they fighting here? Don't get me involved. The non-poisonous shaman was speechless. Back then, this place was considered a forbidden area for the Wu people. It was said that their ancestors had some kind of agreement with the demons. Boss Flood even said that as long as the demons don't come out, we won't bother with them. Most importantly, we can't go in. This was the main rule written in the Iron Rule of the Wu people. But now that they were fighting in this forbidden area, wouldn't it be a big mess? Damn you, Bing Ming. Lei Changtian doesn't know any better. Don't you know the severity of the situation? I'd better hurry over. Whether it's troublesome or not can wait. I'll go over and see if I can persuade him. If I can't, I'll join forces with Bing Ming and beat this old thing to death. I'm going to die from running all the way. The non-poisonous shaman flew toward the demon forest with a cloud of black smoke. So Xiaoduo ran all the way, swinging his hammers as he flew forward. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew. He was invincible. He didn't use his ultimate state anymore. On one hand, maintaining that state for a long time consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, the demons in front of him were only SOSO. Using that ultimate power was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. He just needed to get used to that state and get a general understanding of the combat power in that state. There was no need to waste it. Thirdly, there were a lot of enemies in front of him, but that was all. He could make use of them to test what he had comprehended during this period of time over and over again in the form of actual combat. During this period of time, his cultivation had progressed too fast, and there was no one to spar with him. His foundation wasn't stable. It was a good opportunity to spar with these demons. He could cram in some basic knowledge. Thousand Soul Hammer, Wind and Rain Hammer, Mountain River Hammer, Sun Moon Hammer, and Yin Yang Hammer were used one by one. So Xiaoduo had no pity for the demons in front of him, and he wouldn't show them any mercy. She would be a saint if she were to show mercy to a race that she was drooling over. Furthermore, she would be a saint who had no bottom line at all. So Xiaoduo felt that it was impossible for him to be that kind of bitch. Absolutely impossible. This journey was naturally filled with bloodshed. Along the way, there was no fluctuation in his heart at all. In his eyes, all living beings were monsters that devoured humans. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of guilt by killing them, he was even afraid that he would harm the common people if he didn't kill them. It was better to just kill them now. As he charged forward, the only thing he felt was that it was too easy in the beginning. There were no obstacles at all, and he just smashed his way through. After a while, the pressure lessened a little. It seemed that the other side had sent out some of their higher-level forces. However, they weren't really a hindrance. They just had to continue attacking like crazy. They were still sent flying and shattered one after another. After a while, the pressure increased again. However, it did not matter. He could still deal with it. Now, he finally felt the pressure. However, it was still okay. He could still deal with it. That was, his speed was slightly affected, and he slowed down a little. However, he still pushed forward and destroyed everything in his path, pushing forward and attacking fiercely all the way. So Xiaoduo's mood became more and more comfortable. He couldn't help but think of the legends in the novels where he took the head of a general from an army of millions. He couldn't help but feel proud. With my current cultivation, if I were to go to war in ancient times, it would be a piece of cake for me to go in and out of an army with thousands of horses. I don't even need to use horses. Isn't that better than those peerless generals? Or even more? Oh yeah, the current atmosphere was simply too much of a bully. It was simply exhilarating. It was a climax. As for the angry shouts of the demons who had just arrived, what did their shouts have to do with me? I'll just ignore them and turn a deaf ear to them. You've already said that you want to eat me. You're craving for my body. You want to swallow me whole. How can I not resist? How can I not fight back? What I'm doing is real and proper. It's the most legitimate form of self-defense, no matter where I am. Everyone is already established in irreconcilable opposition. If I don't fight back, I'll be sending myself to the tiger's mouth. Let's say that I've already killed so many of you. In this situation, if I really stop, you'll only swarm me and swallow me whole. How can you reconcile with me? That's impossible. It'll be the biggest joke in the world. Since it's impossible, What's the point of talking about it? Just do it. Do it to the end. So far, Zhou Xiaoduo had pushed forward a super long distance of 50,000 meters. Behind him, there was a long road of 50 kilometers. It was very stable and solid. It was stained with blood. Along the way, screams not only rose and fell one after another, but they were so loud that it was like a tsunami. Behind Zhou Xiaoduo, it was completely clean. Surprisingly, no demons dared to sneak up on him from behind. On both sides, there were many demons who were still in shock. Looking at the smoke and dust in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Their legs and stomachs were cramping. Are humans really so cruel? It's completely different from what's recorded in the novels and legends. Just this bald-headed fellow has already killed tens of thousands of us. Furthermore, he's still as lively as a dragon and lively as a tiger. There's no sign of fatigue at all. Even his speed hasn't decreased in the slightest. Could it be that he can continue killing? Kill tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. At first, the Soul Transformation Commander was sent flying. Then, the Huayan Commander was sent flying. Then, the Royal God Commander was sent flying as well. Then, the Guaxian Commander was sent flying as well. In total, a large number of people were sent flying. Just now, the three sky soaring commanders attacked together. Originally, everyone thought that it was enough. At least, they wouldn't be sent flying again. But who would have thought that the three sky soaring commanders still couldn't escape the fate of being sent flying? What the fuck? This human. How can he be so cruel to such an incomprehensible extent? Is it because this human is too cruel, or is it because all humans are so cruel? There's no need for all humans to be so cruel. As long as there's a small portion of humans who are at this level, it seems like there's no way for us demons to survive. Look, that human is still rushing out. The three sky soaring commanders working together still have no effect on him. It's meaningless. This, it's probably because our knowledge is too shallow. How could we have imagined that a battle could be so cruel? Looking at the countless demons that had already turned into minced meat on the ground, countless demons began to ponder in their hearts. Humans are so cruel. Do we still want to go out? Can we really return to our former glory? However, the higher-ups of the demon race naturally wouldn't let this go. In fact, after killing to his heart's content, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had killed to his heart's content, had already encountered enough resistance to stop him. The dozen or so devil race experts at the front joined forces and attacked together. With a loud explosion, the dozen or so devil race sky soar realm experts were sent flying just like before. There were no exceptions. The only difference was that although these dozen or so sky soaring realm demons were all vomiting blood, none of them had truly died. In other words, these demons were all injured, but none of them had lost their lives. And this was already an unprecedented, huge improvement. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo also felt an unprecedented resistance. He was no longer unstoppable. The strength of the three demon experts was especially impressive when facing Zhou Xiaoduo. It made Zhou Xiaoduo feel that what he was facing was no longer a group of demons that he could kill easily, but a mountain. A mountain. A mountain. So Xiaoduo changed his move, Storm Hammer of the Eight Directions, and still managed to repel the 15 demon experts. However, his momentum had finally stopped. He had no choice but to squint his eyes and focus on the front. The originally restrained Zhu Rong True Fire seemed to have felt the influence of the battle outside. It took the initiative to circulate, as if it was eagerly waiting to be used by Zhou Xiaoduo. It was eager to go out and fight. It had been silent for too long. The previous massacre was just a drop in the ocean. It was not enough to reach the apex. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his dantian was filled with true origin. The fire attribute spiritual energy seemed to be about to explode at any time. He felt that he could fight his way to the 9 heavens, without stopping. It was as if there was a voice in his head that kept telling him, "Fuck, why did you stop? Go ahead. If he did not have this impulse, Zhou Xiaoduo might have really continued to rush forward. However, This sudden and inexplicable impulse made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel strange. He felt that something was wrong. This Zhu Rong true fire's enthusiasm for fighting was too high. One should act according to one's ability when fighting a battle. How could he continue to be reckless? Therefore, he simply stopped. Activating the elemental flame magic, Jihao calmed down the agitated Zhu Rong true fire, then secretly made up his mind that he would not use the Zhu Rong true fire unless he could use it in the future. He would wait until he had absolute control over the fire, then he would do anything else. He was not afraid of its power being too strong. He was also not afraid of overusing it. He now had endless power. However, he was afraid that it would become a habit. If he got used to it, it would be terrible. So Xiaoduo really did not expect that the Zhu Rong true fire, which was known as the leader of all flames, would have such a wild side. This might be in line with the effect of the fire attribute absolute hypnosis technique, but it was not in line with Zhuo Xiaoduo's fighting style, which was to fight steadily and surely. Zhu Rong true fire's fighting style was to not care about his own life, nor about the lives of others. However, Xiaoduo's fighting style was to not only take the lives of others, but also his own. It sounded like they had the same meaning. However, after careful consideration, the two were not the same. So Xiaoduo felt this impulse and could not help but have a vague guess. The reason why Zhu Rong had such a temper in the past was that he was influenced by this Zhu Rong true fire. Imperceptible influence, habit becomes second nature, and naturally, if I end up like that, so Xiaoduo could not help but shudder. I'm still a small shrimp now. How can I be so reckless that this chapter is written a little wrong? I will think about it tonight. Should I continue this line? If it doesn't work, I will revise it. After revising it, I will tell everyone to read it again. Chapter 1045. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's mentality. When he was able to enter the Tao and become a martial artist, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt gratified and elated. Finally, he could protect the people around him, and he felt that he was invincible. However, when he broke through to the martial master realm, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly positioned himself as a small shrimp in the Jianghu, and this position had not changed even until now. Yes, I'm just a small shrimp. There are countless experts in the world. I can't be impulsive. I can't act rashly. I can't cause a ruckus. I need to be safe, and I need to be safe. If it's not a sure thing, and if it doesn't involve personal safety, I won't act rashly. All the way to core nascent, soul transformation, cloud transformation, divine reigning, and mysterious returning. Zhuo Xiaoduo's original intention had not changed. He firmly believed that he was a weak shrimp in his bones. At most, he was a shrimp that was stronger than other shrimps. If there was a slight disturbance, he would turn around and run. Safety first. This was the true Zhuo way of doing things and fighting. Human. In front of him, a demon race, Skysoar realm expert spat out blood. His eyes were filled with extreme shock as he angrily said, "Why did you come to our demon race's territory and slaughter our people? Our demon race has been living in seclusion here for millions of years, and we haven't come out to the world. We haven't been tainted by any karma or hatred, and we haven't done anything to the human race. Why did you kill us so viciously?" So Xiaoduo impatiently said, "Nonsense my ass. If you didn't want to eat me and covet this daddy's body, this daddy wouldn't be interested in fighting with you guys. Do you think this daddy didn't want to treat you with respect from start? You demons are the ones who attacked first. Do you know that? This daddy isn't a sitting duck. Fuck, are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then get out of the way. This daddy is too lazy to reason with you guys. Eat you." This demon race, Skysoar realm expert, was shocked. Who would want to eat such a murderous star? Wasn't this the same as courting death? Coveting his body? Was this death god's body something that could be coveted so casually? He couldn't help but be filled with anger. He was angry at this human, but even more angry at his people. What kind of thing did you guys provoke? With just one word, tens of thousands of clansmen had died. Who said that? Where is he? Although he was asking, he was clear that given how vicious and merciless this human was, that demon who said that he wanted to eat him would have been killed in the first instant. At the side, a demon race sky soar staggered to his feet. His face was as pale as paper, and 2 of the 13 eyes on his head had been destroyed. Black blood was flowing out from his eyes. He said fiercely, "Our demon race is not an unreasonable race. You only need to tell us your identity and show us your cultivation. Then, no matter how blind the demon race is, they will not deliberately make enemies and seek their own deaths. After all, there are rules for the strong. Why do we have to kill you?" So Xiaoduo swung his pendulum innocently. "That's right, the strong have their own rules. Aren't I just showing a little bit of my cultivation? But you guys are still unwilling to let me off. You have to believe me. I'm really just revealing a little bit of my cultivation base. It's just a small test." Looking behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, at the 30 to 40,000 meters long bloody alley, the few demon race experts were so angry that their chests felt stuffy. You call this showing a little bit of your cultivation base? Just a small test? You want to slaughter tens of thousands of people just by showing a little bit of your cultivation base? If you want to start a massacre, are you going to kill every last one of the demon race? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me, do you still want to fight today or not? If you don't, I'll leave. If you want to continue, just say the word. I've always adhered to this principle. Since I've already made my move, I won't use my mouth anymore. So as Xiaoduo shouted, he was very clear in his heart that now that things had reached this point, there was no way he could just let this matter go. Since that was the case, he would fight until the sky and earth were turned upside down first. On the other side, the 15 demon race Sky Soar Realm experts had a fierce look in their eyes. Just as Xiaoduo thought, now that things had reached this point, there was no way they would just let it go. The reason why they spoke was because they were shocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength. They knew that if they continued to fight, even they would not be able to escape death, so they wanted to stall for time. But it was obvious that the other party was not fooled. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo raise his hammers again, the 15 demon race experts shouted at the same time, "Heavenly Demon Formation." The 15 demon race experts suddenly rotated together, and at the same time, 3 more demon race experts flew out and joined in. In an instant, the 18 demon race experts each took a side and moved in an orderly manner. What followed was a surge of demon chi that covered the sky and earth. In an instant, the area within a radius of 300 meters was covered by the demon chi. All of the devilish beings within a radius of over a kilometer were sent flying in unison, and all of them lost their footing in unison. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like the whisper of a nightmare slowly rang out. "Demon ancestor above, demon god bears witness. 18 heavenly demons, step into the world once more." In the distance, a large group of demon race experts was rushing over. Coincidentally, their leader was Sergio, who had just gone to the Wan Mingshang's side. Seeing this scene, he subconsciously stopped. It's the 18 heavenly demon formation. What kind of powerful enemy is attacking? Why would they need to set up a heavenly demon formation? Could it be that someone at the level of a general or higher from the Wu people is here? In the end, this was the continent that belonged to the Wu people. Naturally, they could only think of the Wu people as the first choice. It's not the Wu people, it's a human. He's using 2 hammers. That's fierce, too fierce. One of the demon race experts was still in a state of shock. As he explained the current situation, he gradually became incoherent due to the fear in his heart. Let's see. Sergio's expression was abnormally heavy. How could something like this happen at such a time? Was it a coincidence, or was it a warning from the heavens? But the 18 heavenly demon formation, which had been dormant for countless years, had reappeared. Furthermore, it was set up by 18 low-level Sky Soar experts. Yet, it still couldn't take down this human. Just who was this human? How could he be so strong? Zhuo Xiaoduo was instantly drawn into the heavenly demon formation. His vision suddenly turned dark, and for a moment, he felt like he was going blind. He simply closed his eyes. Then, a ball of white light and a streak of black chi danced in the air. The twin hammers spun, and the wind and rain intertwined. Boom, 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 boom. Numerous devils formed by devil chi screamed shrilly as they rushed over from all directions. Swishaoduo hammered one demon at a time. Various hammer techniques and ingenious moves were displayed one by one. One by one, he integrated them into the actual battle. He wasn't in a hurry. Ever since the appearance of the Skysoar Realm demon, Swishaoduo knew that today was not going to end peacefully. Thus, he chose to fight steadily and surely. He practiced all of his hammer techniques in actual battle and mastered them through comprehensive study. The Skysoar Realm was definitely not the end. He had to be prepared. If he could increase his strength, then so be it. When the time came and he confirmed that he couldn't win, then it wouldn't be too late to enter the Spatial Extermination Pagoda. At the very least, he had to test his current cultivation and strength. The twin hammers were covered in white light and black chi. The wind was so shrill that it sounded like the cries of ghosts. In the blink of an eye, several hundred moves had passed. Swishaoduo was still immersed in his comprehension. The twin hammers spun, and various ingenious moves emerged one after another. Gradually, he mastered them through a comprehensive study. On the other hand, the 18 Skysoar Realm demon experts were drenched in sweat, unable to continue. This brat is too tough. I can't bite him. I can't bite him. His twin hammers that at least in the eyes of the 18 Skysoar Realm demon experts, he was another the Flood Witch. They were as heavy as a mountain, and they would die if they were hit or grazed. Yet, in the hands of this brat, they were as light as a piece of grass. He was able to wield them as if they were part of his body. How deep did his cultivation have to be able to wield them so effortlessly? Up until now, he had continuously used the hammers to smash out 130 li. To think that he still had so much strength left. This was simply inconceivable. It was beyond the understanding of the demon experts. Little did they know that Swishaoduo was only practicing. The so-called lack of strength was not within Swishaoduo's consideration. He didn't even think about it. Exhausted? I'm not afraid to tell you that I haven't used any strength yet. Not to mention that I still have many spirit herbs, limitless vitality, and the heaven-mending stone that I haven't used yet. Finally, the 18 Sky Demon Great Formation that had been pushed to the limit pushed the demonic chi to another level. Within the endless hidden demonic chi, tens of thousands of demonic chi appeared from all directions. Accompanied by twinkling starlight, they all pounced down. In the sky, a huge demonic chi image formed. The 18 Sky Demon Soul Extinguishing Formation has finally reached the limit of demonic chi. Mo Sergio heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, no matter how strong the humans inside were, they were destined to be unable to resist the demonic chi. Because at this stage, the strength of the 18 Skysoar Realm experts would increase by 1-fold along with the appearance of the Devil Soul. Everyone's strength would increase by 1-fold. Although they hadn't reached the point where the demonic chi would appear, at this point, it was more than enough to deal with the majority of the enemies. At this moment, following a loud roar, Swishaoduo, who was surrounded by the Demon Soul Extinguishing Formation, roared. At this moment, Swishaoduo's body spun rapidly and retracted the hammers. Taking advantage of the momentum, he pointed the hammers in his left hand to the sky and his right hand to the ground. A never-before-seen demonic chi that was a mixture of water and fire suddenly appeared. As if responding to the demonic chi, the gates of hell suddenly appeared with a hum. Countless Een spirits and malicious ghosts rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Shrieking, they rushed towards the Demon Soul Extinguishing Formation. The two hammers turned into a destructive hurricane that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom! The strongest attack of the 18 Sky Demon Great Formation collided head-on with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Zhuo habitually swung the 99 hammers in a row. The water tank-sized hammers were swung so hard that not even a drop of water could escape. At this moment, Zhuo was like a demon that had suddenly descended into the world. Chapter 1046. Boom, boom, boom did a series of blood-curdling screams sounded. The 18 flying demons were all sent flying at the same time, spitting out blood. Some of them even began to spit out their crushed organs in midair. There were also 2 who had just flown out. Their bodies were already torn apart in a strange manner in midair because they could not bear the weight. They disintegrated and scattered in all directions. Clang! Zhuo landed on the ground, and his 2 hammers collided with a crisp sound. His aura suddenly soared, and he laughed maniacally. Who else? Who else? Come up and accept your death. Zhuo let out a wild laugh. Without saying anything, he strode forward with his twin hammers. His aura was ferocious, and his aura was monstrous. For a moment, his aura was unparalleled, and he exuded an aura of invincibility. In front of him, hundreds of demon tribe elites were intimidated by his aura, and they all involuntarily took a step back. Zhuo resolutely strode forward with his long legs. On each side of him was a hammer the size of a water tank, reflecting the shiny bald head in the middle. It was like a third hammer, similarly sparkling, just that it was smaller. As he walked, he felt that it was a pity. There were so many demons here, and they were all my providence points. However, now was not the time. If there were fewer enemies, he would have an easier time. With a plan in mind, he would definitely be able to obtain more providence points. However, under the current circumstances, that he was surrounded by the entire demon tribe, and if he still wanted to stall for time, he would die of exhaustion even if he reached the Tao integration stage. Every time I kill someone, there will always be people who will question me. I don't know. Therefore, every time something like this happens, I can add these words and the words in brackets. After all, I have to clear up their doubts. I have to say, I'm quite familiar with these words. I'm just waiting for the comments to say, why don't you know? Therefore, I'll copy the next chapter. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo roared into the sky. Why don't you go out and ask around? Who am I? Who dares to provoke me? Zhuo in the 3 continents. Astral souls don't dare, and neither do the Tao tribe. The Wu people especially don't dare. Zhuo laughed wildly. Remember my name? I'm Zhuo. Left means left. Half of the sky is my left. Small, that's right. How could I find this piece of sky small? A lot means a lot of people who aren't afraid of a lot of people. Got it. Zhuo shouted like a thunderclap. Many of the demons with average cultivation bases in the surroundings were actually shaken to the point that their ears were buzzing. They almost went deaf, and a few of them even fell to the ground. There was another guy whose mind was taken away, but he actually responded instinctively. Got it. She immediately came back to her senses. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She instinctively covered her face. Opposite. Sergio snorted and strode forward. How impressive, he said coolly. Zhuo narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly, he asked, You're Sergio? Sergio was stunned. How would you know me? I knew your name the moment you walked out. Zhuo pointed his hammer at the sky and said, I can communicate with the heavenly Tao, and it's easy for me to see through heaven and earth. What's the point of knowing your name? Sergio's brain wasn't very good to begin with, so he was shocked. What? You can communicate with the heavenly Tao? See through heaven and earth? That's right, Zhuo said coldly. Sergio, you demons are at a critical juncture, and you're worried about your future. Why do you have to provoke a powerful enemy like me at this time? You're making an unparalleled enemy for no reason. You're so stupid. Sergio was even more shocked. He knew about this critical juncture and his future. Zhuo stepped forward, staring into Sergio's eyes. I think you won't be able to escape the fate of being killed by your boss this time. Mo Sergio couldn't help but take a step back and look into the depths of the forest. You, how do you know us so well? So Xiao Duo moved his divine sense, and Bai ran into his left eye and Jiu into his right eye. Suddenly, the two eyes were black and white. It was so strange that Mo Sergio's eyes widened in shock. Fuck, these eyes, so scary. So Xiao Duo stepped forward and looked at Mo Sergio with his black and white eyes. The heavenly Tao is above. Heaven and earth can see through heaven and earth. What do I not know? Mo Sergio's mind was a mess. The demons who died at my hands, were all destined to face this calamity. Xiao Duo said indifferently. Today, I've come to eliminate your calamity out of goodwill. How dare you be rude to me? Mo Sergio's mind was completely muddled. Eliminate calamity? Goodwill? That's right. Eliminate calamity. It's goodwill. So Xiao Duo shouted, Mo Sergio. Here. Mo Sergio was famous for his lack of brain. He had been ordered around by his bosses countless times. So when he heard his name being shouted, he instinctively responded. Get out of the way. Yes, get out of the way. Mo Sergio immediately stood aside. Xiao Duo strode past him, his black and white eyes looking straight ahead. It wasn't until Xiao Duo had walked a few dozen steps away that Mo Sergio suddenly felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a whoosh, he took out his mace. Who are you? I am the heavenly Tao. Xiao Duo didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, a furious voice came from the depths of the forest. Mo Sergio. You idiot. Mo Sergio looked in the direction of the voice, confused. He tightened his grip on his mace and said hesitantly, This. Can he really communicate with the heavenly Tao and lure you out? Bullshit. Communicate with the heavenly Tao, my ass. The voice was so angry that it was about to vomit blood. Stop him. Take him down. There was a whistling sound. Obviously, a large number of demon experts were rushing over. Hearing this, Mo Sergio shivered and roared. Stop right there. Stop? How could Xiao Duo possibly stop? As soon as he walked past Mo Sergio, he immediately moved at his highest speed, using the Tianyuan escape technique. He rushed out thousands of feet like a bolt of lightning and continued to accelerate. How could Mo Sergio not know that he had fallen into a trap? He was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He chased after him. Despicable and shameless. Stop right there. You. How do you know my name? Demonic clouds surged ahead. An angry voice cursed, trash. It was obviously not cursing Xiao Duo. Then an earth-shattering boom came from the front. The Thousand Souls nightmare hammer that Xiao Duo had mustered all his strength collided with the devil in front of him. Boom! The space shattered, and the shock waves were clear and obvious. The demon race expert on the opposite side let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. Xiao Duo also grunted and staggered back more than 10 steps. He was shocked. It was obvious that the other party was a Skysoar realm expert. That kind of power was too obvious. However, he was different from the Skysoar realm experts of the demon race. The previous 18 were all sent flying by Xiao Duo alone, but this one was much stronger. He should be an advanced Skysoar realm expert, or at the peak. Xiao Duo was a little depressed and quickly came to a conclusion. No wonder when Sister Nian asked the 9 Heavens Pavilion for advice, they said that Skysoars were different from Skysoars. The difference was too big. An expert of this level was indeed extraordinary. As soon as they exchanged blows, Xiao Duo's unstoppable momentum was forcibly stopped. Although Xiao Duo suffered a setback for the first time, he didn't panic. While retreating, he took advantage of the opportunity to create a big whirlwind. The 2 hammers spun around twice with a strange roar, and the 20 or so demons who wanted to take advantage of the situation were beaten into a dazzling firework. The power of a mountain. At that moment, he truly felt that there was a complete and deep mountain in front of him. Even if he used all his strength to hammer, he could not shake it. The other party blocked it head-on. A gigantic mace collided violently with a 99 cat hammer. It could be said that this was the most extreme collision between heavy weapons. Thousands of sparks flew in all directions. It was a ghastly sight. Although Zhuo was not injured, his heart still trembled. That imposing aura that was like a majestic mountain just now almost made him feel depressed. Power. So this is power. When he swung his hammer at the other party, he felt like he was swinging his hammer at a mountain. This kind of feeling. When an ordinary person faced a mountain and wanted to destroy it, they would only feel depressed and powerless. Fortunately, when Zhuo felt this way, he had already swung his hammer with all his might. Moreover, this hammer strike was quite effective. It smashed the other party back. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt that this was all there was to it. This completely dispelled the depression and powerlessness in his heart. If the other party really stood there like a mountain and took this hammer strike, it would be a huge blow to the confidence that Zhuo had just built up. However, the other party could not do it. Fortunately, he could not do it. Zhuo subconsciously took a deep breath. After all, it was only now that he truly felt the terror of a Skysword expert. Previously, when he fought against the 18 Skyswords, Zhuo even had a feeling that he could already fight against a Dao integration stage expert. However, the sudden appearance of this Skysword demon mercilessly shattered Zhuo's fantasy. Powerful, Zhuo became even more cautious. When he was at the Origin Core realm, he could already fight against a nascent soul transformation stage expert. When he reached the Origin Core realm, he could already fight against a soul transformation stage expert. When he reached the soul transformation stage, he could fight against a nascent soul transformation stage expert. That now that he had reached the nascent soul transformation stage expert, he could still win against the 18 Skyswords. With his current strength, how could he feel fear before even fighting a Skysword realm expert? How could it be normal for him to feel that he might not be a match for the Skysword realm expert? The Skysword demon expert opposite him had a huge body and a huge mace in his hand. At this moment, it was still buzzing and trembling. His hand was trembling slightly, and the corner of his eyes kept twitching. His heart was shocked to the extreme. This little brat opposite him had such great strength. Chapter 1047. The demon race expert was shocked. He had been known as the strongest demon for many years. Ever since he reached the Sky Realm, his strength had become even stronger. He never thought that he would meet this brat today. He almost couldn't stop the other party's hammer. His mace, that he didn't need to look to know that the mace that had been with him for countless years had already been broken. One hammer. He looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. What is the background of this bald human brat? The mace's spirit wailed in pain. It was a kind of pleading, "Don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, I will become useless. That hammer is eating me. It has already eaten me several times." The demon Skysword realm expert took a deep breath and put away his spiked club, then shouted, "You're called Zhuo? Zhuo is me. I am Zhuo. Zhuo took a deep breath and changed his cultivation technique. He turned the ordinary spiritual energy into the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. The second layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra caused the attributes of the red sun and the golden sun to surge in his body. In an instant, it was as if a small sun had risen in the demon forest. Zhuo's bald head emitted a myriad of rays of light, illuminating the darkness. Especially in this dark forest of the demon race, Zhuo's current appearance had a bit of the majesty and magnificence of a Buddha descending to the world. When the Buddha descends to the world, the demons will flee. The scene in front of him changed. The demon expert couldn't help but recall that there seemed to be such a record in an ancient legend that seemed to be a very powerful one. What was that? His eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. You are from the Western sect? Zhuo's expression was unchanged, but his heart was startled. Western sect? Then he thought of his bald head and immediately understood. He put his palms together and shouted, Amit Ba. I didn't expect that there would be someone on this continent who knows about the prestige of the Western sect. Benefactor, you are fated to be with my sect. Benefactor, you're right. I'm the second eldest disciple of the Western sect's great sect master. People call me Duo Rulai. Zhuo's body glowed even more brightly. His appearance was solemn, and when paired with his already outstanding appearance, he was radiant and dazzling. He was indescribably pure and benevolent. My Buddha is merciful. Amiba, Zhuo said kindly. The other party looked at this fellow's solemn appearance and listened to his merciful slogan. It was pleasing to the eye and pleasing to the eye. However, when he looked at the 100 li of blood flowing behind this fellow, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Mercy? You are really too merciful. What did he say just now? He said that the benefactor has an affinity with our sect. Why does this sound so familiar? Oh my God, could it be one of the 3 famous sentences in the legendary novel? Could it be that? Could it be that I've already been tricked? High in the sky, the poisonous shaman, who had been watching for some time, was almost laughing out loud. He had also just arrived, but he had personally witnessed the clash between Zhuo and the demon race's flying heavens. Seeing this scene, the poisonous shaman almost screamed out in surprise. Is this Zhuo? After all, just a few days ago, Zhuo was still being chased by a group of profound returning cultivators from the Wu people. The poisonous shaman thought that he knew the depth of Zhuo's strength very well. This child was indeed extraordinary. He could control his spirit to fight against profound returning cultivators, and could even defeat most profound returning cultivators. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against the Burning Body Order's consecutive explosions. If it weren't for the accidental opening of Zhu Rong's land of inheritance, this child would most likely have died. But now, it seemed that the current Zhuo could actually fight against a flying heavens head-on, and he was even an advanced flying heavens cultivator? Was this a fucking joke? How many days had it been? However, what surprised the poisonous shaman the most was the 2 sledgehammers in a certain someone's hands. Why did they look more and more familiar? Why did they look more and more like Boss Flood's sledgehammers? But that didn't make sense. This kid's sledgehammers were different from the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer in terms of size and shape. How could they look similar? This didn't make sense. After all, he had arrived a little late and didn't see Zhuo use the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Otherwise, with the poisonous shaman's eyesight, he would have recognized it at a glance. The reason why he found it familiar was that a grand shaman had long reached the realm of combining body, mind, and soul. When he observed things, he would always intentionally or unintentionally add the mind's eye. If he were to observe purely with his soul and mind's eye, what the 9x9 cat hammer displayed now was an illusion of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. It would be strange if it didn't look like it. However, in the end, the poisonous shaman was truly shocked by Zhuo's combat strength. The poisonous shaman could see that Zhuo had already broken through to the profound returning realm. If he was only fighting against an ordinary flying heavens cultivator, the poisonous shaman wouldn't be surprised at all. Zhuo was a genius and had the ability to fight against those above his level. There was nothing much to say. But now, Zhuo was facing an advanced flying heavens cultivator, a genuine flying heavens cultivator of the demon clan. Moreover, it was an advanced flying heavens cultivator with a deep foundation. This was a little ridiculous. Why? Why could Zhuo improve so much in such a short period of time? The poisonous shaman had followed Lei Changtian almost all the way here and had seen the cultivation progress of Kami, No Su, Sha Diao, and the others. Although these elite disciples of the Wu people who entered Zhu Wu's land of inheritance had all gained benefits, because of this experience, there weren't any immediate effects. In other words, they hadn't had the time to absorb the benefits of Zhu Wu's inheritance. However, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had also entered Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, had made such astonishing progress. How could the poisonous shaman not be shocked? The poisonous shaman's expression changed at once. Doesn't this mean that Zhou Xiaoduo is the one who truly obtained Zhu Wu Zhurong's inheritance? Zhu Wu's inheritance was obtained by a human brat? The poisonous shaman only felt like he was being cursed. What was going on? Next, no matter how Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to be mysterious, the other party's mind was clear. It didn't matter if he was a human or a member of the Western clan. No matter what his identity was, it was a fact that he had killed a lot of demons. This monstrous blood debt couldn't be written off just like that. However, the demon race's Skysoar Realm expert was too proud of his status and was unwilling to attack Zhou Xiaoduo together with the others. He merely took out 2 new spiked maces and started another battle with Zhou Xiaoduo. It was imperative for them to fight each other. However, he refused to take out his life-bound weapon, the spiked mace, no matter what he said. Seeing that the battle was about to start again, so Xiaoduo spun on his toes and pointed one hammer to the sky and the other to the ground. He took a stance and used his trump card, Thousand Soul Hammer. Yes, it was the Thousand Soul Hammer. So Xiaoduo only knew that this hammer technique was called Thousand Soul Hammer, but he didn't know that its real name was Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. Seeing this scene, the non-poisonous shaman who was high in the sky almost fell from the sky. Although it was just a starting stance, it would be strange if the poisonous shaman didn't recognize this hammer technique. Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. It's actually boss's Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. How? The poisonous shaman exclaimed in his heart and groaned. He only felt that his eyes were dazzled. What's going on? What's going on? How does this with Xiaoduo know boss's unique hammer technique? Even the Umno Alliance doesn't have a successor. How can it appear on a human from the astral souls? The poisonous shaman's mind was in chaos. He felt dizzy and felt that he was dreaming. Below, Zhou Xiaoduo roared and attacked with all his strength. The Flaming Sun Sutra's Red Sun Golden Sun power suddenly exploded. Within 500 feet, the high temperature that could melt gold and iron wreaked havoc. Crackle, 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 the raging fire burned fiercely in the dense forest. The surrounding trees were instantly burned into huge candles that burned in the sky. It lit up the surrounding 100 li, brightly illuminating everything. Inside the raging fire, Zhou Xiaoduo unleashed the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his might. With the power of the Red Sun Golden Sun physique, the hammer was like lava that surged out and wreaked havoc in the heavens and earth. The demon race's Skysoar Realm expert had a bitter expression, as if he had eaten shit. His cultivation level was higher than Zhou Xiaoduo's by more than 1 level. Even in terms of strength, he was superior to Zhou Xiaoduo. There was no doubt about this. It was a solid fact. But this was without considering Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation technique. The tyrannical power of the Flaming Sun Sutra's Red Sun Golden Sun power made this demon race expert extremely uncomfortable. Trapped in such a scorching aura, even breathing felt like it was burning all the way to his internal organs. In such a situation, he had to fight with all his strength. This feeling was indescribable. So Xiaoduo didn't care. This was his aura. In such an environment, he was like a fish in water. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. In contrast, the more he fought, the more stifled he felt. The more he fought, the more difficult it was for him to continue. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of exchanges, this Skysoar Realm expert really wanted to curse out loud. What the fuck was that pair of hammers made of? How could they be so sturdy? He had already swapped out over 30 super heavy spiked maces. His opponent's hammers were not damaged in the slightest after such a fierce clash. In contrast, his spiked maces had basically been reduced to scrap metal. Even if he sold them to a junkyard, they would still be dissatisfied. Boom, boom, boom. After more than 700 rounds of almost uninterrupted bombardment, Kacha got the final two spiked maces in the hands of the demon race's Skysoar realm experts didn't escape the fate of the seniors. They were all reduced to scrap metal and scattered in several directions. This Tao integration stage expert retreated with a loud thud. His entire body and face were flushed red. Chapter 1048. Pooh! The demon spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock. In the past, he had prepared more than 100 huge and heavy-spiked maces in his spatial item, and he had been ridiculed by many demons. Weapons were only meant to be compatible. Which high-level cultivator who had entered the Tao would not find a suitable weapon and become one with it, sharing weal and woe? If the weapon exists, the person will exist. If the weapon is destroyed, the person will die. Why did you bring out more than 100 similar weapons to serve as a foil? Don't you know that the weapons of the strong only need to be unique and not a foil? Idiot! The idiot demon was filled with regret at this moment. So what if he was called an idiot? If he could have stood firm and prepared a few hundred more, he would not be like this now, hiding 100 weapons and wanting to use them, but lacking them. Other than his natal divine weapon, which did not dare to come out, he had nothing else. In this series of attacks, he did not fall into a disadvantage in terms of strength, and his cultivation was still far superior to his opponent. However, why did he feel like he was about to be roasted? Furthermore, it was the kind of roasted meat that was cooked from the inside out. What are you all looking at? This demon expert retreated a little far, retreating more than 500 meters in an instant. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Demons, let's attack together. Join hands and take him down." After a series of fierce attacks, he was finally injured. It was not because he was lacking in strength, but because he had used up his demon yuan to increase his weapon's resistance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last 700 times before his weapon was exhausted. Unfortunately, before this demon could finish his sentence, he saw two large hammers in front of him. "What are you shouting for? Continue." So Shouduo roared, "I'm having fun, don't run." The demon race flying heavens let out a strange cry and instinctively dodged. Zhua Xiaoduo's blazing fire energy did not chase after him, but instead flashed past him. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Fuck, he's running again. Chase. Those in front, stop him. Stop him. The demonic palace is in front. The bosses are in seclusion inside. We cannot disturb them. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Following this order, a loud boom rang out, and demons rushed in from all directions. So Xiaoduo didn't even look back. His twin hammers moved forward at the fastest speed he could muster, drilling straight into the cave. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, it was a scene of people being thrown off their feet, severed limbs, and flesh, and it was like a surging river of blood. The non-poisonous shaman in the sky hadn't come back to his senses yet. Her eyes were full of circles, and her heart was filled with confusion. She felt like she was going to court. What's going on? The technique of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer couldn't fool anyone. There was also the method of activating the hammer technique, which was not a lie. Almost everyone knew that the flood, which was a direct descendant of Gong Gong, the water magus. However, very few people knew that in order to release the ultimate power of the Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer, one had to have the same origin as water and fire. If he didn't have the explosive power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. The soft water power could, after accumulating for a period of time, erupt with a tyrannical power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, it would only last for a moment. Most of the time, it would just be a torrential flow. It wouldn't be able to unleash the explosive power of a fire tribute cultivation body instantly, which could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Only when water and fire came from the same origin could they boost each other and work together to unleash the full power of the Thousand Soul Nightmare Hammer. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, it was obvious that he had already reached the next level, or even to the point of perfection. Even if he were to compare himself with the Flood boss, he would only be weaker in terms of cultivation level and strength. In terms of skills, not only would he be on par with the Flood boss, he would even surpass the Flood boss. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? The non-poisonous shaman felt very confused and aggrieved that boss found a descendant outside, but he didn't tell me. When Bingming heard that this kid was in danger, his attitude started to change. Could it be that he knew? Fuck, even Bingming knew, but I didn't. This is ridiculous. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo break out of the encirclement, the non-poisonous shaman instinctively followed him. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation had broken through, and he was more powerful than before, no matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't be a match for so many demons. This was certain, without a doubt. It was precisely because he understood this that the non-poisonous shaman was confused. Why was this kid fighting so hard and not retreating? You're just pretending to be powerful. Not really. If you continue to act like this, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Then you'll be pretending to be stupid, pretending to be dead. But after thinking about it, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was now in the center of the demon spirit forest. Whether he rushed forward or retreated, it was actually equally difficult. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was in a dilemma. Enough blood had been spilled here. Seeing the bloody roads Zhuo Xiaoduo had smashed open, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but gasp. It was a spacious 8-lane road, and it was unusually smooth. On the ground, even the tree fragments and the demon's flesh and blood were evenly spaced. How savage! The non-poisonous shaman praised sincerely. He's even more savage than boss when he was young. No, he's much more savage. He's almost like me. Well, Zhu of the Umno Alliance. When it came to the person who had the most blood under his hands, it wasn't the Flood Witch who was universally recognized as the invincible Flood Witch. Instead, it was the non-poisonous shaman whose killing power was so shocking that even his own people were afraid of him. Oh, so the non-poisonous shaman's popularity was the worst among the top powerhouses in the world. Even the shamans in the Umno Alliance didn't like him. Intimacy was one thing, brotherhood was another, but when you're free, you'd better stay by yourself. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo had finally broken out of the encirclement and was about to be caught, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but have an impulse to help that although he was a human. This kid was definitely related to boss. Since he was related to boss, he couldn't die. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still running wildly in front, suddenly took something out of his ring and sprayed it behind him. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew and attacked the demons behind him. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body quickly disappeared like a meteor. This series of unforeseen events was unexpected, and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had sped up again, seemed to be risking his life. Then, the demons behind him suddenly let out earth-shattering screams that reverberated incessantly. Seeing this, the non-poisonous shaman's eyeballs almost fell out. Damn, 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 what the fuck? The hundreds of demons that had been following behind him were all rotting, and as the wind blew past, they all scattered with the wind in a short while. The number of devils chasing after Zhuo Xiaoduo had decreased by half. This was not the end. Further away, many demons with higher cultivation were also not spared. Their bodies also rotted. Poison. Absolute poison. That demon expert roared. It's useless to force the poison out. Raise the demon wind. Get rid of all the air in this area. As the demon wind blew, countless trees in the surroundings followed in the footsteps of the demons. They rotted, decayed, and turned into fine powder. Many demons were still standing after half of their bodies had melted. From the waist up, they were completely melted, but their legs were still standing. Then, the speed of their melting became slower and slower. The non-poisonous shaman looked from high up in the sky. When he finally caught his breath, he choked on the wind. Cough, 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 cough. The non-poisonous shaman, as a great shaman, almost coughed out tears. This. This is the strange poison that I made. After I made this thing, it was confiscated by Boss Flood before I even used it, since it appeared in this kid's hands. Boss must have given it to him. At that time, Big Brother Hong Shui said it so nicely. He was afraid that I would bring harm to the world, so he ordered me not to use it. Is it reasonable for this kid to go on a killing spree and bring harm to the demons? When he uses it, you don't care about it, but when I use it, you throw the world into chaos. This is unfair treatment. This is unfair treatment. Boss Flood, you've changed. What's your stance? The non-poisonous shaman was extremely indignant. He felt that he had been treated unfairly, and he felt extremely wronged, because what he saw in front of him was simply heart-wrenching. Thinking back to that day, Boss Flood's face was sanctimonious, and his words were sonorous. He said that this thing was harmful to the harmony of the heavens and must be banned. He only made a little of it, and all of it was confiscated by you. To think that I admired your foresight and your concern for the common people. I was very touched for many years. So the reality in front of him was the truth. You fucking took my things as a gift, and you even gave them to Zhou Changchang's son. This was simply an act of helping the enemy while living off him. Why go back this time and see you? I will definitely, the non-poisonous shaman thought indignantly. I will definitely not say anything. I won't dare to say anything. Zhou Xiaoduo continued to flee. The enemies in front of him maintained their momentum, and whenever the pursuers behind him closed in, he would take out the earth hair dryer and blow it out like a weasel being chased. Faced with this situation, the experts of the demon race were fuming with anger, but there was nothing they could do. This guy was simply too slippery. He was extremely fast, agile, and had extremely tyrannical combat strength. Even an ordinary Skysoar realm expert could be killed in an instant if they were to face him head-on. Several high-level Skysoar realm experts had joined forces to surround this kid, wanting to capture him in one fell swoop. However, when they actually tried, they realized that they couldn't do it. Furthermore, through the joint encirclement of many Skysoar realm experts, they discovered another terrifying aspect of this kid, which was his miraculous recovery speed. His combat strength was always at peak condition. This was fucking weird. Chapter 1049. To be honest, although Zhou Xiaoduo's battle prowess was strong, the demons didn't really put him in their eyes. As a human, there would always be times when one would feel tired. Were they not afraid that they wouldn't be able to exhaust him to death? However, Zhou Xiaoduo's astonishing recovery ability and his ability to maintain his peak battle prowess was like a never-ending engine that gave the demons a headache. It was also the most frustrating part. Just like a 100-meter dash, an ordinary person would only be able to maintain it for a few seconds. However, this freak could maintain it for a few hours, and from the looks of it, he could even continue for a day, 2 days. There was no end to it. This made them feel helpless. Since they couldn't kill him in one fell swoop, they could only choose to change their strategy. After all, capturing him or not wasn't the main point right now. Making sure that Zhou Xiaoduo didn't barge into the key areas and disturb the Elder's seclusion became the most important thing right now. However, how smart was Zhou Xiaoduo? Looking at the situation, he felt that something was wrong. Or rather, something was very wrong. After a series of fierce battles, it was already confirmed that the demons had at least 5 high-level Sky Realm experts, which was more than enough to complete the encirclement. However, why did they leave one side empty, while leaving the other side open for 3 people to defend together? This was clearly a deliberate move to let me escape from this side of the encirclement, forcing me to a certain direction, a certain area, and then leisurely deal with me. This kind of strategy was really too inferior. The demons were indeed brainless. How could I, the wise and mighty hero Zhou, let your treacherous plan succeed? Then, what was the most direct way to break this move? It was very simple. Since you placed 3 people in a tight formation, then the direction of these three people must be the one where you least want me to go. This was really too obvious. There was no need to waste his brain to guess. Thinking about it, that direction was definitely disadvantageous to them, or at least it would cause some kind of damage. At the very least, it would be disadvantageous for them to capture me. This kind of scheme was really too childish. These demons were indeed all brawn and no brains. They still wanted to scheme against me? Wishful thinking. Having made up his mind, so Xiaoduo naturally became more and more steady. Once he found an opportunity, he would activate the Scarlet Sun and Golden Sun with all his might, coupled with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, and fight with all his might. Hello. If you don't let me come over, then I will go over. Stop him. A few of the demon race's high-leveled cultivators did not have to worry about this. They desperately tried to resist. Even though they were being hammered by Xiaoduo until they vomited blood, they still held their positions. This made Xiaoduo even more certain of his thoughts. This was indeed where their weakness lay. Xiaoduo, who thought that he had succeeded in his plan, became more and more motivated. His desire to go there became more and more urgent, and he continued to put his plan into action. Rush over. He had to rush over. When they arrived, Xiaoduo used the most ferocious and extreme stance to break through the blockade of the demon experts. Although he also spat out a mouthful of blood as the price, he still laughed heartily and charged through in high spirits. After breaking through the high-level cultivators of the demon horde's defensive line and moving forward, what entered their eyes was another protective shield that sealed everything inside. The past was the boundless sea and sky. Hello. Xiaoduo roared loudly and directly hammered fiercely. Immediately, an explosive sound like the Haoyan golden thunder was heard. The protective shield could not bear the heavy burden and was instantly destroyed. Inside, it was like the center of an atomic bomb had exploded, flying in all directions. There were also a few furious voices. Who is it? How dare you? As soon as these voices came, Xiaoduo only felt his eardrums rumbling and his mind surging. The other party was just speaking and did not deliberately target Xiaoduo, but Xiaoduo already felt that he was going to faint from the roar. Damn, this is not good. Xiaoduo hurriedly swallowed back the wild laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. He directly turned his head and plunged into the space-exterminating pagoda. His heart was thumping wildly. What the hell did I risk my life to rush for half a day, calculated thousands of times, and finally broke into the territory of the other party's big shots? I wanted to break out of the encirclement, but I broke into the main tent of the other party? How could I, Xiaoduo, do this? This is fucking luck. Mamma mia, this is too scary. Escape. I must escape as soon as possible. Hero Zhua, who was arrogant and full of metal a second ago, and thought that he was invincible in the world, had already slipped away with his tail between his legs. He did not even dare to say goodbye. In the sky, the poisonous witch, who had just had the impulse to rush down and save Xiaoduo and was about to take action, was dazzled. She could not find Xiaoduo anymore. He was surprised that this kid could actually escape from his perception in an instant. This was very unscientific, and he was also stunned. Then, he didn't know whether to praise or scold, but he said, "Damn, this kid really knows how to adapt to the situation. It's not in vain that Boss Hong Dali likes him so much." Below, a copious amount of black gas instantly filled the air. The central area, which was originally covered, was completely revealed. It seemed to be the outer side of a huge castle. Demonic chi rose and went back and forth in a cycle. A figure flew into the air with an angry face. His huge divine sense suddenly spread out and covered a radius of dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, Pang Rant's divine sense had already searched the entire castle, inside and out, but found nothing. Pang Ran did not stop and continued to spread his divine sense outwards. After a long, long time, the powerful demon who could not find anything finally stopped. He stood about 30 meters above the ground with his hands behind his back. His hawk-like eyes looked at Immo, Sergio, and the others who were rushing in. He frowned and said, "Tell me what happened." Immo, Sergio, who had rushed over from behind, coughed and did not dare to raise his head. He replied, "Boss, this. Yes, a human spy came in. He is very powerful and cruel. We couldn't stop him. Please forgive us, boss." The demon in the sky frowned and said, "A human? Tyrannical battle prowess and cruel attacks? You couldn't stop him?" He said thoughtfully, "There are at least 10 high-level sky soars in the vicinity of the demon god castle. In recent days, they have all been called back. They are all outside the castle, waiting for a meeting. There are also 72 ordinary sky soars. All of them are on the list. So many people, but they couldn't stop a single intruder? Could it be that a heavenly king of the Wu people or above is here? No, the intruder is a human from the astral souls." Immo Sergio's face was sweating. Cough, cough. It's a young man. He seems to be bald. A young man. A human. The demon in the sky thought for a moment, then said, "Where is he?" "This. He rushed into the castle. But after destroying the outer barrier," Immo Sergio stammered, He disappeared. This time, the demon in the air was really frowning. He quickly summarized Immo Sergio's words and came up with a conclusion. So many people couldn't stop him and rushed in. Then, he disappeared the moment he broke through the protective shield. That means he's hiding somewhere. That means he's most likely in the castle. He hasn't left yet? Immo Sergio nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Boss, you're a genius." The demon frowned for a long time, then looked at Immo Sergio. Your aura didn't fluctuate at all. Everyone else was injured. Their vital energy was depleted, and their devil souls were in turmoil. You, the leader of the astral souls, didn't do anything? Immo Sergio was tongue-tied. What happened?" The demon's voice grew heavier. The intruder said he represented the heavenly Tao, could tell my name at a glance. And then he said my name, and gave me a lot of clues. Immo Sergio was sweating profusely. He was bald. He reminded me of the Western tribe. Then, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but he said he was the second disciple of the Western sect, Duttagata. He also said I had a destiny with his sect. It's that legend. It's not that I didn't want to fight, but he walked past me. I was still thinking about destiny. Immo Sergio was sweating profusely, but the more he panicked, the more he couldn't speak. The leader of the demons looked at Immo Sergio for a while, then sighed. 19. Your IQ isn't good enough to be a commander. Your cultivation base is far superior to your peers, but from now on, you should be a general. Immo Sergio stared blankly. Boss, are you going to dismiss me? Suddenly, he became anxious. Boss, I've worked so hard for so many years, and I've only been promoted to commander this year. Many of those who were in the same batch as me are now generals, and I'm just a commander. I don't want to be dismissed. Even as he spoke, he turned his head away and threw a tantrum. Oomph. The leader snorted, his face expressionless. If it weren't for the fact that Elder One needed an idiot to be scolded, you wouldn't have been promoted to commander. Now that you've been scolded, it's time to dismiss you. From now on, you're a general. Boss, please don't. Immo Sergio's face was covered in tears and snot. I just had a promotion banquet, and it hasn't even been a few days. Boss, the taste of alcohol is still in my throat, and I'm being dismissed. I'm so embarrassed, boss. Under the threat of losing his position, Immo Sergio completely forgot his usual fear of his boss. His mouth, which had always been a little stuttering, became fluent. There's no room for discussion, the leader said sternly. You're guarding the clan, but someone broke into the inner city, and you didn't even do anything. This is already a heinous crime, and should be punishable by death. I'm already giving you special treatment by demoting you to a general. Seeing that Immo Sergio was about to speak, he growled, Shut up. Mo Sergio was on the verge of tears. He pursed his lips, lowered his head, and trembled a little. "Search the entire city," the leader ordered. "All clansmen under the Skysoar realm are not to act rashly. All clansmen above the Skysoar realm are to activate their demonic souls and search the area within a 500-mile radius. We must find the intruder." In the distance, an old voice came from the great hall, shrouded in demonic energy. "Demon Robe, quickly settle down. Then come in and activate your demonic souls." Eh. At the end of the sentence, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He looked up and shouted, "Who's up there?" Chapter 1050. The great elder of the demon race looked at the sky, his expression becoming cautious and alert. "Which fellow Taoist has come to the demon race? Please come down and meet us." A sinister laugh came from above. A black fog dispersed, and a thin figure appeared in the sky. It was the poisonous great shaman. He had just appeared, but he had an indescribable aura that made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. He laughed sinisterly and said, "The witch tribe doesn't have any poison. Due to fate, we pass by this place. Please don't be offended." Cough, cough, cough. When the old voice in the hall heard this name, he couldn't help but cough a few times. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. He almost cursed out loud. Why couldn't anyone come? Why did he have to come? The speaker couldn't help but be shocked. Even if the number one person of the Umno Alliance, the Flood Witch, came, he wouldn't be afraid. Because the Flood Witch was a righteous person. As long as you didn't offend her or violate her rules, she was easy to get along with. But the poisonous great shaman was definitely not the kind of person who could be reasoned with. Apart from being a poison ancestor, he was also an unreasonable ancestor. In terms of lethality, even if Senior Flood Magus were to attack the demonic spirit's forest and smash the forest from one end to the other with his 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, he would not be as destructive as Senior Poison Magus, who would wander around. However, it was said that this poisonous great shaman lived in seclusion for a long time and rarely walked outside. Why did he pass by our demon spirit forest this time? And why did he come to the demon god castle? Could things really be so coincidental? Just when our side was being destroyed to such an extent that with this thought, the great elder of the demon race couldn't help but think, could it be that the attackers were ordered by the poisonous great shaman? Or were they people of the Wu people? Or were they secretly ordered by the 12 great shamans? This matter that might be a bit serious. So it's Brother Poisonous Great Shaman. He laughed dryly. "Brother Poisonous Great Shaman, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to welcome you." Before Xiao Chun finished speaking, he saw 6 people appear in the demon god castle at once. These were the upper echelon of the demon race. However, on the surface, these 6 demons all looked like 5 or 6 people. They wore long robes, had 1 nose and 2 eyes, and looked no different from the Wu people outside. If one only looked at them from the surface, it would be impossible to tell that these 6 were actually demons. Instead, they looked more like 6 old human pedants. Sun Sun was scholarly and elegant, filled with the demeanor of a gentleman. There was even a scholarly aura that overflowed, causing people to be unable to help but have a good impression of him. When these 6 people appeared together, all the demons below knelt on the ground at the same time and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, old ancestor." For so many years, the demonic spirit forest had been supported by these 6 oldest ancestors. After hearing that the non-poisonous shaman had arrived, they actually came out in an orderly manner. It could be seen that he was afraid of this non-poisonous shaman. The person at the front smiled. "Brother Du Wu, if you don't mind this place being too shabby, why don't you come down and have a cup of tea?" The non-poisonous shaman stood in the air and chuckled. "That's nice to hear. You dare to let me down? You really want to go down? Brother Du Wu, you must be joking. For thousands of years, we are indebted to the 12 great shamans for taking care of us and opening up the demonic spirit forest for us demons. Our entire race is deeply grateful. We have been friends for so many years. Why would we care about Brother Duwu? The demon at the front had snow-white hair and beard, and he had a sage-like temperament. He looked at the non-poisonous shaman and invited him eagerly. The non-poisonous shaman looked into the distance and said lightly, "There's no rush to drink tea. I still have 2 companions. When the time comes, we can go down together." Brother Du Wu's companions? The 6 devil race elders were shocked to hear this. To be called companions by the non-poisonous shaman, they must be of the same generation. In other words, there were 3 shamans nearby at the same time? What do the Wu people want to do? Could it be that they want to start a war with us before we have a good time? This shouldn't be. Outside, the sound of countless demons crying could be heard. Just by listening, one could tell that no less than 100,000 demons were grieving. A high-level sky, soar realm expert from the demon race sighed softly. Old ancestor this time. More than 17,000 of our clansmen died tragically in the hands of the invaders. Clearly, seeing the old ancestor and the non-poisonous shaman talking so happily, this fairy felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Those were the lives of more than 17,000 of his clansmen. Most of them were smashed to death by hammers. More than half of them didn't even have a corpse left. Even their funerals could only be done with cenotaphs. Even a slightly larger bone fragment that could prove their identity couldn't be found. It was truly too tragic. "Shut up," the old ancestor said sternly. "Yes, old ancestor, this murderer. From the looks of it, it's very similar to the legendary descendant of the Flood Witch. That pair of hammers is really that kind of person." This fairy stopped talking and transmitted a message to the old ancestor. The meaning was very clear. The old ancestor's white eyebrows twitched, and he frowned tightly. "Are you sure?" His heart couldn't help but tremble. The ice nether shaman thought of something and suddenly burst out laughing. "Yes, these are your disciples." Chapter 1051. Lei Changtian's face darkened. Lei Changtian's nickname was Demon Ancestor, and all the people here were from the Demon Clan. If they were not Lei Changtian's disciples, then what were they? At least in terms of name, that was how it was done. Lei Changtian also thought of this, and the corner of his mouth twitched subconsciously. His heart felt strange and indescribable. Damn it, when I gave him this nickname, I never thought that I would be able to see a whole clan of descendants in this life. Am I so good at giving birth? Let me introduce you. The deep ice which found something interesting and couldn't help but want to stir up trouble. She said with a smile of exultation, "Elders of the Demon Clan, please listen carefully. This person beside me is one of the few powerful figures in the Astral Souls continent. His name is Lei Changtian. His nickname has a lot to do with you. Listen carefully, Demon Ancestor. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. His nickname is Demon Ancestor, the ancestor of ancestors. Yes, the devil of demons, the ancestor of ancestors." The ice abyss which laughed as if she had taken advantage of the other party. The deep ice witch's words could be said to be blatantly telling the elders of the demon clan. This person claims to be the ancestor of demons, your ancestor. Hurry up and beat him. Beat him to death. I like to see you guys fight the most. His words were full of undisguised provocation, and it was extremely jarring to the ears. Demon ancestor? The 6 demon ancestor elders all frowned, and their eyes glared at Lei Changtian. They knew that the deep ice which was instigating, but they still couldn't help but get angry. This guy really dared to give himself a nickname. Demon ancestor? You deserve it. Ha ha, if you're the demon ancestor, what do you put us true demons? Lei Changtian snorted indifferently. He continued to sweep the entire demon god castle with his psychic power, but his heart was still inexplicably anxious. Where's my grandson? Where did he go? Didn't he just come to this place? Why can't I see him? Finally, he couldn't help but ask. Where did the kid who just came and go? Wu Du and Bing Ming also pricked up their ears. The fiend race's head elder said icily, "What does that brat who came in just now have to do with you? Relatives? Old friends? Fellow disciples?" Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes. Instead of answering, he asked, "Where did he go?" The 6 elders of the demon race harumphed coldly. The great elder said coldly, "That brat killed more than 10,000 of our clansmen. This kind of blood debt is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if we find him, we will definitely not let him leave alive." Lei Changtian said coldly, "You're not letting him leave alive? Give it a try." "I'll give it a try." An elder who was standing at the back had an ominous glint in his eyes. This so-called demon ancestor. Human astral souls. This old man advises you to be careful with your words in the territory of our demon race. Speaking of the words, the territory of demons, especially the word demons, Zhang Tai suddenly felt a bit tired of the pronunciation. When he looked at the old man in front of him, his gaze became even more unfriendly. What kind of nickname was not good? Using the demon ancestor as a nickname. Wasn't he taking advantage of all of them? The ice deep, which giggled, feeling like he could watch a show. The poison toxin, which said darkly, "Great Elder, this brat can't die." The great elder smiled coldly. A great enmity has been formed. Even if Brother Poison Toxin speaks, it will be difficult to resolve. Our clan has not received guests for too long. Do you 3 have the courage to come in and have a cup of tea? The great elder of the demon race's tone was already very impolite. He directly asked the 3 if they had the courage. Obviously, he thought the 3 were in cahoots. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for thinking this. The meaning of the 3's words was that they didn't want that brat to die. Even if that brat seemed to be from the astral soul's human race, and the human race and the Wu people had been fighting for countless years, this brat was clearly different. The strength and moves he displayed were almost certain to be the inheritance of the Wu people. How could they not know if he was the seed of the Wu people's rebellion against the human race? If the inference was true, then the Wu people had improved. They actually knew how to play mind games. This was a very rare occurrence. Of course, this was definitely not a good thing. Since ancient times, the Magi had always adhered to the supreme principle of having the biggest fist. In the past, even when they were facing the strongest race on the land, the Demon Clan, they rarely used roundabout strategies. Now that they had opened up a new path, the threat had multiplied. Why not drink tea? The ice deep which straightened his neck. Even if it's a war, I won't be the first one to bear the brunt. It just so happens that I'm very thirsty right now. Do you have good tea? As he spoke, he had already landed. The poison toxin which laughed. Brother Lei, please? Please. Lei Changtian was naturally fearless. Even if the great elder did not invite him, he planned to enter the demon castle to search for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The 3 of them, 1 in front and 2 behind, calmly landed and entered the demon god palace side by side. This was a matter of face. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, they had to go in first. After all, they were already calling out numbers. Do you have the guts? At this time, if they did not accept or enter, their reputation would be ruined. Therefore, they had to go in. There was no room for hesitation. Of the 3, the Ice Deep, which was the youngest, he purposely put on a carefree appearance and walked in, giving Poison Toxin and Lei Changtian a way out. This proved that they were not provoked into entering by you. Instead, we can enter if we want to. If we don't want to, we won't enter. As soon as the 3 of them entered the palace, they saw that this was a unique space. In the middle of the space, there was a strange space array that was different from the one passed down by the witch race. From the outside, the demon god palace seemed to occupy a large area, but it was not too big either. However, after entering, they saw a vast square. Demon fog rose, and they could not see the end of it. The palaces were arranged in picturesque disorder. In the middle of the square, there was a tall altar. There was a huge 6-pointed star engraved on it. It was rotating slowly. It was clearly operating. Even higher up in the sky, demon clouds covered the sky. The faces of the demon gods were hideous and terrifying. They were faintly discernible in the clouds. The demon race. Although their Tao is declining, they are still an ancient race. They still left behind many things. The poison toxin great, which said eerily, "You are too polite, poison toxin great witch." Although our race is not as good as the Wu people's ancestors, our ancestors still left behind some things. The demon great elder bowed sincerely to the altar. Then he stood up and said, "The three of you please sit here." The three of them had just turned when the ice deep witch suddenly said, "Hey, what is that?" Lei Changtian and the poison toxin great, which were stunned, and looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, at the top of the altar, the tall hexagram slowly rotated and turned around, revealing a human girl who was tied up tightly. The human girl's 2 hands, 2 legs, and even her neck and waist were tied to the 6-pointed star. Her hair was loose, and her head was lowered. Her face could not be seen clearly. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Streaks of black light constantly passed through her body. Every time they passed through her body, they would take away a wisp of blood and charge against the demon clouds in the sky. Every time the black light pierced through, the girl's body would tremble violently. Lei Changtian's pupils shrank. He said word by word, "Who is this?" "He's just a junior of the human race." The demon great elder did not care at all. He said casually, "She offended us and was captured to be punished." Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid it's not just punishment. Every living thing in this world has karma and hatred. Her ancestor made karma with our race first. She herself made a grudge with our race later. Karma retribution. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has its own past. What is there to be afraid of? What is there to be surprised about? The demon great elder by Mei Xian moved and said, please take a seat and drink tea." Then he waved his hand and motioned for the others to go out and search for the murderer who dared to slaughter so many of their people. The blood feud of slaughtering more than 10,000 demons could not be resolved with just a few words. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at the human girl covered in wounds on a high platform. He frowned. As a fellow human, he was naturally unwilling to see a foreign race slaughter his own people. However, Lei Zhongtian, who was one of the absolute upper echelons of the Star Soul human clan, had to consider and consider. At the same time, he needed to compromise. And this kind of reaction was just as the great elder of the demon clan had expected. This girl's cultivation was only SOSO. She could be said to be a genius. Right now, she was definitely not the backbone of the human race and had nothing to do with the high-level human. Even though Lei Changtian felt pity for her, he would definitely not fall out with the demon race at this juncture and become enemies with them for this girl. If he provoked a strong enemy force because of this, the astral souls would strengthen their foundation against the Umno Alliance. Then, Lei Changtian would be a sinner of a human race. He would lose the righteousness for a small cause. This was politics. This was compromise. The helplessness and sorrow of the high level. Feelings arose, but ended without a cause. Although Lei Zhongtian had decided to ignore this human woman, he still couldn't help but pay some attention to her. From time to time, he could vaguely see some demon race cultivators flying up to feed her medicine. He did not know what kind of medicine it was. As long as the girl took the medicine, she would recover a little. However, as the black light continued to pierce through the girl's body, the process became more and more prolonged. Life and death. After a while, Lei Changtian let out a long sigh and finally said angrily, "Great Elder, killing people is just a matter of time. What kind of terrible karma did this girl or her ancestor have with the demon race? Why are you treating her so cruelly? Can't you just give her a quick death? Do you have to torture her like this?" The demon Great Elder said indifferently, "We have our own considerations." Lei Changtian said angrily, "What considerations? The karma behind it is not enough to tell outsiders." Lei Zhongtian chuckled and said, Is it because we're just friends? The great elder narrowed his eyes and said, yes. Chapter 1052. Lei Changtian said indifferently, I don't know what gives you the confidence to say that. Suddenly, he reached out and picked up the teacup, saying, Please, great elder. The great elder picked up the teacup and smiled. Please. Lei Changtian smiled faintly, but a black light suddenly appeared and attacked the great elder like lightning. Although he couldn't save that girl, he had to avenge her. The great elder's expression didn't change, and he also sent out a beam of demon chi. In an instant, the two of them changed their hand gestures slightly. Two beams of pure demon chi moved around in the small space, chasing and fighting each other. The other hand held the teacup. The water in the teacup was calm, and there wasn't even a ripple. The power of the two was circling and fighting in this small space. It looked ordinary, but in fact, every bit of power was filled with the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. The reason why it looked ordinary was that the two of them didn't leak a single bit of their power. Whoever's power leaked out would be the loser. This was the fight between the top experts. A difference of a millimeter could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. It wasn't just a saying. The two beams of black chi moved back and forth between the teacup like dragons. They kept making dull but weak sounds like muffled thunder and kept moving back and forth quickly. Finally, with a light bang, the two beams of black chi that were chasing each other turned around and collided with each other head-on with an irreversible momentum. Obviously, the two of them didn't intend to make any more concessions. They just collided with each other in the dark. During this process, the two of them still held the teacup steadily with one hand. Their expressions didn't change, and they even looked at each other and smiled. Everyone present was at the top of the world in terms of strength. They were all clear about this fight in the small space. They knew very well that both of them were injecting a huge amount of power into the teacup quickly and orderly. The two beams of black beam of light were still thin, but the color inside was getting deeper and deeper. Obviously, the destructive power in it was getting stronger and stronger. The glossy black smell was getting more and more obvious. However, there were no signs of it becoming longer, thicker, or scattered. It fully displayed the power and control of the peak of the world. The current situation was a clash of the purest origin energy. In terms of martial arts novels, this was the most extreme competition of internal energy. The strong would win, and the weak would lose. Whoever couldn't hold on would lose. However, the two of them represented two different races. Who would be willing to admit defeat? As time passed, the two of them unleashed more and more power, becoming more and more concentrated. After a long while, their originally calm expressions finally changed. Lei Changtian's face slowly darkened, while the first elder's face turned slightly pale. However, the two of them remained calm as they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. There wasn't the slightest bit of pressure. After a while, the great shaman of Poison laughed and said, Since we're just acquaintances, you two have just met and you've already known each other for such a long time. Do you think we're nothing? I'll join in as well. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Two green lights suddenly flew out and attacked Lei Changtian and the first elder's eyes respectively. The two of them blinked at the same time and suddenly exhaled to meet the green lights. The great ice abyss, which also moved. He flicked his finger lightly, and the black lights that were confronting the two of them were directly pushed away. He said disdainfully, What's the point of fighting here and there, but you can't kill anyone? He actually gathered the two balls of black light into a ball in his palm. Then, like two sticks, he threw them into the sky. With a puff, the two balls of black light directly penetrated the shield above and the clouds. After a full half a minute, there was a sudden explosion that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Following this explosion, a fierce hurricane swept up in the sky above the three great forests. Do you want to fly up and take a look? The great ice abyss, which said with a smile. If we go up and take a look now, we can probably see who won and who lost. Whichever side explodes, the wider area wins. He smiled happily. Let's go up and take a look. Let's go up and take a look. Lei Chantian and the first elder of the demon race snorted at the same time, but no one spoke. For the first time, the first elder of the demon race looked at Lei Chantian with a hidden fear. Lei Chantian also looked at the first elder of the demon race with a little surprise, and then glanced at the other 5 high-level demon race one by one. Lei Chantian really didn't expect that the Wu people, who had always been known for killing, would allow their former enemy, the demon race, to maintain a demon race descendant tribe in the interior of the Wu people's continent. And after so many years of development, this tribe actually had such strength. Whether or not this first elder was the #1 expert of the demon race, at least the 5 in front of him should be on the same level as the first elder, or at most a little lower. And such a force, although it couldn't compare to the high level of the Astral Souls continent or the experts of the Tao League, but their overall strength was still considerable. And the sudden appearance of such a powerful force, and even a race, was simply a great change in the continent, enough to affect the power structure of the 3 continents. Admirable, admirable. The human race's high cultivators are really brilliant. The first elder of the demon race took a deep breath. The demon race's almighty figures are the ones who live up to their reputation. Lei Chantian said. The 6 elders of the demon race heard this and felt even more suffocated. Are you talking about the demon race or the demon ancestor? If it's the demon ancestor, are you talking about yourself or our great demon god? This human's nickname really deserves to die. But no matter how uncomfortable they felt in their hearts, this contest was already over. The other party really did have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the demon race, and even had the strength to surpass them. Everyone could only drink tea and chat harmoniously on the surface, not daring to be rash. Not long ago, Zhuo Xiaoduo keenly felt the danger in front of him. Without saying a word, he immediately entered the Tower of Void Extermination. As soon as he entered, he immediately grabbed the heaven-mending stone to restore a wave of life energy for himself. Taking a breath, he lay down on the ground of the Tower of Void Extermination. He was sweating like rain, and his whole body was comfortable. That pause just now was really a refreshing killing. Although at the last moment, the aura that suddenly appeared really made my heart palpitate. Unexpectedly, there was actually such a master in the demon race, and such a close feeling of extreme killing intent. It was the first time in Zhuo Xiaoduo's life to fight an enemy. It was a kind of, as long as the other party was willing, he could immediately grab your heart and crush it directly, and you would immediately die in the middle of the road. This feeling, it's really too scary. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but frown. Although he had entered the Tower of Void Extermination, the Tower of Void Extermination was now under the blessing of Elder Wan, and he no longer had to worry about being discovered and acted upon. After communicating with Elder Wan, Zhuo Xiaoduo could already confirm that in the Demon Spirit Forest and Demon Spirit Forest, there were strong people, and the strongest could reach the top of the world. However, compared to Elder Wan, they were far inferior, so he didn't have to worry about the Tower of Void Extermination being discovered by others. However, because of this, he could no longer make any moves. This meant that when he went out again, he would still be in the same position as when he first entered. It was still as dangerous as it should be. So Xiaoduo saw that things had come to this, but he didn't want to go too far. He took out the essence of the flaming sun real fire and began to cultivate, while constantly thinking in his heart. Not acting rashly was one thing, but what should he do next? The safety issue was not a big problem, but the real key was how to escape. He calculated the time. Now, 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days inside the Tower of Void Extermination. Then 12 hours outside was equivalent to 45 days inside. So, 1 hour was equivalent to 4 days. Half an hour was equivalent to 2 days. Then, if he cultivated inside the Tower of Void Extermination for 24 hours, Only a quarter of an hour would have passed outside. I'll rest here for 24 hours, then go out. Zhuo adjusted the clock and began to cultivate and rest. The reason why he chose 24 hours was naturally that Zhuo had a lot of considerations. He disappeared as soon as he came in, so the focus of the search would naturally be the place where he just came in. It was estimated that the search of this place would last for quite some time. This period of time, under normal circumstances, would take 5 or 6 minutes or even less. After this period of time, many people would instinctively think that they had moved. In fact, the most realistic thing to do was to move as soon as possible. Based on this idea, they naturally began to focus on searching other places. During this period of time, even if there were still people paying attention to the place where he just disappeared, there wouldn't be too many of them. As time continued to pass, after more than 10 minutes, basically no one would think that he was still there. Based on human psychology, this was the most relaxed moment for the place where one had disappeared from. If more time passed, and they searched other places without finding anything, this place would once again become the focus of attention. This meant that the most dangerous place was the safest place, and vice versa. Therefore, 15 minutes was the best time and the best opportunity. After a day and night, Zhuo had just finished absorbing a true flame essence. He was full of energy and was in perfect condition. He watched the true flame essence rise in his palm. The high temperature of the true flame essence slowly dimmed and turned into powder. Zhuo took a deep breath. He felt that his second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun, had been completely perfected. Perhaps after 2 more rounds of cultivation, he would be able to break through to the third level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Clear Sky Great Sun. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. There was no time to continue cultivating and try to break through. During these 15 minutes, he had to try and get out. He had to try and find a way out of this predicament. Before he went out, he first used the breath-concealing technique to conceal his aura as much as possible. Then, he pulled himself together and suppressed the spiritual energy of the Flaming Sun Sutra and Zhu Rong's true flame essence into his dantian. He stood still and no longer emitted any heat. Then, he imitated the aura of the demon clan and tattered his body. He pulled out a dead demonic beast from his spatial ring and skinned it, using it to make a hat to cover his bald head. From head to toe, there was an inexplicable stench other than the smell of blood. Chapter 1053. Pinching his nose, Zhuo, who was a bit of a clean freak, sighed. I, Zhuo, have always been open and above board. Today, I have to endure the humiliation. So be it. Then, he cautiously flashed out and paid full attention to any possible changes that might occur. Sure enough, the surveillance here was not very strict. When he appeared from the corner, it gave the other demons the feeling that he had just turned around from the other side. Listening to the surrounding demons, Zhuo was very unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Where did that great human demon go? Did you catch him? No. That great demon lord is simply too cruel. He has no demonic nature at all. He's too cruel. Just him alone killed tens of thousands of our clansmen at once. There are at least billions of such humans in the Astral Souls continent. Even if they are not as cruel as him, I'm afraid they are not easy to deal with. Whenever I think of the number of human heads, I can't help but feel weak in my teeth and cramp in my legs. It's not just you, me, and him. Not all of them are like this. It turns out that humans are the real demons. The one we encountered today is the great demon, the demon of demons. Hearing this, Zhuo wanted to stand out and roar. Damn, who is the great demon? Don't make a mistake. Am I the demon or are you the demons? Was this still reasonable? I am a good person. How did I become the great demon when I came to you demons? Demon of demons? Do you believe that I will sue you for slander? even if it's called a human head. Bah, you can't call it a human head. That's called, forget it, do whatever you want. Zhuo was angry in his heart. He walked out quickly, but he carefully controlled his cultivation to be at the level of the transformation cloud. Suddenly, a group of demons walked towards him and shouted, "Did you find anything?" "No, first." Zhuo spoke in a low, muffled voice with his tongue stuck out. When he spoke, his bloody teeth were exposed. The demons on the other side were shocked. They said angrily, "What the fuck did you eat? Why is there such a strong smell in your mouth? Don't you know your breath? Shut up, shut up. Don't talk to me." Their faces were full of disgust. Without any explanation, they walked past him quickly. Zhuo walked forward with his body hunched, still reeking of stench and blood. Of course, he was going outside. At this point, how could he not know that he was going in the wrong direction? The reason why the other party tried so hard to stop him from approaching was clearly because they did not want his arrival to alarm the higher-ups of the demon race. However, he thought that he had succeeded in his plan and directly barged into the other party's base camp. Such luck was really unparalleled. He had almost schemed himself to death. But as soon as he walked in that direction, he saw Immerse and a large group of demon experts heading his way. Among them, there were many that he had fought with before. Zhuo stealthily turned around and walked back. He didn't expect that there would be demons coming this way, so he changed direction. However, after taking a few more twists and turns, they would enter that hall if they continued forward. Zhuo couldn't help but complain in his heart, and his footsteps became slower and slower. Behind him, Immerse rushed over. When he saw the guy in front of him dilly-dallying, he was already extremely depressed from losing his official position, so he became even more depressed. He took a step forward and kicked Zhuo's, but without any explanation. He scolded, "Are you fucking practicing how to crawl? You're as slow as a snail demon of the demon race. What do you want?" With Zhuo's current cultivation level, he couldn't dodge or resist the kick. He didn't dare to act rashly because of his status, so he could only be kicked away. A demon expert who came from the side frowned and cursed, "Why is this guy so smelly?" He took the opportunity to kick Zhuo's other buttocks. The two forces combined. Zhuo screamed and flew into the hall like a meaty egg. At this moment, there were many experts in the hall, and they were real experts. They were all at the top of the world. Zhuo felt like fucking a dog. Fuck, why is my luck so bad? It makes me speechless. Could it be that I've been so lucky before that I've run out of luck? Fuck, I'm really done for this time. Zhuo screamed with his tongue out. He flew in with a whoosh and landed on the ground with a thud. He even slid for a distance. What followed was the smell of blood and stench that permeated the air. Seeing the sudden turn of events, the demon race great elder immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. Now that there was an esteemed guest inside, why did this happen? He shouted angrily, "Speak, what's going on?" At the door, Immerse and the other demon race commander were sweating profusely, their backs drenched in sweat. They didn't expect this to happen. It was like the beginning of a big show, but there was no surprise, only shock and horror. Cough. I was careless, punishing this subordinate and offending the great ancestor. Please forgive me, great ancestor. What are you waiting for? Throw this demon aside. Immerse ran 2 steps, picked up Zhuo, and threw him out with a whoosh. Zhuo was secretly rejoicing that he managed to escape. Indeed, the heavenly Tao always blesses the kind-hearted. However, he instantly realized that he was thrown in the wrong direction. He was actually thrown further into the main hall. When he took a peek, he realized that there was a huge plaza inside. He seemed to have landed next to an altar. Immerse shouted from above, "Throw this guy into the cleansing pool. He stinks." He pinched his nose as he spoke. His face was full of disgust. One of the demons nodded and walked toward him with sonorous steps. Zhuo turned around and looked up. He had to see what was going on around him. Otherwise, why would he escape? Looking up, he saw a person hanging from the altar. It was a woman. He couldn't help but be stunned. What? What was going on? Like Lei Chantian, so Xiaoduo saw black lines penetrating the woman's body. She was in so much pain that her body convulsed, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. A demon flew up and grabbed the woman's chin. He lifted it up and poured some medicine into her mouth. The woman had no strength to resist and could only swallow it. However, when she lifted her head, Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Wasn't this Zhang Xuejuan? What was going on? How could it be her? How could Zhang Xuejuan be captured and brought here? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Elder One once said that after the war, the demons and monsters settled near the Tianling forest. They were afraid that the higher-ups of the Wu people would be suspicious and kill them, so they tried their best to reduce their presence. They didn't leave this place for a long time. Naturally, it was difficult for them to have anything to do with the astral souls in the human world. Zhang Xuejuan hadn't even been to the Sun Moon Pass. Naturally, it was impossible for her to come to the Umno Alliance. The two sides weren't even close. Even if there were 80 or 800 poles, they wouldn't be able to reach each other. How could this happen? Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but think about the fate that he had read for Xiang Chong and Zhang Xuejuan's bad luck. That was it. Supposed to be here? But this matter was too unexpected. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at Zhang Xuejuan, who was tied up high on the altar. His heart was suddenly in a mess. What to do? There was no doubt that his current situation was extremely dangerous. If he made a mistake, he would be doomed eternally. This was the most central place of the demon race. It was the place with the most powerhouses. It could even be said that he was no match for any of the powerhouses of the demon race here. As long as he was discovered, then he would definitely die. There was no luck. Even if the other party just blew a breath, he would be blown to death. After he broke through and reached the returning mysterious state, he would be blown to death. Don't be too clear about this. So Xiaoduo knew his own limits at the very least. I'm nothing. I might be able to fight with some small fries, but facing the top powerhouses of the demon race, I'm not much stronger than an ant. They can crush me to death with a pinch of their fingers. They can drown me with their spit. What's more, my principle has always been to protect my own life. Everything else is inconsequential. I don't have any ability to save her now. If I move a little, I will also die. How can I dare to act rashly? If I don't move and save my own life, no one can say anything about me in this situation. Even if I don't say anything after I get out, no one will know what I saw. Besides, this is Zhang Xuejuan's life. This is her life. It's destined. I warned her early on, but she didn't follow my advice. She didn't seek fortune and avoid calamity. That's why she's in this situation. What does it have to do with me? If I make a move, not only will I be at great risk, but I will also go against fate. Pointing out the right path, seeking fortune, and avoiding calamity once is already the limit. It's already too much. How can I go against fate again and again? Even a wise man wouldn't do that. So Xiaoduo kept convincing himself in his heart. He found all kinds of reasons to convince himself not to be impulsive. He must not be impulsive. Now is not the time to be loyal. So Xiaoduo, you're not a hero. You're a coward. When you can't do anything, I beg you, be a coward. Chapter 1054. To be fair, considering Zhuo Xiaoduo's current situation, position, and ability, it was completely reasonable and understandable that he chose not to save Zhang Xuejuan. As long as one was not too pretentious, they would not find the right to criticize Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's choice was not to erase his conscience, but to size up the situation. If he acted rashly, there was a 99% chance that he would not be able to save Zhang Xuejuan, and he would lose his life instead. And now he was safe. Using one's life to gamble on a minuscule possibility might happen to a brave man, but it definitely shouldn't happen to someone like Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was very smart and was afraid of death. Even if he asked his heart, he had a clear conscience. But for some reason, the more he thought about it, the more reasons he desperately looked for to retreat. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but have another thought in his mind. It was like a flame that suddenly appeared, and then a small fire started to burn the prairie. There is still a chance. As long as I am fast enough, the chance is not necessarily slim. As long as I see the gap and seize the opportunity, I still have a chance to save Zhang Xuejuan. Then, as long as I hide in the Tower of Destruction, no one will be able to find me. The premise of all this is that I am fast enough and seize the opportunity well. I can't do this and I can't do that. Seeing my friend, my brother's wife, being harmed like this, but I still have to find all kinds of reasons to convince myself. Even if it's not erasing my conscience, it's burying my conscience. How can I not feel guilty? If you don't save her when she is in danger, why do you practice martial arts? Is it just to train your body? Every time you see Xiang Chong in the future, how will you feel? Even if you don't know him, you can't just watch your fellow astral souls being harmed by the alien race, let alone your close friends and family. The most basic purpose of practicing martial arts is to protect your family and your country. But today, if your parents or Nian Mao were tied up, would you just turn around and leave indifferently knowing that you would die? Didn't he still have to charge forward bravely without hesitation and risk his life to save her? Why are you so terrified when it's someone else? Why are you finding all sorts of excuses? There are 10,000 excuses to shirk the responsibility, but there's only one reason to move forward. You have a trump card. You have a chance of success. You might not die even if you go, but if you don't do it in this life, every time you think about it, will you be able to feel at ease? Can you really have a clear conscience? Why are you cultivating? Is the purpose of training to weigh the pros and cons and avoid the cons? In a short period of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already gone through many thoughts. In the hall, the 6 elders of the Devil Tribe were still drinking tea and chatting with the 2 great sorcerers and Lei Changtian. They were so focused that they didn't dare to be careless and didn't pay attention to anything else. The Devil Tribe had been living in seclusion for a long time. Although the elders and the upper echelons of the Devil Tribe had once roamed the other territories of the Umno Alliance for a period of time after their cultivation had reached a certain level, they didn't go out to train for long. After all, they had the teachings of their ancestors and the alliance with the Wu people. So in terms of Jianghu experience, they could only be considered average. But when it came to the 6 elders, or the experts above the sky realm, they had reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this world and were enough to make up for their lack of experience. The upper echelons of the Devil Tribe didn't care at all about the dirty and smelly devil that Immerse Sergio had kicked in. After all, he had been kicked in by Immerse Sergio and the others. And this kind of thing, similar situations, had happened too many times over the years, so much so that it made them numb. The Devil Tribe was all boorish and impulsive. It wasn't that the elders didn't have a headache, but that they had been troubled for too long and had long gotten used to these boorishness. The matter had already been taken care of, and there were still important guests here, so they had to treat them with care. If they cared about some minor details, it would be suspicious and demeaning. The guard of the Devil Tribe walked over with a mace on his shoulder. Pinching his nose, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said in a muffled voice, "You idiot, did you fall into a latrine pit and just crawled out? Why are you so smelly?" With one hand covering his nose, the guard stretched out the other trembling hand and extended the mace in his hand. He was about to pick up Zhuo Xiaoduo and throw him out. The disdain of the Devil Tribe was obvious and undisguised. As long as Zhuo Xiaoduo was thrown out by the mace, at least he wouldn't be discovered and he would be safe. But at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been lying on the ground like a dead fish, suddenly shot up like a rocket. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's speed directly soared to the limit of his body, or even exceeded it. Streaks of shadows flashed at extreme speed. Before the guard of the Devil Tribe could react, Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure had already rushed to the altar that was 300 meters high. Silently, he held the sledgehammer in his hand and swung it in a circle. Untie the rope. Zhuo Xiaoduo would never do such a lowly thing, because it would take a lot of time. The moment Zhuo Xiaoduo burst out, he had already thought of a comprehensive plan. He had to use the shortest time to complete this rescue operation, and the simplest rescue plan was, he smashed the flagpole with his hammer and took away everything that was connected to it. For example, Jean Shuejuan was currently connected to the flagpole by a rope. Therefore, when he reached a certain height, he had already raised the sledgehammer. This time, he directly used the fire attribute power of the elemental fire art. Fierce and violent, insufferably arrogant, pressing forward with indomitable will. The 99 Kitty Hammer stirred up a black and white whirlwind. The whirlwind was wrapped in a fiery red power. It was as if a radiant sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. An abnormally hot aura suddenly filled the entire Devil Soul Castle, that around the altar of the Devil Soul Castle, there were 108 small houses built. The 108 Devil Tribe experts each occupied one of them. They were all sitting cross-legged, their hands forming strange seals as they went about their own business. Streaks of devil chi soared into the sky. At the beginning, it was extremely dense, but it slowly faded and flew towards the altar. All of the devil chi, after making a circle around the altar, converged into one, and then passed through Jean Shuejuan's body. This passing through would create a transparent, bloody hole on Jean Shuejuan's body, but this wound would heal immediately. However, even if the wound would heal, because of the blood essence that was carried out by the strike, most of it would dissipate in the air, but a small portion of it would quietly merge into the air. And as the wisps of blood essence continued to merge, the devil cloud in the air was turbulent, growing at an almost imperceptible rate. If one was here a few days ago, they would be able to directly observe that the devil cloud in the air today was at least twice as dense as 6 or 7 days ago. The results were immediate and remarkable, and the faint whispers hidden in the devil cloud, the traces of extremely evil chi, as well as the extremely abundant, bloodthirsty, and murderous aura, were about to take shape. Seeing this scene, the 108 devil monarchs who were working together were indescribably excited. Even if they did this personally, they did not expect that this time, capturing this human girl would actually bring such a huge harvest. The bloodline of the war god, the blood of a martyr, the heart of loyalty, the soul of a virgin. This was the necessary condition to summon the devil ancestor. And most basic result of this ritual was to let the devil ancestor feel the current position. He could shoot in the boundless starry sky, knowing where to go and return. And the source of all this was the preparation that the devil ancestor had set up when he was traveling the human world. He had set up more than 700 so-called immortal fate with the order of fate, just so that one day, when the devil ancestor was completely sealed in the devil spirit forest, he could go out. As long as one family activated the immortal fate ritual, they would achieve the fundamental opportunity to summon the devil ancestor again, and it would no longer be up to them to break the restriction and go out by themselves. They would be passive, and the follow-up of the immortal fate was, after the devil ancestor went out, they would eat that family and even the surrounding villages and counties. Then, the devil ancestor would transform into those people, replace them, and gradually nibble away, slowly growing stronger. This was a plan that had been prepared for a long time. And since the flood which had left the devil spirit forest as a habitat for the devil race when the Wu people returned, she had set up a special rule for the devil race. They could no longer enter the human world, whether it was the world of the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, or the world of astral souls. Coincidentally, the devil race also had a prophecy left by their ancestors, and they were also not allowed to go out. And because of this, the two sides had reached an agreement. The higher-ups of the devil race gathered their people and settled in the devil spirit forest. Countless years had passed, and as the number of devil race's devil population increased, their vitality gradually recovered, and the higher-ups of the devil race naturally thought more and more about the preparations of the past, hoping that the immortal fate would be activated. But it was a pity that after waiting for so long, there was only one family, and the connecting passage was cut off by that extremely fierce woman. She paid the price of one of her own arms to cut off the passage that the devil race used to reach the human world on the other side. How could the devil race not be angry? So many years of expectation, so many years of painstaking effort, but it was cut off by a little girl like you. That was why the great elder of the demon race had said, "She herself has incurred the wrath of our race, so she will naturally receive her retribution." It wasn't a groundless statement, but a statement that he truly hated her. And when the devil race involved saw that things were not going well, and was sure that he could not get out, he used the last of his strength to capture Zhang Xuejuan. But it was a different story. The reason why it was a different story was because the subsequent development of the matter was completely different from the original intention. The original intention of the devil race involved capturing Zhang Xuejuan was that Zhang Xuejuan had ruined his plan, so he naturally wanted to take revenge. But when he really captured Zhang Xuejuan, he was surprised to find that, damn, he had caught a treasure. Chapter 1055. The experts of the demon race were pleasantly surprised. The captured human girl actually had the purest bloodline of the war god. She was fierce and had reached the level of jade blood loyal heart. Her temperament was also extremely loyal. Furthermore, she was still a virgin. These rare attributes were all gathered in one person. Not only was it rare, it was also a perfect fit for a big move that the demon race had long given up on. So much so that this matter directly alarmed the six elders. The demons were ecstatic. Because these basic conditions were met, they could restart the ritual to summon the demon ancestor. And the most ideal result of starting this ritual was to directly summon the demon ancestor back to the Umno Alliance. Of course, this was an extremely idealistic result. Zhang Xuejuan was just an ordinary woman with mediocre cultivation. It was already a blessing to be able to meet the requirements of the initiation ceremony. To achieve the most ideal situation, anyone would know that it was unrealistic. But even the worst result could still be used to communicate with the demon ancestor. The demon race that was drifting outside would know the coordinates of the other side and be able to return by following these coordinates. And based on this idea, the demon race did not hesitate to use the most precious resources of the entire race to concoct the 9 deaths revival fluid. Every time the demon essence extracted Zhang Xuejuan's blood soul, it would be immediately replenished. This allowed Zhang Xuejuan's body to always be in a healthy state. It could withstand a total of 108 piercings and blood soul sacrifices in a day. And this also meant that Zhang Xuejuan had to endure 108 piercings of demon essence in a day, hovering between life and death. This kind of feeling was definitely worse than death. And Zhang Xuejuan could not even commit suicide. Now, it was already the 12th day of starting this ritual, and since the day before that the 6 peak experts of the devil race had all produced a weak connection that originated from the other side of the distant starry sky. It was intermittent and intermittent. This was already proof. The ritual was effective. The demon race that was drifting outside, or rather, the demon ancestor himself, had already felt the call here. This result naturally made the demons even more excited and excited. It was indeed effective. The heavens blessed the demon race. The demon race's return to the world was irresistible. The true blood and true soul of a girl that was hard to find in billions of years appeared at this moment. Wasn't this proof that the heavens had proof that the demon race would definitely achieve great things? His previous feelings returned to reality. Just before Zhuo went berserk, suddenly, a faint and extremely narrow hole appeared in the air. It was so faint that it was almost undetectable. It was hidden in the demonic clouds and was almost undetectable. And through this hole, the demonic aura on this side was being sucked in. As long as the demonic chi on both sides could be connected, the two sides could be connected into a channel. The so-called demon ancestor coming to the other side was no longer a lie. And in the depths of this hole, an unknown distance away, in a vast starry sky, There was a sharp point of light that broke through the layers of nebulas, piercing straight towards this place. That shining edge was the legendary ancestral fiend's natal divine weapon, the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear that had caused endless wails in the heavens and earth, and even the mighty sages would have a headache over it, was coming at them at an extreme speed that surpassed time and space. Wherever it passed, countless planets in the starry sky would explode, be penetrated, and disintegrate. It never stopped. The god-slaying spear was indestructible. Behind him, it was as if a path of fireworks had exploded. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Duo wouldn't have a chance to climb up the altar and save Zhang Xuejuan. Instead, he would have been torn to shreds by the surging demon Qi the moment he moved. That's right, Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he had broken through to the profound returning realm, not only was he invincible under the Skysoar realm, he could even contend against a peak Skysoar realm expert or even win. However, his cultivation and strength were at the peak of this world. In the eyes of anyone in the main hall, he could still be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Fortunately, the 6 elders were fast, but Lei Chantian was even faster. With a wave of his sleeves, he suddenly flew across the sky like a bat. Black chi spread out from both sides of his sleeves, blocking the demon chi of the 6 elders in one fell swoop. The old devil, who had been silent for so many years, finally showed his prowess and the might of the devil ancestor. Demon chi and spiritual yuan steamed all over his body, and he laughed sinisterly. Don't fucking move. The poison witch and the deep ice, which also moved, one on the left and the other on the right, each exerting their strength to stop the 3 elders. They frowned. Don't be rash. The 6 elders were furious. Don't be rash. How can you say these 3 words out loud? Although it was only a momentary delay, Xiaoduo had already pounced forward. He swung his sledgehammer. At this moment, the 108 devil monarchs in the 108 rooms all flew out in fury. Demon chi overflowed and surged violently. But it was already too late. It was too late. Boom! Although this was Xiaoduo's most powerful strike so far, and its power was indeed extraordinary, when it came to actual killing power, it was still nothing in the eyes of the 9 big shots in the Demon God Hall. Even the 108 Devil Monarchs were basically able to contend with it. However, the effect of this strike was earth-shattering. It even affected history and the entire world. At this moment, Xiaoduo didn't know the consequences of this strike at all, and he didn't know what this altar was for. However, he was persuading himself to leave quickly, and at the same time, he gave it his all and swung his sledgehammer. This strike was a strike of fate, a strike of the devil's will, and it had a far-reaching impact and meaning. This was an extremely strong hammer strike that contained Xiaoduo's lifelong belief. A real man must do what he shouldn't and what he must do. When I need to lie low, I can live an ignoble life. I can live a cowardly life. But when I need to show my sword, even if there's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of me, I will take this step. Regret? At this moment, Xiaoduo's heart was full of regret. What was I thinking? Why was I so impulsive? I might die here. However, even though his heart was full of regret, he still swung his sledgehammer without hesitation. Boom! Xiaoduo swung his sledgehammer with all his might, and the thick flagpole on the altar broke. And this cracking sound resonated in the hearts of all the demons. It cracked. The upper part of the altar couldn't withstand such a huge force, and it fell from the high platform. So Xiaoduo immediately opened the space-destroying pagoda and flew up to meet it. Zhang Xuejuan, who was tied up on the altar, suddenly became clear-headed. She saw Xiaoduo coming towards her. Her eyes, which were full of despair and dispirited spirit, suddenly became full of vitality. Her ecstasy almost overflowed. At this moment, the god-killing spear, which was rushing at high speed, seemed to have sensed something. The tip of the spear shook furiously, and a shadow flew out from the tip of the spear. That was the true spirit of the god-killing spear. It forcefully crossed the space and arrived above the square of the demon temples. It looked in a certain direction and sighed. It's still not time. Chapter 1056. Zwishaoduo was sent flying by an unparalleled force. This was the 99 Cat Hammer and Baizhuo's resistance. Although they had reduced more than 90% of the power, Zwishaoduo still couldn't bear the remaining power. He couldn't bear it. In an instant, he only felt that his internal organs were burning and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. His 5 limbs were injured, and he was very miserable. If he hadn't held the heaven-mending stone in his hand to replenish his vitality to the maximum extent, this less than 10% power would still be enough to kill him. The injuries caused this time were too severe, too fierce, and too overbearing. Even with the heaven-mending stone in his hand, he still couldn't recover for a long time. Zwishaoduo only felt that it was difficult for him to breathe, and his internal organs were so uncomfortable that it felt like they had completely exploded. After a while, he regained his consciousness. The first thing he felt when he regained his consciousness was that he was surprised. How am I still alive? It was no wonder that Zwishaoduo had this question. He couldn't enter the empty exterminating tower in the first place. At this moment, he was still exposed outside. How could there be any leeway for him to survive? Now, he wasn't dead yet. Well, why am I not dead yet? I'm still alive. Looking carefully, he saw 3 people standing side by side in front of him, protecting him behind them. One of them, who was dressed in white and had a tall and straight figure, was talking with a smile. Hey, it's just a small matter. Do you have to make such a big fuss? It's just a child messing around and damaging some things. It's normal, so normal. Look at all of you who are so uptight. You have to be magnanimous. Do you know magnanimity? We've been cultivating for so many years, and we've been putting on airs every day. Isn't it all for this magnanimity? Magnanimity. Ah, Your Excellency, Great Elder, you're the #1 person in the Devil Clan. After so many years of cultivation, how can you lack such magnanimity? This person laughed and said, he's still a child. You're all so old. Do you still want to lower yourself to the same level as a child? This can't be. All the Devil Clansmen on the opposite side, without exception, were livid with anger. Even the faces of the 6 elders were filled with anger. He's still a child? Why did this sentence sound so much like beating someone up? Now you know how to be gentlemanly. If this happens to the Wu people, I want to see where your gentlemanly attitude is. I see, Deep Witch. We respect you. We respect you as an expert of the present age. But you can't go too far and talk nonsense, right? The Deep Ice Witch said, Great Elder, you don't have to say that. How did I bully you? Why would I lie? Are you looking down on me? Finally, the ending was a twist and turn of events. Was this a stroke of genius? On the other side, the Devil Race Great Elder and the others were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked. What do we say to look down on you? Didn't we just speak the truth? Don't tell me you're not lying. Do you think we're all deaf? Great Witch, what are you saying? The Great Elder forcibly suppressed his anger and said, We have always been friendly. The Deep Ice Witch said, Of course we have always been friendly. If we weren't, why would we come here? We came here to mediate for you with good intentions, but you said we were going too far. If this isn't looking down on me, what is it? Justice is in people's hearts, and we can see black and white clearly. The Deep Ice Witch paused for a moment and said, For so many years, your Devil Tribe has been resting and building up strength in our Wu Tribe's territory. You can say that you've been eating our food, drinking our water, using our resources for cultivation, and occupying our land. The Flood, which was a righteous person, but after all, he was their brother. If they really listened to slanderous words and used the power of the Wu people to crusade against them, then everything would be terrible. The Devil Clan wouldn't have to wait until they came out of the Jianghu. They would be directly destroyed here. Although the 6 elders thought highly of themselves, and each of them had the power of a peak-level magus, there were still differences among the peak-level magi. Except for the first 3 elders, who could be mentioned in the same breath as the few senior magi, the others were not powerful enough to fight against the senior magi. The great elder was able to fight with Lei Zhang Tian, but when it came to fighting against the Great Flood Witch, there was only a dead end for him. There was no luck. How could they say the word look down so casually? How could they say it casually? On the opposite side, at this moment, Lei Zhang Tian and the Great Witch of Poisonous Poison were actually admiring the Great Witch of Icy Deep. Well, to be more precise, they were in awe of the Ice Deep Witch's eloquence. What was unreasonable? What did he mean by saying that it was unreasonable? Bing Ming was the one who was truly unreasonable. He was the one who could say that he was unreasonable. The Deep Ice Witch's ability to offend people everywhere was used at this moment, and her eloquence really complemented each other. She made full use of everyone's talents, shining brilliantly and shining magnificently. Her offensive mouth had been scolded for a whole lifetime. Today, it was finally praised for once, and even admired for once. On the other side, no matter what, the Deep Ice Witch used "you look down on me, you look down on us Wu people, and you look down on our boss Flood" to start the debate. No matter how eloquent the demons on the opposite side were, they couldn't get around this hurdle. The Great Elder's face was covered with a layer of frost. He couldn't help but sneer. "Icy Deep Witch, all the people present here are powerful people. None of them are fools. There's only one reason why you're pestering us endlessly. That is, you want to protect this kid today?" The first elder's voice was cold. The Deep Ice Witch said lightly, "He's just a child. What mistakes can he make? Why can't he be forgiven? When a child makes a mistake, we, as adults, should be more tolerant. Who didn't make mistakes when they were young? Don't tell me that we have to beat a child to death just because he made a small mistake." The Deep Ice Witch said earnestly, "You also said that we are all strong people. After so many years of cultivation, when we were young, it was normal for us to make small mistakes and get into trouble. To be honest, if our seniors couldn't tolerate our mistakes, how could we have grown up today?" All the demons gathered around. Everyone was so angry that they were dizzy. Who would talk to you from the bottom of their hearts? Who had such a naughty child? Was this something that could be erased by the word child? Whose child could run to someone else's home, kill tens of thousands of people, and then just say he is still a child, and write it off? Where was your face? Could you be more shameless? The 6th elder of the demon clan couldn't help but be angry. He said, "Deep Ice Witch, if you insist on saying so, can our children also go to the Wu people's territory and kill people like this? Go to the astral souls and kill people, then say he is still a child and can go back safely?" The Deep Ice Witch said confidently, "This is a reasonable thing. As a great witch, since I said so, I will treat everyone equally. As for your children, go ahead and do whatever you want. Don't have any scruples. You can say a few names later, and I will record them into the token of gratitude. I will make the decision for this small matter." The Deep Ice Witch sighed and said understandingly, "After all, who doesn't have a few lively children? I understand very well." Several elders of the demon clan felt more and more dizzy. Originally, the 6th elder intended to force the Deep Ice Witch into a dead end with the words of a counterattack, and even implicate the human tribe. He wanted the witch to be unable to justify herself. However, the Deep Ice Witch not only agreed to it, but also used the token of favor, which was quite popular in the 3 continents, to make the situation more reasonable. However, everyone felt more suffocated in their hearts. "You said it so easily." Yes, the token of gratitude is a good thing, and it is the best way to cultivate the seeds of our clan. But how can our children be compared with the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, and the human clan of the Astral Souls? We're the weak group now, okay? No matter in manpower material resources, or even the number of geniuses in our clan, we are far from being able to compare with the three of you. Each of you has a burning order for the token of gratitude. Do you think we don't know? If our children really go to your territory, I'm afraid they will be directly killed by your burning order before they have time to kill people. And you can kill them naturally that even if we, the elders, are here and watch, the Wu people won't care about our faces at all, and you won't let them go because they are still children. In the end, isn't it all because the sorcerer tribe is powerful? Isn't that why you, the Deep Ice Witch, are bullying people? Why are you pretending to be a wolf? Chapter 1057. The second elder sneered and said, "To be honest, this is the first time in my life that I've seen a kid with such a high cultivation. Haha, kid. There's a famous saying in the human race. Heroes come from the young. Such a heroic young man is really rare." The Deep Ice Witch said lightly, "Then I really want to congratulate you. You've seen it now, haven't you? Although it's just a glimpse, it's enough for you to regret your whole life. Well, are you going to thank us?" You. The second elder's eyes were about to crack. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always been under the protection of the Great Witch, deeply admired the shamelessness of the Great Witch when he saw her acting like this. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never thought of himself as a good person. He was often shameless and often got a lot of benefits because of his shamelessness. He even thought that he was the best of the best, but today, after seeing the heroic appearance of the Deep Ice Witch, he realized that there was always someone better than him. The level of shamelessness could be so outstanding, arrogant, and unparalleled. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that although the main purpose of the shamelessness was to protect him, but shamelessness was shamelessness. There was nothing to quibble about. It was not right. The Deep Ice, which was the one who had fully carried out the words shameless, unreasonable, crazy accusation, pointing at a deer as a horse, and going against his conscience to the extreme. Well, he has already reached the peak of the senior magus level in this world. With his shamelessness, no matter how much I flatter him, I'm still inferior to him. I must learn more in the future and further my studies. So as Xiaoduo thought to himself, but on the other hand, he faintly felt strange. The voice of the Deep Ice Witch, why does it sound vaguely familiar? Where have I heard it? But how could a small shrimp like me have come in contact with such a great existence? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. But this is a bit strange, very strange, too strange. The old man who had left him here now came out to protect him. Maybe it was an instinctive protection for the genius of the Wu clan? But why did the two senior magi of the Wu people also protect him? And the Deep Ice Witch's intention, motivation, and willingness were even more determined than the old man's. Wasn't this a big, strange thing? Could it be that I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, have become so popular now? It was a bit strange and difficult to understand. How come this world became so confusing to me? It's so confusing. On the other side, the great elder of the demon race finally couldn't restrain his temper. Of course, if he allowed the murderer who killed tens of thousands of his clansmen to be taken away so easily under the gaze of all the demons, what prestige would he have in the future? He was afraid that he would never be able to shake off the title of a spineless leader in this lifetime. Great Ice Abyss, which I know that this child has been set up by your witch tribe for a long time. It's necessary for you to deal with the human race. You definitely won't give him up. You don't have to say anything else. The great elder of the demon clan said blandly, his white beard fluttering in the wind. Okay, but we have to follow the rules of the Jianghu. 2 out of 3 wins. If you win, you can take him away. But if we win, he must stay. This was the only way out. The elders of the demon clan thought that they had seen through Zhuo Xiaoduo's background and saw him as a human spy that the sorcerer tribe had painstakingly cultivated. Otherwise, why would they be so aggressive and even fight against him? Now that he was in a situation where he couldn't back down, it was impossible for him to just let them go. There had to be a reason to push the boat with the current and get off the donkey with the slope. Lei Changtian was a bit dumbfounded. The Wu people had planned this for a long time. Well, Zhuo was his grandson, the only son of Elder Zhuo. How could he be a Wu people spy? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Zhuo was also dumbfounded. He was an elite of the human clan, the number one person on the human clan's human clan token, the number one talent. How could he be a Wu people spy? This was slander. Fortunately, there were no other humans here. If someone heard this, how could he stay in the Jianghu? Aya, this is bad. That old fellow has heard everything. He has an old grudge with my father. I'm 99% sure that he's the cause of my current predicament. Will he kick me while I'm down and spread that devil slander? It's not good if 3 people talk about a tiger and a multitude of mouths can distort metal. On the other side, the great elder of the ice abyss said blandly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, "That's right. No matter what you say, it's always based on strength. The fist is the most powerful." The tone of this great shaman was obviously different from before. He was angry. The ice abyss felt that the leader of the demon clan in front of him was too unappreciative. The great elder of the ice abyss said that he would take him away again and again. I've wasted so much saliva, but this devil bastard doesn't give me face. Isn't this making this great shaman lose face? This is really preposterous. You really don't want face. I've told you again and again that he's just a child, but you still don't want to let him go. You look down on me. If Elder Flood was here, would this bastard dare to talk? Thinking of this, the great elder of the ice abyss suddenly felt that the demon clan really looked down on people. He was right. When he thought of this, his voice and tone naturally became more and more unpleasant to the ears. Then let's fight. The great elder of the ice abyss said coldly, "Haha, I've known that you're like this for a long time." If I don't kill a few of you, how can I learn my lesson? The great elder of the poison abyss smiled sinisterly and said, "It's good to move my hands and feet. Speaking of which, I really haven't moved for a long time. Let's take advantage of today's opportunity." Lei Changtian couldn't help but feel more and more strange. If it weren't for his good composure, high cultivation, and ability to control his mood, as well as considering the current situation, it would be normal for his eyeballs to fly out of their sockets in surprise. What's wrong with these 2 great elders? If I were to desperately protect my grandson, it would make sense and it would be natural. This is my biological grandson. But what's wrong with you 2? Especially the great elder of the ice abyss. Why does he look more anxious than me? Before I could say anything, he rushed to the front line in a hurry, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly said that in order to protect Zhuo, he didn't hesitate to fight. He completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Now, in order to protect his grandson, he's going to fight barehanded. What the hell? I've lived for so long, but it's the first time I've seen such a thing. I've really lived a long life. That's my grandson, not yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at how anxious you are. If I didn't know about my grandson's background, I might really think that he's a spy of the sorcerer tribe and a spy against the human race. How preposterous. The great elder of the devil clan was also angry. He said coldly, well, let's take advantage of today's opportunity to learn from the great magi of the Wu people. He glanced at the poisonous shaman and said, "Let's see whose cultivation is higher and whose power is stronger." These words naturally had a hidden meaning. Yes, I was talking about cultivation and martial prowess, not poison. I hope you can understand me, and don't be as shameless as a certain someone. The poisonous shaman chuckled. Great Elder is right. Then why haven't you evacuated the people yet? When we fight later, I'm not that strong, so it's inevitable that I'll use some unorthodox tricks. If I accidentally hurt someone, I'll be sorry. The poisonous shaman smiled eerily. I've already reminded you in advance. If something really happens, don't hurt our friendship. The corners of the 6 demon elders' mouths twitched in unison. Is this a reminder? You're clearly threatening us. We just said that we'll fight to determine the winner. Martial prowess and cultivation. Who said we're allowed to use poison? Didn't we put forward this condition to limit your poison? But you said you're going to use poison. Can't we play happily? You want to play with poison. Who the hell wants to play with you? You even want to disperse the crowd. That means you're going to use that kind of large-scale destructive poison gas. It's just two people fighting. Do you have to say that? With your power as a great magi, you can't control it yourself? What the hell? What the fuck? It turned out that the Wu people's great magi were each more shameless than the other. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky. A voice came from afar, laughing. You're really in a good mood. You came here to play today. We're also here to join in the fun. Haha. Although this place is in the Wu people's territory, we haven't been here for a long time. Two figures flashed and appeared in the sky. One was in a snow-white robe, and the other was in a green robe. A vast expanse of vitality came with the green-robed man, and an empty world came with the white-robed man. It seemed that with the white-robed man's arrival, even this space was changed. It was a very strange feeling. The two people laughed and fell from the sky. All the high-level Devil Clan members who had some knowledge changed their expressions. The demon race's great elder's expression turned even uglier. It changed again and again, becoming uglier and uglier. Great Magus Dan Kong. Great Magus Zhu Mang. The Grand Elder couldn't hold back the shock in his heart. Out of the 12 great magi of the Wu people, 4 of them came today, and they came just for this young man. It was obvious that the Wu people were determined to suppress the Devil Clan with absolute power. He was finally sure. This bald young man was not only a spy for the Wu people against the human race, but also a direct descendant of the Flood Witch of the Wu people. He should be the type to pass on the legacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so important. Not only did the Poison Magi who rarely left the Poison Valley come, even Deep Ice Dan Kong and Zhu Mang came in a hurry. This is indeed the plan of the Wu people. Chapter 1058. The Great Elder's thoughts flashed. I didn't think that the Wu people would be willing to put aside the racial barrier and cultivate such a peerless genius. No wonder they have always been able to suppress the Dao League. Then, this matter is completely related to the Wu people. As for that astral soul's human Lei Chantian, if he hadn't been instigated by the Wu people, then it would just be a coincidence. It has nothing to do with that bald kid. However, the shaman race is actually willing to nurture a human with a star soul, and they're even willing to accept him as their successor. They're really ruthless. With that kid's current progress, he'll be able to reach the peak of the human race's power in at most 1,000 years. The day when the shaman race destroys the human race's Dao alliance won't be far away. In the entire demon god castle, all the demons were discouraged, including the 6 elders. Now the other side had 4 Wu people great shamans, and the Astral Soul's demon ancestor was here to help. Their overall strength was already above the top level of the demons. If this battle really started, half of the demons would die. At least half of the upper echelons of the Devil Clan would die. If the non-poisonous shaman really used extreme poison without any scruples, a casual poisonous fog would be enough to take away millions, tens of millions, or even more of the Devil Clan's lives. It was absolutely not an illusion. The demons had been recuperating for millions of years, but their number was only SOSO. How could they bear such a loss? Since the 4 great shamans and this Master Lei are all here, we demons are not as strong as them. We have nothing to say. The great elder of the demons took a deep breath and suppressed the indescribable grievance in his heart. That was the first time in so many years that he had been so aggrieved. He clenched his teeth and said, "You must take this boy away. I already know the reason. Thinking of the Wu people's kindness to us, even if we are unwilling, we have nothing to say. But the girl he took away, she must stay. That girl has nothing to do with the Wu people, right?" Which Dan Kong said with a graceful smile. "What's the matter? Why are you all so nervous? Children are just messing around. Look at all of you. You're all so old, yet you're all at daggers drawn. If this gets out, you'll become a laughingstock." When the 6 elders of the demon race and the countless experts of the demon race heard this, they almost fainted. Fuck, another one. Here comes another one. Could it be that the 12 great sorcerers of the Umno Alliance are all like this? The moment they opened their mouths, they said he's still a child. Fuck, why don't you all just go and die? The poisonous which turned to look at Zwa, Xiaoduo, and frowned. That woman. Zwa Xiaoduo didn't understand why these senior magi of the Wu people would stand on his side so clearly. However, he still chose to stand out when there was no hope. How could he hand over Zhang Xuejuan under such a favorable situation? He raised his head and said, "How is it unrelated? That is my wife. How can I hand her over?" He had no choice. This was the only reason he could use in front of the fierce battle. If he said classmate, friend, sister-in-law, although he had a position, it was not as direct as this. Sure enough, Lei Changtian took the lead and said, "That's right. Who would hand over his wife? You guys, although you're of different races, are you willing to hand over your wife?" The Ice Abyss, which said, "Even if you have this tradition, we don't have such a tradition." The great sorcerer Dan Kong said, "You took someone else's wife. This is a blood feud. No wonder this child is crazy. Not only is it pardonable, but it's also reasonable." The poisonous which said, "That's right. That's his wife, alas." Speaking of this, he felt sad and thought of his beloved wife who had passed away many years ago. Wasn't this the same situation in the past? Was she also killed by someone? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt the same way and became furious. You even did such a despicable thing as taking someone else's wife and torturing her so inhumanely. What's wrong with killing a few of you? You deserve to be killed. You deserve to be killed. Among the 4 great sorcerers, only the Zhu Meng great sorcerer was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He didn't understand the identity of Zwa Xiaoduo, nor did he know what Zwa Xiaoduo had done. He didn't understand how this confrontation was formed. It could be said that he didn't know anything at all. He was completely confused, but the 3 brothers had completely exploded in anger. The Zhu Meng great sorcerer didn't care about right or wrong. Of course, he also had to express his position. You demons are too much. You dare to take someone else's wife. Now that someone has come to the door, you still want to keep someone else's wife. You demons are shameless. This is the only reason that Zhu Meng Great which can find now. But he feels that this is the only reason and it is justified enough. The great elder of the demon clan was so angry that his face turned red and his blood rushed to his forehead. You're all too shameless. We have seen through your foundation and intentions. We are willing to give in and compromise. That young man is the spy of the Wu people against the human clan and the successor of the Flood Witch. How can he take a woman from an ordinary family of the astral souls as his wife? There is no such reason in the world. That woman is the hope of the demon clan. The hope of the demon clan to welcome back the people outside and the continent drifting in the starry sky. What do you know? Why you talk nonsense here? But this sentence can't be said. After saying it, I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. It's more likely that the 12 great sorcerers will directly lead an army to kill you. What do you want to do if you want to welcome back the continent drifting outside? The closest continent to you is the Wu people. If you demons want to expand your territory, don't you have to destroy the Wu people first? In that case, why do we keep you alive? Do we want you to be a big trouble? Once this sentence was out, the demon clan would be exterminated in an instant. It was not only completely imaginable, but also inevitable. The great elder of the demon clan took a deep breath and said, when the war ended, the demon clan suffered a great loss. Thanks to the kindness of the Wu people, the demon clan gave us the demon spirit forest to recuperate. We promised the Wu people that the demon spirit forest would not come and the demon clan would not appear, so we would never leave the demon spirit forest again. The flood which also gave us the restriction that the demon spirit forest belongs to us. Only the great sorcerers of the Wu people can enter it without permission. I've heard that the flood, which values rules the most, but now I don't understand why all the great sorcerers are gathered here. Now, has the demon spirit forest come? The great elder held his breath and finally couldn't help but ask. If it was just facing 4 great sorcerers of the Wu people and a demon ancestor of the human clan, the difference in absolute strength between the two sides was not small, but if the demon clan united their strength, they might still be able to fight. If the non-poisonous great sorcerer was willing to promise not to use poison in this battle, the odds of winning would be even higher. After all, the non-poisonous great sorcerer was famous for his poison. If he really didn't use poison, his combat power would inevitably be reduced. But the non-poisonous great sorcerer used his poison to enter the battle. The result would not only change, but it was also the key to the demon clan's defeat. The great ice which rolled her eyes and said, "Great elder, you're asking the obvious and making false accusations. This time, it's not us who trespassed into the demon forest. It's clearly your demon tribe who used the tricks of the ghost realm to capture our junior's wife. Our junior didn't care about the hardships and dangers, and went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties to come and save her for love, for loyalty, for his lover, but he was ruthlessly killed by you. It's clear that we were forced to come to save her, so we entered the demon spirit forest." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer's mouth was really sharp, and he became more and more eloquent. The so-called water has a source, the tree has a root, everything has a root, there's a cause, there's an effect, and vice versa. The great sorcerer Dan Kong was very cultured. He said, "In this world, there is never love for no reason, and there is never hate for no reason." So a Xiaoduo, who was listening at the back, felt like prostrating himself in admiration. This great sorcerer Dan Kong was actually very fashionable. He could even casually say such a vulgar internet joke of the human clan. The great elder said angrily, "Nonsense. That is clearly a human woman of the astral souls that we captured with the secret method of our clan. What does it have to do with your Umno alliance? You are clearly grabbing her by force and twisting words and logic." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer was furious. "Nonsense. Can my child explain his wife's name, which family she came from, and the origin of her story? If you didn't go through the Wu people, how did you go to the astral souls? In this way, it is clear that you demons have violated the oath long ago." The demons, the great elder's whole person was not good. He was clearly right, but now it seemed like he was in the wrong. How could he speak like this? "We will definitely take her away." The great sorcerer Dan Kong said gracefully, "Especially. His wife has been taken away by him. Why don't you just say it? Are you going to let her go? Or rather, what do you want to do to let her go? Do you really want to fight? Or do you think that we are not enough and need a few more people? What is it, great elder? Please give us a straightforward answer. What are the specific rules? We will accept them." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer saw that his side was strong and their comprehensive strength had overshadowed the other side. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, they were all confident of victory. He became more and more arrogant and showed off his strength. "Whatever you want, we will listen to you." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer shouted. "Whatever you want, we will listen to you. Of course, we know that you can do whatever you want now. You have the upper hand." The 6 elders of the demon clan cursed in their hearts. Finally, they gritted their teeth and said, "Let her go." He looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. His eyes, body, and heart were filled with hatred. He wanted to grind Zhua Xiaoduo's bones into dust and cut him into 1,000 pieces. This little bastard killed nearly 20,000 of our men, but that was secondary. Because of him alone, he destroyed our 10,000-year plan and took away the most important person. Now we have to watch him swagger away. Even if one were to scoop up all the water from the 5 lakes, 4 seas, and 3 rivers, it would still be difficult to wash away the shame on his face today. "What is your name?" The 3rd elder of the demon clan looked at Zhua Xiaoduo fiercely and said, "Junior, leave your name. This blood debt, this karma, our demon clan will naturally find you in the future." Chapter 1059. Xiaoduo snorted, puffed out his chest, and raised his head, and said in a clear voice, "As a man, I will not change my name. My name is Bing Xiaobing." Puff. Great Witch Dan Kong choked inexplicably, and then forced himself not to laugh. Great Witch's face was full of black lines, but he still pretended to be calm. Great Elder sneered, "Bing Xiaobing, No wonder Great Witch. He's talking nonsense. He's lying." A voice shouted angrily and anxiously, "Ancestor, this ball man's real name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. He claims to be the second disciple of the Western sect, and his Dharma name is Duo Rulai. Zhuo means that the left side of the sky belongs to him. Small means that the left side of the sky is too small. Duo means that he is not afraid of killing many people in this life. The more, the better." That voice was muffled, and that tone was full of unconcealable stupidity. It was the stupid former commander of the Devil Clan, Immerse Sergio, the second disciple of the Western sect, Duo Rulai. The 6 Devil Clan elders were a little confused at this moment. How could there be a matter of the Western sect? But on second thought, they knew that this guy must have been fooled by the bald man in front of them again. For a moment, they were angry. The elders were so angry that their intestines were about to explode. They were not angry at Xiaoduo for lying, but at Demon 19. "You idiot, you remember it very well. It's fine if you just introduce the name, but look at the long list of names you recited. But now is not the right time to deal with him. When these murderous stars are sent away, I'll teach you a lesson." Good. So Xiaoduo good. The more, the better. Third elder gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaoduo, we will remember you. In the future, there will be people of our clan who will settle this account with you and end this karma." So Xiaoduo did not care. He laughed and said, Welcome, warmly welcome." The 6 of them walked out of the demon spirit forest with their heads held high and chests puffed out under the hateful eyes of millions of demons. After walking out of the Devil Soul Castle, he immediately flew into the sky. The 6 of them were still flying side by side. Zhuo Xiaoduo's shining head was especially dazzling. Even after walking for thousands of miles, he could still feel the soaring resentment behind him. This time, the billions of demons in the devil race would remember the name Zhuo Xiaoduo. The more Tathagatas, the better. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. As for the 6 people who were walking out side by side, their moods were not calm at all. Lei Zhongtian's stomach was full of apprehension, and his head was full of confusion. He didn't understand. Even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that things would develop to this point. Zhuo Xiaoduo must be the son of his daughter and that bastard Zhuo Changchong. There was no doubt about this. However, since he was their son, how could the Wu people put in so much effort to protect him? If he had not already confirmed that Zhuo Xiaoduo was the son of his daughter and Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would have suspected that Zhuo Xiaoduo was the son of the flood, which based on the methods that Zhuo Xiaoduo had shown and the attitude of the great shamans of the Wu people towards him. Lei Changtian could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Even after using his lifetime of experience, he still could not understand the key point. My grandson, the son of the astral soul's continent Sky, Patrol, Throne, and the Rain Demon. There was no doubt about this. However, the 4 great shamans of the Wu people were so nervous about this treasure, as if it was their own son. This was really outrageous. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was the direct beneficiary of this battle, he was completely dumbfounded. In his opinion, any one of the 5 great shamans around him was a powerful being that he could not fight against. Any one of them could crush him to death with one finger, or even blow him to death with one breath. Things had developed to this point in a very strange way. Zhuo Xiaoduo was just as confused as Lei Changtian was. What was going on? Could it be that the great elder of the demon race is really thinking of instigating me to betray them and frame me? Isn't this thinking too highly of me? Although I am a peerless heaven's pride, although I am talented, although I am invincible among the younger generation, sending 4 great shamans of the Wu people to protect me, at the same time, at the expense of offending the demon race, who has been their natural ally for millions of years. Isn't the price of instigating a rebellion and framing me too high? This kind of planning, there must be a big plan, at least the price should be similar to the price. However, the more Zhuo Duo thought about it, the more he felt that it was inconceivable. The current situation was not only extremely terrifying, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was too frightening to the point that he was on tenterhooks. Based on this idea, Zhuo Duo secretly opened the space-destroying tower early, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Who knew if the moment he acted rashly, would it lead to the counterattack of the top great shamans nearby? He was really not sure if he could escape in the space-destroying tower. These were the top great shamans of the world. As Zhuo Duo was thinking, the group of people had already flown out of the demon spirit forest. As soon as they stood still, before Lei Changtian had time to speak, he was shocked to see the great shaman of Ice Abyss suddenly turn around and punch the great shaman of Zhu Meng with 2 punches. The great shaman of Zhu Meng was caught off guard by the surprise attack, and he was hit directly. For a moment, he was dizzy and in pain. He was shocked and angry, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" The great shaman of Ice Abyss said angrily, "You are a bastard. You set me up like this and deceived me into dying together with this old devil. Zhu Meng, today's matter is not over. I will spend my life with you. You wait for me. When I call my sister and brother-in-law, we will work together to kill you." The great shaman of Zhu Meng flew into a rage. "You." Before he finished speaking, the great shaman of Ice Abyss punched him in the eye with 2 quick punches. Suddenly, the great shaman of Zhu Meng couldn't look at his face anymore. Then the great shaman of Ice Abyss turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "Zhu Meng, you should eat and drink for the rest of the day. When I come to you with my sister and brother-in-law, there will be no chance. Don't say that I didn't remind you. You set me up like this, and I came to save your life." Hearing this, the great shaman of Zhu Meng was furious. "You're not done yet. I'm not done with you now." Before his voice died away, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had disappeared. Zhuo Duo and Lei Changtian felt inexplicable. They stared and didn't know what to say. Then, the great shaman of Dan Kong said to the great shaman of Poisonous Poison, "Adu, this time I was in seclusion to study the technique of space folding and turning over, but I had an unexpected gain. It seems to be the legendary saint's poison. I didn't dare to touch it myself." The great shaman of Poisonous Poison's eyes suddenly brightened, and his interest increased greatly. "Saint's poison? Is there such a thing? Are you serious?" "It's just that I can't confirm, so I said it seems to be. Let's go, while my inspiration is still there. Let's finalize this matter as soon as possible." Before his voice died away, the great shaman of Dan Kong had already pulled the great shaman of Poisonous Poison and left. In the blink of an eye, the 4 great shamans disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, they didn't even look at Zhuo Duo, let alone say hello to Lei Changtian. They left just like that. Zhu Meng and Poisonous Poison were at a loss. They knew that Bing Ming and Dan Kong had used this method to pull them away for a reason. Based on their trust in their brothers, the 2 of them left without another word. But Bing Ming and Dan Kong already didn't want to talk at all. If this old devil knew that his boss had taken this kid as his godson, this old devil would definitely immediately act like an uncle. There was nothing to say about this. He was truly a generation younger than him. It was one thing to run into him on the battlefield, but it was very uncomfortable to run into him during normal times like this. So they couldn't greet him at all. If they did, the old devil would definitely ask, "Why are you doing this?" They couldn't answer this question. They couldn't let him know, even if they were beaten to death. So, hurry up and run. Lei Changtian was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? Why'd they leave just like that? What did this mean? You've been shouting and yelling for so long, but suddenly there's no follow-up? And why are you doing this? You have to explain to this old man, right? Leaving just like that? Are the four of you stupid cunt? You've specially come to help the enemy get through a difficult time, and now you're leaving? Lei Chantian only felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. Fuck, even a fight with me would be better than being stifled like this. Lei Chantian turned his head unconsciously and naturally met Zhuo Xiaoduo's equally stupefied gaze. Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually even more stupefied than Lei Chantian. What happened just now? What's going on now? Why did those people save me? Why did those people leave? Why did this old man save me? Isn't he my enemy? Didn't my father kill his daughter? This old man. On your birthday, I wish you a happy birthday, and I hope you will become more and more beautiful. Every year, every year, every year, you will live a carefree life, and you will be satisfied. Chapter 1060. Hearing the laughter. Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body started to tremble. He instinctively took a step back and waved his hands repeatedly. Even his shrieking voice changed. You, don't come over. The demon ancestor was stunned and said, Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I didn't mean any harm from the beginning. The grudge I'm talking about is... Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head like a rattle drum. Senior, seeing that you can even talk to the great shaman of the sorcerer tribe, your relationship must be pretty good. You must be a big shot in our star spirit continent, a pinnacle existence. Whatever you did to me, I will definitely keep it to myself and not tell anyone. The demon ancestor sighed. Son, I know you misunderstood, but you really misunderstood. I'm your grandfather. Zhuo Xiaoduo curled his lips and cursed in his heart. I'm your grandfather. Of course, he didn't believe this kind of relationship. You almost killed me, and now you're telling me you're my grandfather? Haha, that you can ask the readers of the books. Do they believe it? Do they believe this? Even if they do, I still don't believe it. How can there be such a heartless grandfather in the world? But his mouth was as sweet as honey. I knew there must be something between us. Suddenly, with a face full of surprise and joy, he said with a trembling voice, Dad, why are you here? His eyes were fixed on Lei Chantian's back. The ecstasy on his face was almost overflowing. That kind of sincere emotion made everyone who saw him happy for him. It was the extreme emotion of reuniting with family after a long separation. However, Lei Chantian wasn't among them. Hearing this and seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression, Lei Chantian shuddered and his face changed. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had called someone else, Lei Chantian wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't even believe it. Who in the world can sneak up behind me without me noticing? Who else could it be? But Zhuo Xiaoduo called him Dad. This was a completely different story, because he knew who Zhuo Xiaoduo's dad was. That person really had this kind of ability. If it was really him, then wouldn't it mean that the matter of him taking his grandson out for training had been exposed? Zhuo Chanchong was here. If it was just him, it would still be fine. He still had not settled the old score of him marrying his daughter. However, Zhuo Chanchong was here, and the matter was exposed. That meant that his daughter would also know everything that had happened during this period of time. That would really be a complete loss, and it would be completely over. Lei Chantian turned around like a whirlwind and thought, I have to act like a father-in-law. I must control Zhuo Changchong as soon as I see him. If you really can't do it, I'll just say a few words. I'll admit that I took advantage of my daughter in the past. As long as you don't pursue what I did to your son and don't tell my daughter about it. We can talk about anything that while he was thinking, his face had already uncontrollably revealed a flattering smile. Just as he was about to instinctively say, So, you're here. What a coincidence. He found that there was no one in front of him. Lei Chantian was very experienced. How could he not know that things were not good? He turned around again like a whirlwind. As expected, Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared without a trace. What the fuck? Lei Chantian was dumbfounded. Disappeared? Disappeared again? This little bastard can actually disappear in front of me. He's so slippery. But what came next was an inexplicable anger toward himself. He raised his hand and slapped himself 7 or 8 times. You're already like this, and you still call him boss. You're such a good-for-nothing. At this moment, Lei Chantian was so angry that his eyes turned red. I'm such a good-for-nothing. When I see my son-in-law, I can't help but call him Big Brother that I. Sigh. I'd better hurry and find my grandson that no matter how capable this kid is, no matter how fast he runs, he can't go too far. He must still be hiding in this area. There's a 99% chance that he's hiding in his mysterious space equipment. With his skills, other than this move, it's impossible for him to disappear instantly in front of me. Then I'll just wait here for him. That the demon ancestor sighed. As he scolded himself for being a good-for-nothing, he hid his figure and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the space. So Xiaoduo, who was still in shock, sat on the ground, panting heavily. I finally escaped in here. I actually managed to escape in here? Just now, that old man must have used his divine sense to lock on me. Although I had an idea and used a strange move, it's still unbelievable that I succeeded. If I failed, I can't help but think about it, right? However, after his idea failed, so Xiaoduo couldn't help but recall some of the things that happened today. He realized that everything was not right. What exactly happened today? Not only did he not understand, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand the 4 great sorcerers of the Wu people. Why did they talk and act like they were just here to help? Why did they do that? His mind was in a mess. This was completely unreasonable. Even if what the great elder of the demon clan said was right, that the Wu people saw him as a peerless genius and wanted to instigate him. But why didn't they follow up? They didn't expect anything in return for their kindness? The Wu people saved him. How could they not expect anything in return for their kindness? It should be that they didn't forget to repay their kindness. So Xiaoduo thought about it for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. He successfully turned his brain into a pile of paste. Damn, I'm completely confused. I don't want to think about it. Who knows what these high-level people are thinking? For me, it's too far away. Maybe they're harming others without benefiting themselves. It can be seen that I'm not the kind of person who can become a high-level person. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly. It seems that my highest achievement in the future will be to unify the 9 continents, and then become a boss who doesn't do anything. At most, I'll be a spiritual leader. So sad. Zhou Xiaoduo had one great advantage. He didn't want to think about things that he couldn't figure out. He always had a divine logic. Since he couldn't figure it out, what else could he do? Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it, and not waste his brain cells. Thinking of this, he suddenly became happy again. I, as Xiaoduo, am really wise. Why should I think about those unhappy things? Then he thought of Zhan Xuejuan, who was saved by him. Turning around, he saw Zhan Xuejuan, and the upper half of the altar were placed on the ground of the Tower of Emptiness. So Xiaoduo remembered that he hadn't taken the time to check on Zhan Xuejuan's condition. He couldn't help but worry and went to check on her. He saw that Zhan Xuejuan's body was intact, and her face was healthy and rosy. It seemed that the demon energy that penetrated her body didn't cause any harm to her. She didn't look like she was unconscious, but asleep? If Xiaoduo knew what had happened to Zhan Xuejuan before, he would be even more surprised. That day, Zhan Xuejuan had cut off her own arm in order to get rid of the source of the disaster. The broken arm had already grown back, and it was no different from the original arm. The 9 Deaths revival liquid of the Demon Clan was a panacea for healing injuries. It had the amazing effect of reviving flesh and bones. In terms of physical condition, the current Zhan Xuejuan could be said to be healthier than ever before. It was a pity that Xiaoduo didn't know the reason. Instead, he found it strange. Since Zhan Xuejuan wasn't injured, it must be the effect of the medicine that the Demon Clan gave her. Now that the restraints were removed, why hadn't she woken up? Zhou Xiaoduo's mind spun like lightning as he nimbly removed the chains from Zhang Xuejuan's body. Then he realized that he seemed to have struck gold again. The chains that bound Zhang Xuejuan and the upper half of the altar were clearly made of the same material. It was an extremely rare material, nightmare gold. The rarity of this metal was almost only in legends. It was said that weapons made of this metal would naturally produce a strange effect when they were wielded. It could cause the enemy to fall into a nightmare and be unable to control themselves in battle. The weaker the state of mind, the higher the chance of triggering it. It was definitely a rare magical weapon for battle formations. With such a magical weapon, the chances of winning would be multiplied. Zhou Xiaoduo checked it again and again before he could confirm that it was really nightmare gold. After all, he didn't expect the demon clan to be so generous to build an altar with this kind of strange metal. It was really a big deal. If he smashed down with his hammer, it would at least weigh 1,000,000 pounds, right? Sure enough, God always blesses the good. Good people will be rewarded. It really doesn't deceive me. The more Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it, the more beautiful it was. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. Saving people can also make me rich. He carefully untied Zhang Xuejuan from the pillar and placed her aside. Then, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This girl must be more than 9 meters tall. Her figure is really... Only Xiangqiong would have such a figure. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really feel like a bean sprout. He thought about himself and shook his head. He could also completely imagine the endless accumulation of hatred in Zhang Xuejuan's heart during the process of torture. He believed that during the process, this strong and determined woman must have thought countless times in her heart that as long as she could get out of here alive, in this life, she would definitely wipe out the demonic clan, leaving no one alive. And this hatred had become an extreme obsession in the bottom of her heart. However, this obsession, in a sense, also belonged to the category of inner demons. Inner demons were also demons. After the divine soul's divine soul was restored and greatly increased, the accumulated hatred in the bottom of her heart became more and more pervasive, but also became the nourishment for the demonic qi that invaded her divine soul. So Xiaoduo wasn't stupid. He immediately understood the situation and couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the demonic qi that rose above Zhang Xuejuan's head and the white divine soul's divine soul, it seemed to be slowly influenced by this bone-deep hatred, gradually evolving into a faint red color. What should we do? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of worry. He had saved her, but how should he deal with the situation in front of him? Looking at the fluctuation of Zhang Xuejuan's divine soul, the situation where primordial qi and devil qi intertwined, Zhou Xiaoduo was at a loss of what to do. It was clear that Zhang Xuejuan was unable to control herself and was unable to resist. That was why there were signs of her spirit overflowing. The more Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it, the more worried he became. What should he do? He didn't know how to deal with this matter. The more he delayed, the more he could only sit and wait for death. Now that he was in the Tower of Annihilation, he was safe for the time being. But the old man outside most likely would not leave. He reckoned that as long as he dared to show his face, he would be the first to be caught. What else could he do? He could only hide in the Tower of Annihilation for a while. After a long while, the qi of divine soul above Zhang Xuejuan's head gradually reached its peak and condensed into a ball. The signs of intertwining with the devil qi became clearer and clearer. It was not strange that the two existed fundamentally different. Compared to the devil qi, Zhang Xuejuan's qi of divine soul was naturally much more. Comparing the two, there was a huge difference of 99% to 0, 1%. However, Zhang Xuejuan's qi of divine soul was in the form of a fog. It was a mess inside, and there was no clue at all. As for the devil chi, it was only a little bit, but it was so black that it was shining, as if it was solid. Visually, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. However, the slight black chi had formed a complete suppression on Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul. It gradually evolved into a binding and wrapping situation, as if it wanted to devour the many. It wanted to completely control Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul. So Xiao Duo, who knew that the situation was not right, could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do, and he could not deal with it. What's more, the quarter drop of laurel honey was not only a great supplement for Zhan Xuejuan's chi of divine soul, it was also greatly beneficial to the devil chi. So Xiao Duo knew that he had done something wrong by acting rashly. He stared, rubbed his hands, and said with a melancholy face, "This whole thing." Fortunately, he did not feed her a complete drop of laurel honey. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse and more difficult to deal with. So Xiao Duo had thought of taking a gamble, hoping that the old man who called himself the devil ancestor would give up and leave when he saw that there was no trace of him. Although the probability was very small, as long as he succeeded, he could try to go back to Elder Wan and ask Elder Wan to save the devil chi in Zhan Xuejuan's body. No matter how strange the devil chi was in front of Elder Wan, it could not make a big splash. But it was just a wishful thinking. Not to mention that the old man, the devil ancestor, knew his background very well. It was impossible for him to leave. Even if he really left, how could he go back? The Heavenly Spirit Forest was located between the Devil Spirit Forest and the Demon Spirit Forest. If he wanted to enter the Heavenly Spirit Forest again, he would have to pass through the Devil Spirit Forest. With the Devil Clan's attitude of hating him to the bone, how could he go through the Devil Spirit Forest be the same as courting death? Just when Xiao Duo was in a dilemma and did not know what to do. Clang! Suddenly, there was a clang of a sword in the air. The Huahuang's sword felt the surging devil chi and flew over quickly. As the light flashed, the tip of the sword was already facing the two kinds of spiritual chi that were entangled above Zhan Xuejuan's head. Zhou Xiaoduo clearly saw that the moment the tip of the sword touched the devil chi immediately stopped. It felt like a person who saw someone who was much stronger than him and was instinctively scared. He was acting arrogant and domineering, but he was suddenly scared silly. He was stiff. That kind of cowering, that kind of fear, that kind of helplessness, all of them were on the surface of the seven emotions, and they were fully expressed in his expression. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel that he had seen a ghost. He actually felt an extremely complicated intertwining of emotions from that wisp of devil chi. That wisp of devil chi. Could it be that it had become a spirit? Clang! The sound of the sword rang again. The Huahuang sword flew back and forth in the air. The sword light flashed again, and the pressure was getting heavier and heavier. The tip of the sword was getting fiercer and fiercer. It seemed to be showing off, but also seemed to be asking, "Are you convinced? You bastard, are you convinced?" So Xiao Duo felt that he could feel the arrogance and complacency very clearly. He knew that it was real and not fake, and that was what it was. What kind of illusion was this? But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was still possible. He had seen the intelligence of the Huahuang sword. Since it could communicate with him, it might be able to communicate with this spear. 2. The Huahuang sword pressed forward step by step, and the god-slaying spear retreated inch by inch. Slowly, it showed a feeling of being forced to the point where it had nowhere to hide. It was like a poor girl being forced by a villain, constantly crying out pitifully, "Don't come over. Don't come over." On the other side, the Huahuang sword had the face of a villain. It was laughing maniacally and complacently. "Go ahead and scream. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. No one will come to save you. Seeing that the god-slaying spear had been forced into a corner by the Wahuang's sword, even Zhuo could not bear to look at that pitiful look. For every inch that the Wahuang's sword advanced, the god-slaying spear retreated an inch. That pitiful look, but it still had to forcefully maintain its self-esteem. There was no need to mention the bitterness in it. Anyway, I won't leave. The god-slaying spear said heroically, "Your request is absolutely impossible. Just say what you want. I'll lie flat and wait for you. If you want to fight or kill, you're not a real man if you frown." Saying this was basically no different from admitting defeat, and the Wahuang sword had already gained the upper hand. It was feeling so good that even its bones were climaxing. Finally, it had completely suppressed its old rival. It could do whatever it wanted. It could do whatever it wanted. It could do whatever it wanted. It could bully it however it wanted. It could say whatever it wanted. It could mock it however it wanted. It could whip it however it wanted. It really did not even dare to think about such a carefree life. Even when it was up against the god-slaying spear previously, this guy would not be so soft. If it was not careful, it would take him down with it. That temper of his was very explosive. Who would have thought that this guy would actually split out such a side account? And it was even with such a personality. It was too unexpected, too surprising. It was really a blessing from the heavens. That could it be that this guy sent me to pass the time? Afraid that I'll be lonely? Keek. You don't want to leave? You can't leave? If you say you can't leave, then you can't leave? Do you have the final say, or am I the one who has the final say? To put it nicely, the Wahuang sword's current attitude was that of a villain intoxicated by success. To put it bluntly, it was like a wolf in a mountain. It was so vivid that even textbooks were not as vivid as this. They were afraid that they would mislead the primary school students. Tell me, who has the final say? Tell me, who has the final say between the two of us? You have the final say? Or am I the one who has the final say? Say something. If you don't know how to speak, then fart. Oh, I forgot. You're not a fart. Keek. Tell me, do you have the final say? Does it count? Does it count? Ha. Hurry up. Why are you pretending to be dead? Do you believe that I won't destroy you with one sword? Answer me. Do you have the final say, or am I the one who has the final say? The Wahuang sword was arrogant. Even the sword's body was a little distorted. It was beaming with joy, as if it was dancing, as if it was jumping. In short, it was so excited that it was a little abnormal. You have the final say. The god-slaying spear, true spirit, was under someone else's roof, so it had no choice but to lower its head. Even though it was extremely wronged, it still did not dare to be angry and had to speak. It truly felt that it was extremely lowly. Boss, oh boss, why did you throw me here? There's such an old rival here, the #1 bastard in the primitive armament manual. Back then, Her Majesty Empress Wa was so annoyed by it that she threatened to give it away many times. Who would have thought that I would meet it here? I'm about to be bullied to death. Boss, save me, since I have the final say. The Wahuang sword pondered seriously. It was a little wasteful to destroy the spear, true spirit, just like that. I haven't bullied it enough yet, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Therefore, it flew back excitedly and flew in front of Zhuo. It shook its head and wagged its tail, looking as if it had done a great service. Boss, I've shown my skills and easily subdued that thing. So Zhuo opened his eyes wide and started to communicate with it through his divine sense. What do you mean? This thing has already accepted me willingly and no longer has any other intentions. Cough. Because I used to be very famous, these guys are very obedient to me. At this moment, when it saw me, it softened. It respected my suggestion very much. So I persuaded it to abandon the darkness and join the light. Now, it has the intention to repent and turn over a new leaf. It wants to surrender and join us in order to get our leniency. Boss, do you accept it? The Wahuang sword looked as if it was asking for credit. Huh? What? Zhuo opened his eyes wide. Tell me more about it in detail. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. I'm at my wit's end. How can it accept me? Accept me willingly? Surrender? Join us. That's what happened. The Wahuang's sword began to ramble again. It exposed the origin and identity of the god-slaying spear one by one and introduced it in detail. In the end, it said proudly, I didn't expect that this time there would be a smaller one. Blah, blah, blah. So Xiaoduo was shocked. Chapter 1063. Can this thing be transferred? Transferred to my body? Zhou Xiaoduo stared at the Wahuang sword suspiciously. You're not trying to harm me, are you? Isn't it too risky to rashly let such an external thing into my own spirit? I could easily become another Zhang Xuejuan. Now that I've saved Zhang Xuejuan, who will save me in the future? With Zhang Xuejuan as an example, how could Zhou Xiaoduo dare to take the risk? It's okay, boss. First, it's not that brave, and second, it's not that capable. The Wahuang sword said slyly. As long as boss takes this thing in, with me, by, and Joe training it in the consciousness space every day, it's still very possible to subdue it. So it's just subduing it? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. What's the use of that? Didn't you just say that this thing's original body is ranked 15th in the armory? Doesn't that mean we have to be on guard against it at all times? Boring, boring. How can it be boring? This is very interesting. Boss, you don't know this, but the situation now is very special. It can be said to be unprecedented. A little bit of a real spirit, or even a real spirit doppelganger, is nothing strange. No matter how strong a real spirit or a real spirit doppelganger is, it has to unconditionally submit to the original body and serve the interests of the original body. But the situation of the real spirit of the soul-devouring spear in our hands is completely different from the usual situation. Its current power is extremely weak, and it can easily turn into ashes. In contrast, its connection with the original body has been completely severed. The other side can't sense its existence at all, or it can directly be regarded as annihilated. However, its foundation is the essence of the god-slaying spear's spirit. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it took to cultivate this little bit of essence. We just have to find a way to completely sever its connection with the god-slaying spear's spirit, and it will become an independent weapon spirit. In time, it has the potential to become another complete god-slaying spear. The Wahuang sword said, it might even be stronger than the god-slaying spear. At most, it can't really fight against the god-slaying spear. After all, even if he was stronger than the god-slaying spear in the future, his origins still came from the god-slaying spear. He was born unable to resist the god-slaying spear and could only allow himself to be devoured by the god-slaying spear. This is a natural suppression, something that can't be helped. Then is it possible that it will devour the god-slaying spear instead? Boss, you're too daring. That's absolutely impossible. It originates from the god-slaying spear. Its fate has already been decided. What's there to talk about a backlash? If you want to destroy the god-slaying spear, you'll have to gather all the treasures derived from the Chaos Lotus Seed. Only then will you be able to contend against the god-slaying spear. That group of treasures will not be described. The Wahuang's sword paused for a moment before muttering. Actually, the god-slaying spear's roots are stronger than ours. It originated from a part of the Chaos treasure, the Chaos Green Lotus. It's just that its contracted master wasn't strong enough. So Xiaoduo chuckled. In other words, if the god-slaying spear's master is strong enough, perhaps it'll be the top divine weapon in the Chaos armament chart that you're talking about. The Wahuang sword did not refute, which was rare. After a while, he said, that's the theory, but the fate of the contracted master is determined by the heavens. Although the soul-devouring spear's roots are strong, it's a fact that its master is not strong enough. It's a fact that can't be changed. Its ranking in the Chaos armament chart is only 15th behind me. So Xiaoduo did not say anything else. How did things turn out like this? Before it surrendered, it had slashed its master. Then what kind of treatment would it receive in the future? The Huang sword had no choice but to fly back and explain in front of Zhuo. So useless. Zhuo was very dissatisfied. What's the use of having such a useless person? On the other side, the god-slaying spear could not help but feel dejected at I. Have become so weak? You can use the word useless to describe me? Oh, this is really Zhuo looked dissatisfied. He walked over with swaying steps and looked at the god-slaying spear's divided spirit with a scrutinizing look. He said disdainfully, "It's just a little thing the size of a soybean, and it's even a virtual image. What's the value of it?" When the god-slaying spear heard this, it had a bad premonition. Am I really going to perish here today? I finally managed to gain sentience under the guidance of Boss Spear. He could not help but look at the sword of Immerse Rendezvous pleadingly. The Huang sword said, "Boss, although this little thing is small in size, it has quite a lot of potential." When the god-slaying spear's divided spirit heard this, it was instantly moved to tears. But still stabbed me. It should be that one stab that used up all its energy. Zhuo was very dissatisfied. That's not its full combat power. It's still far from it. The Huang sword tried its best to put in a good word for the god-slaying spear. Think about it. It's just a little bit of its true spirit. It crossed realms, and its combat power is at most 100th of its original combat power. But the combined power of the 9-9 cat hammer, the Bai, and the Jiu is still inferior. With such potential, once it grows up, it might even be able to fight against a saint. The Huang sword said, "Boss, this little thing is almost the embryo of an innate spiritual treasure. It's an innate spiritual treasure." The god-slaying spear was more and more grateful. Although this sword was very cheap, at critical moments, it was really quite useful. But isn't this one in front of us ready to betray its original owner, the god-slaying spear, and surrender to us? So Duo rolled his eyes. "Big brother, this one is actually still a cub." The sword of Empress Enviwa said, "It's still a long way to go before it can take shape and possess its own views and pride. Perhaps when it becomes strong enough, it won't be impossible for it to look down on the god-killing spear even when it comes face to face." "There is such a thing?" "Of course," the Huang sword said proudly. "Just like me in the past, I originally thought that the flipping sky seal was very powerful and had a strong foundation. But later on, I no longer took it seriously. Cough, cough. Actually, I still respected it later on, but it is no longer a match for me. Of course, there is no need to take it seriously." So Duo looked at this guy from the corner of his eyes. He didn't expect this guy to have the temperament of a mountain wolf. He had to be on guard against him in the future. Don't look at how he called him boss now. Who knows if he was calling him a dog in his heart? All right then, I will accept it. Adding another pair of chopsticks is not a big deal to me. So Duo warned, "But you have to be my guarantor. If anything happens in the future, you will have to take responsibility." The god-slaying spear's spirit looked at the Huang sword pitifully, meaning, "Big brother, hurry up and be my guarantor." The Huang sword agreed proudly. "No problem, no problem. I will guarantee it." Duo snorted and nodded his head, reluctantly agreeing to it. The god-slaying spear's spirit suddenly felt that it had escaped death. It was so moved that it almost hugged the Huang sword and burst into tears. "Big brother is so good. He is so heartwarming. He is actually willing to be my guarantor. I will treat Big Brother Sword well in the future and will not let you down." The Huang sword looked forthright and patted his chest as he promised. But in his heart, he thought, "Big brother wants me to be his guarantor." It is probably just a show to reassure this guy, so that it will be easier for me to command in the future. Yes, it must be like that. Big Brother is creating an opportunity for me to buy over the spear's heart. The chemistry between Big Brother and I is needless to say. It is awesome. Look at how touched this guy is. As long as I show a little bit of interest, he will be teary-eyed and call me his godfather. The Huahuang sword did not expect that Xiaoduo would be so serious when he vouched for him. In the future, if something really happened to the god-slaying spear, the first one to be pulled out would definitely be the Huahuang sword. The most conservative punishment would be to make the Huahuang sword lose a layer of skin. There was no room for negotiation on this point. It was a pity that the Huahuang sword did not know this at all. He only thought that Big Brother was cooperating with him to subdue his underling. In his heart, he was full of praise for Zhuo Xiaoduo's acting skills and was very grateful. This Big Brother is really not bad. At least he knows more about romance than Seventh Brother. With the help of the Huahuang sword and the cooperation of the God-slaying spear spirit clone, the God-slaying spear spirit clone was separated from Zhan Xuejuan's divine soul without much effort. Then, with the Huahuang sword's witness and suggestion, an extremely strict divine soul contract was signed. Then, this weak little spirit clone of the God-slaying spear became Zhuo Xiaoduo's personal property. If he wanted you to go east, you'd go east. If he wanted you to go west, you would go west. If he wanted you to beat a dog, you would not scold a chicken. If he wanted you to live, you would live. If he wanted you to die, you would die immediately. The severity of the contract was more than 100 times harsher than a slave contract. The God-slaying spear spirit clone had not seen much of the world. In order to save its life, what else could it do? It successfully signed the slave contract. The moment it entered Zhuo Xiaoduo's divine soul space, the God-slaying spear's spirit clone suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. Fuck, what kind of place is this? This place is simply a place where immortals live. Obviously, the God-slaying spear's spirit clone had just entered the world and was still lacking in the depth of its words. The beauty of the current atmosphere had already exceeded the upper limit of what it could describe. This vast and boundless sea of vitality. Even the place where the demon ancestor lived was far from being so dense. No, it was far from it. Whether it was the quality, the quantity, or the density, it was a few levels lower. After the spirit clone entered, it instantly felt that the demon ancestor's place was just SOSO. It was not enough to reach the apex. This feeling came suddenly, but it was shocking to the extreme. This sea of vitality was really too, even as the God-slaying spear's spirit clone. Although it was inexperienced in the world, it had never seen such a magnificent scene. Mommy, Big Brother Spear, you did not come. If you came, you would probably betray us. It's not that I am not firm to be able to live in such a treasure place. It seems that signing the contract to sell myself is not a bad thing. Maybe because I signed a contract, Big Brother will no longer hold any grudges against me and will not be wary of me. I can get more and better benefits. As for freedom, what is that? Is it more important than so many good things? In this world, there are so many strong people. Which of us, the innate spiritual treasures, can obtain freedom? Isn't it the fate of being ordered around by others? The stronger the master, the stronger we are. As for freedom, if we don't have enough strength, why would we want that? Could it be that with freedom, a spiritual treasure like me can surpass a sage? That is absolutely impossible. Chapter 1065. For a moment, Yin Shirsi was both happy and suspicious. His name was a little weird. Since he was called Yin Shirsi, he must be ranked. That meant there must be 13 people before him. But who were they? What was Boss Sword's rank? He must be one of the best, right? Wait a minute. Could it be that Boss has 13 other subordinates, all of whom are stronger than me? That was impossible. 13 primordial spiritual treasures? Yin Shirsi suddenly shuddered. That was impossible. Anyway, he had to keep a low profile. He had to keep a low profile. Thinking of his name, Yanshursi felt like he was going to be beaten. There were 13 people before him. As the youngest, he would be a punching bag. Come on, I'm ready. I'm ready to face the storm. Don't be happy too early. You might not be able to stay as Shursi for long. If there are more people who are more useful than you might become Yanshursi. Of course, if there are more, you might become Yanshursi. But if you perform well, you might become Yanshursi, Zwishaoduo said leisurely. I'll do my best. Yanshursi felt like he had been hit in the head when his prediction was confirmed. He kept bowing and swearing that he would live up to Zwi's recognition. Good. I'll see how you perform in the future. Yanshursi was overjoyed to get his name. Besides, he was in a place he had always dreamed of. No, this was a super place he had never dreamed of. He was so happy that he almost flew to heaven. However, in the next moment, his joy turned to sorrow. Yanshursi was surrounded by Bai and Jiao. Yanshursi was shocked. Sure enough, there were more primordial spiritual treasures than his. And there were two of them at the same time. You too. Boss. Bai and Jiao didn't look friendly. Their eyes were full of someone is coveting my good stuff as they walked over aggressively. Who is this? The palm-sized little girl in a white dress looked disgusted. What's this? Jiao frowned. Isn't he too ugly? He must be a thief. Little White came to a conclusion. I think so too. Jiao was fuming. The two little ones looked at the god-killing spear, Ling Yin 14, and their expressions became more and more unkind. The sword spirit of the Huang sword flew in and said, in the future, we must all live in harmony. We must all listen to Boss and work together to create great achievements. But Huang sword was Spirit Smoke 14 sword boss, not Bai and Jiao's boss. How could he be willing to listen to this guy's nonsensical words? Looking at the cowering, god-slaying Spear Spirit Smoke 14, he inexplicably felt that this guy was so wretched. Not to mention, he was filled with an annoying aura. Hence, beat him up. Beat him up. The two little guys didn't say anything. They swarmed up, grabbed Smoke 14, and beat him up violently. Smoke 14, who was just happy a moment ago, was on the verge of death and became more and more dispirited. He begged for mercy and called Boss, but Bai and Jiao didn't show any mercy. Even the last bit of his soul was beaten up violently. Zwishaoduo was stunned and hurriedly shouted to stop, but Smoke 14 was only left with the strength to twitch. What's going on? Seeing that they had caused trouble, Bai and Jiao hurriedly slipped away. Huang sword coughed and said, this guy can absorb the vitality to recover. The laurel honey is a life-saving treasure, the essence of a true fire, and the jade of astral souls that he usually cultivates. This guy can also absorb. And that, the sword of Empress Enviwa mumbled for a while, then slipped away, because it knew that Zwishaoduo would be heartbroken if he lost the true Pishio. And if Zwishaoduo was heartbroken, he would find trouble with it, the initiator. Of course, it had to slip away as soon as possible. As for whether this new little brother was dead or alive, how could Master Sword care so much? He didn't care whether he was dead or alive. Zwishaoduo didn't even have the time to feel heartache before he was stunned. Hearing Huang Sword's words, he thought to himself, I've taken in a foodie with a big belly. He can eat anything. After listening to all this, Zwishaoduo realized that there really wasn't anything in his space ring that this god-slaying spear couldn't eat. What a good appetite! Zwishaoduo sighed and didn't want to go overboard. He threw 2 pieces of essence of the true fire over and dripped a drop of laurel honey on it. His heart ached so much that it bled, because he vaguely felt that he had been cheated. Zwishaoduo thought for a while and threw over all the mid-grade and low-grade jade of astral souls that he didn't need now, as well as some high-grade jade of astral souls. They piled up into a mountain. Yes, it was a mountain, not a small mountain. Then, he pulled over a part of the Sea of Vitality and built a special jade mountain of astral souls. Sure, Shung. Sigh. Even if you're a foodie, you have to take it easy. This jade mountain is yours, but you have to eat sparingly. Zhuo felt melancholy. My resources are limited, and I'm so poor. Everyone in my family is a big eater. How can I afford to feed them? I'm so bitter, melancholy, and depressed. Thank you, boss. Yin Shishing's flattering voice came from his divine soul. There's so many good things. Roar. Bliss. Don't give me that. Hurry up and cultivate well. Becoming stronger is the most important thing. Your boss, am very poor and miserable right now. I'm waiting for you to quickly come over and help me. Okay. Yin Shishing agreed and blended into the Jade Mountain. He went to cultivate happily. I'm rich. I'm rich now. The moment he took out a mountain, it was filled with vitality and was completely constructed from star soul jade. Was this considered poor? Is boss being too humble? Or am I too inexperienced? Whatever, I have to cultivate quickly and become stronger. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned back to Zhang Xuejuan and found that she was still lying there quietly. There were no signs of her waking up. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know what was going on. He called Hua Huang's sword over for interrogation. Didn't you say that she'll be fine after the spear is gone? Why isn't she awake yet? Boss, don't be impatient. This woman's soul is damaged. How could she wake up so quickly? It's only because you gave her the laurel honey that her cultivation is incomplete. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to wake up. The sword of Empress Envy-Hua was speechless. Just tell me how long it'll take for her to wake up. 1 year, 2 years. After all, the god-killing spear entered her body directly. She's severely injured. She needs to become stronger to get through it. However, boss, after this incident, her temperament might change drastically, Hua Huang's sword reminded him. What do you mean? After all, she is the physical body that the god-killing spear once stayed in. Moreover, her natural endowment is that of a chosen host body. After experiencing the influence of the purest devil chi, a stubborn attribute has already formed in her bones. In the future, perhaps in terms of killing, in battle, and so on, she will be more explosive. Is there any danger to her life? Danger to her life? Definitely not. A quarter of the laurel honey is enough to make up for the damage to her divine soul. That's good. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's opinion, being paranoid was not a problem at all. There were too many people who were stronger than her. If she really went crazy, she could just beat them to the ground and throw them to Xiangcheng. Zhang Xuejuan's foundation was far superior to ordinary people. She could be said to be perfect. In the future, she could ask Xiangcheng to be more attentive to her. She's a young woman after all. It's easy for love to get to her head. I believe that the damage to her divine soul won't be too big of a problem. I'll just sleep for a while more. I was worried that her sudden awakening would expose the secret of my annihilation tower. Now that she's asleep, it's just right for me to act. But I still can't get out now. That old man is probably still waiting outside. I've been in the annihilation tower for less than a day. I can't get out now. Since I can't get out, I'll just continue to cultivate. So Xiaoduo grabbed a pile of real fire essence and quickly started to cultivate. Xiao was cultivating. She was seeing results recently. The Hua Huang sword, which had swallowed real fire essence before, was recovering faster than expected. Little White and Little Jiao were also working hard to cultivate. The two of them were clearly determined not to let this wretched newcomer catch up to them. They would always be much stronger than 1, 2, or 3 of them. The boundless vitality in the Tower of Annihilation allowed the two of them to cultivate at an unprecedented rate. Yin Shixi was also cultivating diligently. He had just arrived in a new environment with such an excellent atmosphere. Naturally, he knew that he should make use of this God-given opportunity to become stronger. At the very least, when he went out or stayed in here, he could not be beaten up every day. He had to have a chance to fight back. At the very least, he had to have the confidence to not be beaten to death. In the entire space of the Annihilation Tower, the busiest person was Xiaolong. She was busy at all times, constantly integrating the spiritual veins and making sure that every inch of the space was taken care of. She did not miss out on anything. She was really picking up and filling the gaps every moment. In the future, I might be the true dragon who created the world. So, in this world, I must be cautious and conscientious from now on. I can't afford to make any mistakes. Time passed slowly. The top-grade jade of astral souls, the top-grade fire essence, and many top-grade cultivation materials were all used without stinginess. Yes, this method was not squandering or extravagance, but investment. Only by becoming stronger as soon as possible could he seize more resources and greater benefits. Yes, this was the official statement. In fact, Zhuo always had a sense of crisis. These little ones will not be polite to me at all. If there are good things, they will start to eat the best. If they are not filial in the future, I'm afraid I will have to eat dirt as their mother. Therefore, while I can still snatch from them, I have to quickly pick the best things to use. There was no sun or moon in the tower, and the years were unknown. Outside, Lei Changtian was hiding high in the sky, constantly waiting near the place where Zhuo disappeared. He had waited for 3 days, but that kid still did not show up. He did not even try to probe the situation. He can keep his composure. Originally, with Lei Changtian's temperament and cultivation, not to mention waiting for 3 days, even if it was 3 months or 3 years, his heart would be as still as water. But now, smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, and he was burning with impatience. But he was helpless. He was very clear that if he were to put himself in Zhuo's shoes, he would probably be able to keep his composure better than Zhuo. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Who would not want to be safe? There was a strong enemy outside, and he was so weak that he could be blown to death by the enemy's breath. No matter how careful he was, it would not be too much. But Lei Changtian had other concerns. What should I do if you don't come out? It has been a long time since we lost contact with you. Even your parents might already know this. If you come out quickly, I will feel better. If you don't come out, it will really kill me. In fact, the news of Zhuo's disappearance, as time went on, it was indeed impossible to hide it. Feng Hai. Li Chenglong strictly ordered everyone to concentrate on cultivation and not go out. They must not be distracted. Although it was not forbidden to practice, it was strictly forbidden to look for Zhuo. This is an emergency. Before we get accurate information, no one is allowed to act rashly. If we act rashly, it will only cause the opposite effect. Besides, young, impulsive, and easily misled by people with ulterior motives. Since this matter has been taken over by the higher-ups, their power is much stronger than ours. What we should do now is either to wait for Zhuo to come back peacefully or to concentrate on cultivation and improve ourselves as much as possible. Accumulate strength and prepare to avenge Zhuo. Li Chenglong's face was very ugly. His eyes were unprecedentedly stern, and his voice was full of killing intent and solemnity. No one is allowed to act rashly. Gao Qiao, here, pay close attention to the school. See if there are any strange words being said, or if there are suddenly more people who have close connections with the outside world. Okay, Pai Bao, I suggest that you use the next period of time to go out and practice. Your assassination and archery skills are difficult to practice in the school. Go out, accept missions, and kill people. Xiang Chong, you go too. At this time, we can't take care of your wife. According to the situation you described, let alone us, even if Zhuo was still here, it would still be difficult for him to do anything. If you still immerse yourself in this matter and suffer for a few more days, you will fall behind. No matter how much you cry, you will not be able to bring your wife back. Now get out of here. If you can't concentrate on cultivation, go out and practice and kill people. Xiang Bing, you go too. Zhen Pia Piao, why are you wiping your tears over there? Can your tears bring Zhuo back? If you can't cultivate, go out and practice. If Zhuo can come back alive, I won't say anything. But if something bad happens to him, it's useless even if you cry to death. Those who can't concentrate on cultivation, go out and practice and fight. This time, there will be no rescue. There will be no positioning. Go out. That's the case for everyone. Go out and accept missions or find the wasteland to practice. Remember, there will be no rescue. If you die outside, you die outside. If you don't die, come back. Yi and you go on foot to find Dragon Soul, High Marshal, and Li Zhongming. Leave today. Along the way, you are not allowed to rely on any means of transportation or external help. With your own strength, go to Dragon Soul, High Marshal. All of you get out. Now. Immediately. Li Chenglong suppressed his temper and chased everyone away. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing both had some objections to Li Chenglong's decision. They felt that this method was too risky and too extreme. With so many geniuses, it would be a pity if they died outside. However, Li Chenglong stubbornly persisted in his views. Time and tide wait for no man. Li Chenglong was very determined. In order to reduce the sacrifices in the future, we need to grow up in the shortest time possible. Even if there are sacrifices, we will not hesitate. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing could only agree. After sending everyone out, Li Chenglong quickly returned to the villa and quietly stayed for a while. Then he went to the second floor and went to Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. He sat quietly in Zhuo Xiaoduo's bedroom and did not move for a long time. "Boss, are you still alive? Or are you dead?" Li Chenglong murmured. His eyes, which had always been wise and steady, were filled with helplessness. As the number 2 of the team, if the boss died, the number 2 would naturally be promoted. This was a good thing for many people. But Li Chenglong had never thought of being the boss. Why is number 2 only number 2? It's because I don't have the ability to be number 1 that I can be number 2. If I wanted to be the boss from the beginning, why did I rely on Zhuo from the beginning? Isn't it better to start from the beginning than to wait for the position? If Zhuo is really not here, this team will fall apart. Li Chenglong clearly understood this point. A group of arrogant and unruly geniuses would only submit to one boss. Come back quickly. That on the other side, the king of Zhuolu was using an almost crazy attitude. With Fenghai City as the source, he gradually swept across the country, all the way to the border of the continent. Especially the Dao League, because of repeated probing, there were conflicts. The Dao League had raised serious protests several times. But the king of Zhuolu did not care at all. He just said firmly to the other side, "Do you want to fight? Come. You don't want to fight? Move aside. Get lost." At this moment, the continent of astral souls showed unprecedented toughness. However, there was still no news about Zhuo Xiaoduo, whether good or bad. The king of Zhuolu and the heavenly king of the right were getting more and more anxious. Like ants on a hot pan, they were about to lose control of the madness in their hearts. The idea that no news was good news was no longer enough to appease the two of them, because the two of them were very clear. In this world, there were simply too many ways to make a person disappear without a trace. The longer they delayed, the slimmer the chances of Zhuo Xiaoduo's survival. I've watched the rise and fall of the dynasty for so many generations, and now you're telling me that the imperial power is supreme? Fuck you. When I shocked the world, the ancestors of the royal family were not even liquid. All of you die. This was the most direct and simple way to respond. No one would stand up for the royal family, and no one would dare to stand up for the royal family. Just wait for the thunder from the ninth heaven and the world to be turned upside down. Yu Dongtian's face was gloomy. Yin Zhonghu squatted on the ground and covered his face with his hands. He was feeling terrible for his master and mistress. A perfect breakthrough to become an invincible expert. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, When he came out filled with ecstasy and excitement, he was told that his son was gone. What kind of disappointment was that? This was probably the feeling of falling from heaven to hell all of a sudden. Moreover, it was like falling from heaven right after reaching heaven. There was no process in between it all. Losing their only child. How painful was this for a couple? Yin Zhonghu wished that he was the one who died. As long as his master and mistress did not have to bear the pain of losing their son, it would be better for him to die than for his junior brother to die. We sent all the images to the Sun Moon Pass. Every high-ranking officer has a copy. Yudong Tian said, I hope we can find something there. Yun Zhonghu did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. It was possible in any direction, but it was impossible in the direction of the Sun Moon Pass. That was the headquarters of the Astral Souls. Most of the Astral Souls experts were gathered there. No matter how stupid the enemy was, it was impossible for them to capture Xiaoduo from there. Xiangjing. Qin Fangyang excitedly grabbed his phone and called Xiaoduo. He was very excited. After working hard for so long and waiting for so long, he finally received a confirmed piece of news. The signs of the dragons seizing the veins had suddenly appeared this year. However, it was strictly controlled after that. All the Astral Souls geniuses, the best of the best, including the people from the various hidden sects, would enter the ancestral dragon's vein. The dragon vein energy that had been cultivated for 20 years would suddenly erupt one day in the near future. Then, these dragon veins energy would randomly find their own owners and merge with them to increase their life force. That was the gathering of the dragon veins of the entire continent. And the owner who received the dragon veins would have his entire foundation, astral souls, aptitude, and even comprehension, providence, and luck improved qualitatively. This was the final step of cultivating a genius and transforming them. The human prodigies who had gone through the dragon veins would grow to the point where they could hold their own in the shortest time possible. This result caused the dragons seizing the veins to become the lifeline of the entire continent. It also involved the true secret of the dragon veins. Therefore, it was invisibly affected and controlled by a force. No one knew, and no one could calculate the exact time when the dragons seizing the veins would happen. Only when the dragon veins matured and emitted a certain aura on their own would people know that such a great thing had happened this year. There was no pattern to the time. Sometimes, it might not even appear once in 100 or 200 years. Sometimes it would appear twice in 3 years. There was no pattern at all. There was no cultivation limit to entering the dragons, seizing the veins, only age. One could not be more than 36 years old. Other than that, there were no restrictions. There was even no limit to the number of people. Even if 10,000 or 100,000 people entered at once, it did not matter. However, the total number of dragon veins was limited. If it really fell on 100,000 people, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had no effect at all. In other words, the fewer people who entered, the better. In the past, the minimum number of people was 12. When a number was at its peak, 108 people had entered. However, at that time, those 108 people had mediocre achievements. None of them had great achievements. However, there would still be countless people waiting every year. They waited bitterly, hoping that the ancestral dragon veins would appear again. Then, according to this sign, they would determine how many people could enter. Of course, there were some individual factors in this. For example, even if you were the continent's #1 genius, you would not know about this at all, and there would be no one to recommend you. Then, you would not be able to enter. Therefore, there was room for manipulation in this aspect. And such manipulation. Naturally, no one dared to talk about it openly. Most of the people in the empire did not know about this. And those who knew about this might not be qualified or suitable. Even if they were qualified and suitable, they would not know the exact time. This was the reason why this matter was so disgusting. Because, even if it was only a few hours before telling you, you would not be able to make it in time. The reason why Qin Fangyang did everything he could to enter the ancestral dragon martial school was because of this. Every time, such a good thing fell on the students of the ancestral Dragon Martial School. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The reason why the ancestral Dragon Martial School was the top of the 3 martial schools was also because of this. Even if the other martial school students had the same aptitude and talent as the ancestral Dragon Martial School students, the ancestral Dragon Martial School students had a greater chance of getting this opportunity. No one could say anything about this, because this was the privilege of the ancestral Dragon Martial School. Other than the absolute upper echelons who could squeeze people in, the others could forget about it. And Qin Fangyang had been lying low for this period of time, just for this opportunity. He knew that He Yuanyue had always been looking forward to this opportunity. This was the real opportunity for a fish to leap over the dragon's gate. For the poor students, Qin Fangyang's biggest hope was to get Zhou, Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others into the dragon's seize the veins. If there was only one hope, then no matter what, he had to get Zhou Xiaoduo in. Entering the dragons seize the veins meant that he would definitely be one of the upper echelons in the future. Letting the students of the Phoenix City Second High School enter the dragons seize the veins. This was He Yuanyue's biggest hope and wish. Since it was He Yuanyue's wish, Qin Fangyang had to fulfill this wish at all costs. From the hands of the upper echelons, from the dense, unspoken rules, he had to pull out this quota. Now, he finally got this news. All the hard work, all the planning, all the effort. To get this news, everything is worth it. Qin Fangyang was full of joy. Qian, after I finish this, I will resign from the ancestral Dragon Martial School and return to Phoenix City, slowly waiting for your appearance. Maybe you won't appear, maybe I won't find you again in this life, but I will protect the Phoenix City Second High School and protect your hard work well. I will fulfill all your wishes. I will let you, whether it's Lu Qian or He Yuanyue, know that you didn't love the wrong man. As long as it's your matter, as long as it's something you want to do, I will do it for you. Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining. When I see you again, I will tell you with a clear conscience that I have fulfilled your wish. The groundwork has been laid. The demon race, the Wu people, the Dao League, the Spirit race, the Western race, the Ancient Almighty, the Wu people's future, and countless other future trajectories have been laid out. From now on, there is no need to lay out the groundwork. The plot will be accelerated all the way to the end. If there are some future plots that you don't understand, you can come back and read this part of the Umno Alliance. Chapter 1068. The so-called confirmation of the news was not easy. Qin Fangyang was taking a huge risk. This was because the root of this matter had always been the biggest dark area in the entire Yanwu Empire. The true upper echelons, such as the left and right heavenly kings and the 4 great generals, were not interested in this dragon's fighting for heritage. In the eyes of the true powerhouses, the so-called dragons fighting for heritage was far from a great opportunity. Rashly getting involved would be demeaning themselves. There were many family disciples who were related to them studying in the ancestral Dragon High School. When encountering this opportunity, one's results would speak for themselves. If one's strength was not as good as others, wouldn't it be normal for them to not have a chance? On the other hand, if there were children in these families who were usually among the top in the ancestral Dragon High School, then when this opportunity came, there would definitely be a place for them. However, this kind of opportunity that the upper echelons looked down on and the lower echelons could not come into contact with, or even covet, gradually formed a huge circle of benefits over time. Ordinary commoners had outstanding talents and cultivation strength that far surpassed their peers. They were the strongest candidates to compete for the dragons fighting for heritage. However, at some point in time, they would suddenly be injured or their cultivation realm would slip. This kind of thing was common. No matter how unwilling they would miss out on this opportunity. After all, the duration of the dragons fighting for heritage was short. By the time they recovered, this matter would have already passed. What could they do? The path of cultivation was full of thorns. It was difficult for anyone to have a smooth journey. There were always ups and downs. It was very common for one's cultivation to not be smooth or get injured during training. The more specific dark areas would not be described one by one. In short, it was just one sentence. Qin Fanyang wanted to take a piece of the cake of benefits for his students like Zui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. It was not easy. Therefore, when Qin Fanyang knew that this year was the year of the dragons fighting for heritage, he immediately planned in secret. However, he called Zui Xiaoduo many times, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get through. No one answered. Qin Fanyang was very puzzled about this. However, he did not dare to call Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others. Firstly, he was afraid that the news would be leaked. Secondly, he had not interacted much with Yi Changqing and the others. It was hard for him to be certain that these two old fellows would not have any ulterior motives. For example, after receiving the news, they could use their own connections to insert their own children into the organization. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were the higher-ups of martial ancestor Gao Wu. Who knew if they were in cahoots with martial ancestor Gao Wu? As long as there was an exchange of benefits, Zhuo Xiaoduo's fortuitous opportunity would immediately fail. As far as Qin Fang knew, this was a very normal thing. However, Qin Fanyang did not contact Li Chenglong because he had thought about it over and over again. Regarding the dragons fighting for heritage, Qin Fang had placed his greatest hopes on Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was even to the extent that it could be said that allowing one person to obtain the fortuitous encounter of a group of dragons, seizing the vein, was already the limit. If he rashly told Li Chenglong about this matter, then wouldn't he be asking for trouble and causing trouble or even hostility for no reason? If Li Chenglong had the intention to rebel because of this, then it would only cause the situation to escalate out of control. Yes, during this period of time, Qin Fanyang had collected too many information related to the dragons fighting for heritage. Naturally, he had come into contact with many past events that happened because of benefits, selfish desires, and various reasons. This matter also involved He Yuanyue's dying wish, causing him to be unusually sensitive. His various actions were very different from the past, but he cared too much. He was suspicious of everyone and could not trust anyone. He was worried about his gains and losses. Qin Fanyang thought about it over and over again and decided to call Zhuo Xiaoyan. Qin Fanyang could be suspicious of anyone, but he definitely would not suspect Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan would never harm Zhuo Xiaoduo, let alone snatch away Zhuo Xiaoduo's opportunity. Furthermore, Zhuo Xiaoyan was a girl and also belonged to the Phoenix bloodline. There was no point in joining the dragons fighting for heritage. Qin Fanyang had considered all aspects thoroughly. Compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who could not be contacted, Qin Fanyang only called Zhuo Xiaoyan twice before contacting her. Qin Fanyang immediately asked about Zhuo Xiaoduo's movements. From Zhuo Xiaoyan, he found out that Zhuo Xiaoduo was participating in some kind of training and would not be seen for a few months. Qin Fanyang felt that it was strange. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just broken through and should be consolidating his foundation. Why would he suddenly participate in some kind of training? However, Qin Fanyang did not think too much about it. After all, Zhuo Xiaoyan vaguely told him that Zhuo Xiaoduo's training had been specially informed by a super important person. At that moment, Qin Fanyang excitedly told Zhuo Xiaoyan, "There's a piece of great news about Zhuo Xiaoduo's future." Then, he made an appointment to meet Zhuo Xiaoyan. What Qin Fanyang did not know was that the super important person, Bai Yinduo, was nearby. She had heard their conversation. The reason why she chose to monitor them was to be safe. Ancestral Dragon High School gave her the information that he had not come to work since the Spring Festival. Where did this come from? However, Zhuo Xiaoyan investigated many people in Ancestral Dragon High School, including the higher-ups of Ancestral Dragon High School. The news that she received was shockingly consistent. She did not see him. She did not know where he had gone. She had not seen him for a long time. The matters related to Qin Fangyang before the Spring Festival were all vivid in her mind and could be investigated. However, since the Spring Festival, it was as if an invisible hand had erased all traces of Qin Fangyang's existence. This meant that Qin Fangyang had disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoyan keenly sensed that something was wrong. Moreover, the force behind all this was probably extremely powerful. She did not dare to be careless. She quietly left Ancestral Dragon High School. After returning, she immediately told Bai Yunduo about this matter and asked Bai Yunduo to find Qin Fangyang's whereabouts. Bai Yunduo did not think much of it at first. She only thought that Qin Fangyang had been schemed against because he had touched the interests of the dragons fighting for the heritage. However, it was at most a temporary restraint for Qin Fangyang. It should not have harmed his life. Bai Yunduo even thought of taking advantage of the situation. Zhuo Xiao's whereabouts were unknown. She might not be able to catch up with the dragons fighting for the heritage. Perhaps she could use Qin Fangyang's disappearance to put this matter aside. However, after she used her own power to investigate thoroughly, she was shocked to find that Qin Fangyang's movements during this period of time did exist. However, they appeared to be in an inexplicable state of intermittent movements. He suddenly appeared in the east and suddenly in the west, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Although he rarely appeared in Ancestral Dragon High School, it could not be said that he had not worked since the Spring Festival. However, the reality was that all traces could not be found. Everyone's statements were exactly the same. Even when Bai Yunduo ordered a thorough investigation, she still found almost nothing. Bai Yunduo patrolled the world all year round. Naturally, she had her own team. After ordering a thorough investigation this time, she came to a conclusion that made Bai Yunduo dumbfounded. All the clues were cut off, and there was no possibility of further investigation. Among them, more than 30 students and 13 teachers of Ancestral Dragon High School were involved. The same clues were erased. It had disappeared completely. It was as if these people had never appeared in the world. What's more, many people around Qin Fangyang's dormitory also mysteriously disappeared. It was as if there was really a big hand that was gradually erasing all traces of Qin Fangyang in this world with the passage of time. Under such circumstances, even if Bai Yunduo's cultivation was very high, her actions were still one step slower. This one-step difference made her fall behind step by step. There was no progress at all. Even as time went by, all traces related to Qin Fangyang were being erased until there was no trace left. After confirming the situation, Bai Yunduo's scalp was about to explode. She really did not expect that under her order to investigate thoroughly, there would be less and less information. Such a bizarre and unforeseen event had actually occurred to him. It was simply inconceivable. However, this was the reality. Under the current situation, unless she used thunderous means and investigated on a large scale without regard for the consequences. Otherwise, there was no target to target at all. Bai Yunduo's heart suddenly sank. With her intuition, which had been experienced for many years, she understood that something big was about to happen. Zhuo Xiao's unknown life and death was already enough to set off stormy waves and turn the world upside down. Now, Zhuo Xiao's first teacher, the teacher that Zhuo Xiao valued the most besides his family, Qin Fangyang, was also missing. Bai Yunduo's heart began to tremble. Perhaps in the eyes of the so-called big shots, the disappearance of a high school teacher was not a big deal. However, the possible consequences of this matter were accumulating in monstrous waves. If there were really no results from this matter, Bai Yunduo knew deeply that it would not be strange if the whole of Shangjing City was wiped out. In fact, this matter had touched the bottom line. With the temperament of her master and mistress, They had always been the kind of people who said, if the sky is in the way, cut it down with a sword. If the earth is in the way, cut it down with a sword. Under the strange circumstances of her son's disappearance and her son's teacher's mysterious disappearance, that what that couple could do was imaginable, but also unimaginable. For the time being, there were no suspects for Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance. It was silent. The anger in her heart was at a delicate moment where she had nowhere to vent it. Qin Fangyang's disappearance provided a direction for this anger to be vented. As for Qin Fangyang's disappearance, anyone with a brain would be able to figure it out. To be able to wipe out the traces so quickly, so comprehensively, and so flawlessly, it must be the work of the higher-ups of the human race in the astral souls. There must be a huge force to do all this to be able to hide from Inspector by Yundua's thorough investigation. This was something that anyone could have thought of. However, what kind of higher-ups of the human race could compare to the monstrous anger of the Inspector of Sky? This matter would inevitably evolve into a tsunami that would shake the history of the astral souls. This was already an undeniable and foreseeable earth-shattering change. Bai Yunduo did not dare to be negligent. She immediately called her husband, Yin Zhonghu. Zhuo Xiaoduo's teacher, Qin Fangyang, mysteriously disappeared in Shangjing. There is a huge force that erased all traces of Qin Fangyang in Shangjing. I suspect that this matter is related to the dragons fighting for the heritage. On the other side of the phone, after receiving this bad news, Yin Zhonghu immediately broke down without saying a word. He hysterically roared, "Motherfucker! What kind of people are they?" There were countless geniuses who died in the middle of the road. If he were to worry about everyone, his heart would have been broken a long time ago. Especially, Zhuo Xiaoduo's background was too shallow, and he had no background at all. Yes, the heavenly kings of the left and right had sent people to thoroughly search for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Although the effort was great, it was done in secret. Even Department Head Ding, who was at his level, was completely unaware of it. Otherwise, he would not be so calm. The heavenly king of the left said in a cold voice, "Listen, Zhuo Xiaoduo is the only son of the heaven-inspecting minister and his wife." Clang! Department Head Ding's phone fell on the table. There was a cracking sound on the other side of the phone. It was a glass of water that had fallen to the ground. Then, Department Head Ding picked up the phone with lightning speed. "Your Majesty, you," I said, "I will only say it once." The king of Zulu said coldly, "Out of my mouth into your ears." "Understood. I understand." Department Head Ding's voice was trembling. He was trembling badly. The joy of the minister coming out of his seclusion instantly turned into fear. Pure fear. As a man with children and a family, how could he not understand the hidden weight of this sentence? Or rather, he understood it too well. The minister's son was missing. The minister's only son, and the minister and his wife were about to come out of their seclusion with invincible power and cultivation. If I am invincible and come out of my seclusion, and then someone tells me that my son was framed, kidnapped, missing, or dead, that what would I do? Department Head Ding put himself in their shoes and thought of many things in an instant. At this moment, Department Head Ding's mind was in a mess. He was at a loss. He only felt like his head was exploding with thunder one after another. "Listen." The king of Zulu said, "The heavenly king of the right and I are investigating Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappearance. We don't need your help. But now, there's a new situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's teacher, Qin Fangyang, is currently teaching at Ancestral Dragon High School. It's this teacher Qin Fangyang. A few days before and after the New Year, he also went missing. His whereabouts are unknown, and his life and death are unknown. This is not a surprising thing. However, the investigator personally investigated it thoroughly, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of this Mr. Qin. Even the information and traces related to him were all erased. He left no trace and no trace. The meaning revealed by this is very thought-provoking. Minister Ding, you should understand what I'm talking about, right? The king of Zulu paused and said coldly, "This teacher Qin is Zhou Xiaoduo's first teacher. It can be said that he is the most important person to Zhou Xiaoduo besides his parents. Let me make it clear to you. The reason he went missing is because of the quota for the dragon's battle for the heritage." Department head Ding felt like he was suffocating. His throat was making noises. He said dryly, "Heavenly Kings, well, what do you mean? Haven't I made it clear enough? Teacher Qin went missing because he wanted to fight for the quota for Zhou Xiaoduo. Then, do you need me to say who did it?" The king of Zulu said indifferently, "I don't care about the details, and I'm not interested to know. It doesn't matter to me who did it. I'm just telling you, or in other words, warning you seriously. Qin Fangyang cannot die. I understand." Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down from Minister Ding's forehead, and he had an urge to relieve himself. The king of Zulu's voice sounded like it came from hell. "The dragon's battle for the heritage is just a path to the top. We are already far away from that level, so we don't pay attention, don't care, and don't care. The Department of Martial Arts and the Ancestral Dragon High School can do whatever you want. Just treat it as a benefit for the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, the Department of Martial Arts, the children of the royal family, and the children of the big families in the capital. This is not a big deal. After all, the privileged class enjoys some benefits and some unspoken rules to make plans for the future. It's understandable. Wherever one goes, one's vision will follow. As the saying goes, the clouds cover one's eyes, but one's body is at the top. This is what it means. After all, no matter what society or dynasty, there will always be such unspoken rules. It's not an ideal to ask for the whole world to be peaceful and for all the officials to be diligent and honest. It's just a delusion. But this time, some people unfortunately violated the taboo. What's even more unfortunate is that they just happened to run into a fatal timing. The evils they bring on themselves are the hardest to bear. These words come out of my mouth and into your ears. You know the consequences if you leak a single word. I understand everything. Department head Ding stood straight. He was sweating so much that his clothes were soaked. He was getting more and more impulsive. Right now, he could only feel his heart pounding, his blood pressure rising, and his eyes seeing stars. At this stage, I only have one request. Heavenly Kings was said slowly. Qin Fangyang cannot die. I understand. Heavenly Kings were repeated the words Qin Fangyang cannot die twice. The first time, it was a simple introduction. The second time, he pointed out the pros and cons, pointed out the crux, and emphasized it. On the other end, Heavenly King's voice was cold. If you understand, then do it. Before he could finish, he hung up. Department head Ding held the phone in his hand. He could feel cold sweat breaking out all over his body. His heart was pounding in his throat. Something big had happened. Something really big had happened. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He put down the phone slowly and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he rushed out and got a bucket of water. He activated the icy chi and turned it into ice cubes. He rubbed them on his face and neck. He couldn't make a decision now. If he made a decision now, he would be impulsive and do bad things. He couldn't make any mistakes in what he was about to do. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Once he made a mistake, he would be doomed. There was no room for luck. When he finally calmed down and regained his senses, he sat on the chair. The King's Walu's meaning is clear. If we can find Qin Fangyang before the minister and his wife find out about this matter and deal with this matter thoroughly, then there will still be room to turn the situation around, and we can save the lives of most people. If the minister and his wife find out that Qin Fangyang hasn't been found, or that he's already dead, the consequences will be unimaginable. Many people will die. The situation now is obvious. The timing of this incident is too subtle. The minister's son went missing first. His son's teacher went missing after he fought for his son's right to compete for the dragon's vein. Both of them are still missing. Once the two are connected, it's serious enough to pierce through the sky. Department head Ding organized his thoughts. As he thought carefully, he picked up the phone and made a call. To the brothers and sisters who are reading the original subscription, I want to explain, I really don't want to be sick. I really don't want injections. I also want to explode every day. But my body is like this. I can't help it. To the readers who are reading the pirated version silently, if you understand, then understand. If you don't, you can choose to read another book. What follows is a scolding. To the people who are reading the pirated version and scolding me, I reply, fuck you. It's up to you whether you want to read it or not. Who do you think you are? How much face have I given you? Did the heavens give birth to you wrongly? Why are you looking at the fruits of other people's labor so shamelessly and scolding them? All these years of compulsory education have taught you to be shameless? That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.